The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The conclusion of the 2023 Grand Chess Tour is off and running at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. Tour players have gathered for one final battle to decide a champion, but world-class wildcards aim to cut into the points and the prize fund. Current GCT points leader Fabiano Caruana followed up his St. Louis Rapid and Blitz victory with a fighting draw to begin his final push for the title. Chasers looked to press in hopes of gaining some ground on the leader, but were met with stalwart defenses yielding solid draws. The field is undefeated after one round. Who will strike first and claim a victory? Round 2 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 2 of the Sinquefield Cup. We have some of the best chess players in the world competing here in St. Louis. We are excited to see how the tournament unfolds. Let's go back to the studio and get started.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the Sinquefield Cup, the granddaddy of them all. And it starts right now. Hello and welcome, and it's the second day, the second round of the Sinquefield Cup. And the big question, what will the day bring? Will it bring precision and accuracy, or will the players come to the board full of risk-taking and swashbuckling play? Well, we'll find out. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the studio calling all the action alongside Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and our resident expert in the corner, Grandmaster Peter Svidler.
Nobody puts Peter in the corner.
Nobody puts Peter in the corner. Pleasure to be with you, Joey. Pleasure to be with you too, Peter. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Indeed, round 2 is about to get underway. Round 1 was a very quiet affair, which was marred by the fact that 4 of the 5 games had bishops of opposite color. And yes, they have drawing tendencies. So all the games were draws. The standings look pretty much like they did at the start of the event, Jovi.
It means one thing, Yasser. Everyone's a winner as we take a look.
It's a hot chocolate moment, isn't it?
It
Yes.
certainly is. Nothing can separate our 10 players after round 1, as everyone drew. But of course, this means that the tension is just going to start increasing as more and more rounds progress. And let's check out the format.
Indeed, let's do exactly that.
And the players will be playing a classical, very leisurely format. And there we can see it is a 10-player round robin. And the players do play 90 minutes for the first 40 moves and then 30 minutes for the rest of the game. But they do get a 30-second time bonus or increment from move 1. And the best part of all, no draw offers allowed. And there we see the standing scoring system, 1 point for a win, half point for a draw.
Fighting chess is certainly assured, and our schedule,
Yes.
Jovi.
We are now on to round 2, and take a look at this. The players will be playing 1 game per day. They're playing through Thanksgiving and also, maybe more importantly, Black Friday sales.
There you
But
go.
take a look at the rest day on Sunday, November 26th, and the last day, Thursday, November the 30th, and there will be a separate day for playoffs if they are required.
Wonderful. And Peter, there is a potential that playoffs could be required, including
there's potential
for the Grand Chess Tour.
two different sets of playoffs available
Please.
for us in case people tie. And people could, of course, tie for the Sinquefield Cup, the strongest classical tournament outside of the World Championship cycle, I would say. But there is also the Grand Chess Tour, and this is the conclusion of it. So let's take a look at how things stand in the Grand Chess Tour. Currently, surprising nobody, I think, Fabi is very much in the lead, having won 2 out of the 3 events he played. So there you see him up top on 33 points, a full 11 points clear of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Alireza Firouzja there lurking in the shadows, literally, right this moment. And Fabi, of course, is in a very, very dominant position.
Fantastic.
But things could still change should he have a really, really poor event, because these are the points in play. And as you see, an outright win without tying for first nets you 13 Grand Chess Tour points, and the 10th place only gets 1 point. And the math, therefore, is fairly straightforward. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who is the only player to have ever won the Sinquefield Cup outright more than once, needs to win, and Fabi needs to finish dead last. And then MVL gets to 35, and Fabi ends up with 34, and MVL wins the tour. If Fabi finishes 9th, they will be tied on 35 points in that scenario, and they will play the playoff for the Grand Chess Tour Championship on the same evening of December the 1st. And with that, I'm very, very happy to introduce Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovic. Настя, take it away.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here, not far away from a Grand Chess Tour, from Sinquefield Cup happening just nearby. And I'm waiting for the players for the interviews right after they finish their games, as well as I'm taking care of social media accounts of Grand Chess Tour. So don't forget to follow our social media accounts on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and of course check some videos on YouTube channel if you missed them. And I prepared a few tweets for you. Today, Magnus Carlsen, former world champion, celebrates 10th anniversary of the day when he decided to go to swim fully dressed after winning the World Championship title for the first time in 2013 in Chennai. Of course, we decided to congratulate him on this important day. We couldn't miss this moment because also we know that Magnus Carlsen was the wild card of Grand Chess Tour. He won 2 tournaments before in Croatia and Poland with very impressive results. So the next tweet is about the small boy who came yesterday all the way from Chicago to meet his favorite players and sign some autographs. And I mean, he asked him for some autographs after that, and I think he was very happy with that. And you know, first they ask for the autographs, and then they become famous grandmasters. You never know what can happen. So we will just guess if he's gonna be a future grandmaster one day. We may find out in a few years. And the last tweet actually is a funny one from Kevin Winter, who is telling us that he is great to see Jovi in the commentary, keeping Yasser in check. So on this note, let me throw it to the studio, back to Yasser. And Yasser, what do you think about it?
I like it. Thank you, Jovi. Keep me in check. Indeed, that sounds wonderful to me. Jovi, do the honors. Tell our audience what they can expect for the pairings for the second round of the Sinquefield Cup. And
there you can see the round 2 pairings, and you see Nepomniachtchi facing off against Dominguez. But as you see there, the game between Duda and Rapport has been faded out, and that is because Jan-Krzysztof Duda is unwell, and so the players will be playing their game at a later date. And Wesley will face off against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and it's an all-American derby between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. And for me, my marquee matchup is between Alireza Firouzja and Anish Giri. That one's going to be exciting.
It sure does. Grand Chess Tour, defending Grand Chess Tour play, Firouzja up against Anish. That should be fun. And they're fighting hard, regardless of the fact that 10 people are tied for first. 5 draws. What are they fighting for? And there we have it.
Yeah, and there you have it. First place in the Sinquefield Cup will win $100,000, as well as either 12 or 13 Grand Chess Tour points if won outright. And the second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. And there are prizes all the way down to 10th place, which walks away with $10,500.
Impressive stuff. As I'm looking at these pairings, I am thinking about this game of Fabi and Levon. And again, it's just been one of those years where you just say, Fabi's been fantastic. Everything is just talking about roses. He winner the Rapid and Blitz, last week. Virtually secured for him the Grand Chess Tour standings, and we're expecting Fabi to continue what has been, once again, a fabulous year, Jovi.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabiano just playing better and better. You do feel that this is his year, he's in his element, and it could even have been better. And there we can see the security checks that the players go through. They're getting scanned, and there we see Chris Bird and Leonard Utaz there in the background.
Yeah, somehow I can imagine myself doing a security check at the players, cash, jewelry, hand it all over. Perhaps you'll get it back at the end of the tournament. No guarantees. No guarantees on this. As
No. And
I'm sorry.
there we see Dominguez. He's
there.
getting ready there to face off against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what is he signing? Okay. And
okay. So what these chess sets come from the House of Staunton, and they're literally selling a piece of history. So if you would like to own a chess set that was played in the second round of the Sinquefield Cup between Jan and Leinier, they autograph a certified certificate for the provenance of the set, so that you could probably display that this set was played in the Sinquefield Cup, just as in baseball. This baseball was used in the World Series and in the playoffs and things of that nature. So you see
there we
Tony
see
Rich.
Tony Rich ringing the bell there to indicate the start of play, and already the players are off. We can see Fabiano
Let's start
Caruana.
with Fabi, and after all, Fabi is our Grand Chess Tour tournament leader. He may not be leading the tournament. I usually like to start with the tournament leader, but he is certainly leading the Grand Chess Tour. E4, E5. Now, for me, I've always, and I mean full stop, end of story, associated Levon with E5. Like, that has been his number one and principal defense. Then when he does some Sicilians and something very, very strange, I think to myself, like, am I living in a parallel universe? Because I'm so used to Levon's E5.
He's Mr. Marshall, man.
Yes, exactly. And like everybody these days, he's also broadened his repertoire and added the Berlin to his defenses. D2, D3, eschewing the Berlin ending, as well as those lines with Rook E1, and bishop takes C6 by Fabi. Peter, the Berlin is the bane of E4 players, but I feel like the players are going more to D2, D3 these days.
Yeah, there's very few people, I think, who are still even relatively happy to accept the pure Berlin endgame. I would say that MVL is maybe the remaining one. Alexander Grishuk at some point, I think, was the flag bearer of people trying to find advantage in the Berlin endgame proper. And MVL still does it and still wins very, very nice games. Occasionally, I think he beat Darius Schwirtz in the previous edition, or maybe 2 years back, with the white pieces in about 25 moves. He occasionally wins very, very spectacular games in the Berlin, but people have tended to play D3 for a while now and move 4 here, not allowing the endgame. C3 is not the most natural move here. People tend to either castle. I think the two main moves here would be castle or knight bd2. But C3 is never entirely illogical in any kind of a Spanish, because you're hinting at D3, D4. I suspect the idea is, let's say if the pawn gets protected, bishop d6 currently is the engine's first suggestion. It's not the only move, but it's a kind of a logical move. These days they often develop the bishop to g5, because on c1 it's often not doing very much. E3 is not a particularly good square for it, whereas g3, surprisingly, once we push d4 and perhaps force black to take on d4, the bishop on g3 will look quite nice. So a kind of a logical, and these are not forced moves. I just want to show the structure. Let's say we unpin ourselves somehow. Once again, let's do it slightly differently. Let's do it this way. And this is the kind of a structure you see quite a bit in the lines where white goes c3, bishop g5. Obviously, none of this is forced. I just wanted to show a kind of a snapshot of what we could be aiming towards. I like these positions for white, but I think objectively they're still fine for black, and I think black players aren't really very afraid of them. But it is a way to get a game against the Berlin. It allows you to play a position where there will be no forced variations. People will be forced to express themselves, to actually move the chess pieces around and compete in who does it better, which is something that I think most people dream of when they're faced with this opening.
It feels these days like everybody's trying to avoid making commitments, so something like Queen E7,
Absolutely.
just to keep, the option of Bishop G4 and castles long alive. What's the latest and greatest in theory? Because C2, C3 is a move that really I'm not familiar
It's rarer than specifically. I think the
Knight D2.
the Knight B2 and the castle are much more popular. But
Right.
we've already seen there was a very spectacular game in the Rapid and Blitz portion where Anish Giri went for this piece sacrifice against Wesley.
And it worked fabulously well for him.
It worked really well for him.
Yeah.
So castles allows all kinds of options for black. And Knight B2, you're also somewhat committing to certain plans, because it's much harder now to develop this bishop from C1 to good squares, and it gives black options. And an additional layer to this, I think, is trying to get Levon to play from as early on as possible.
Right.
Because Levon, of course, having chosen the Berlin, and I do want to say I'm somewhat disappointed at him, because at some point I no longer count myself in those sentences, but there was definitely a point where Levon and myself were the only two players who played the sort of the quote-unquote proper Ruy Lopez.
Right.
We played the Marshall, we played the classical lines, we played all kinds of stuff, and we never touched the Berlin. But now Levon has gone over to the dark side, which is honestly a bit regrettable. I disapprove.
Well, that means that you have to champion the cause all by yourself, and the Marshall too, Jovi. That's just been also one of those openings that E4 players have been breaking their head against.
I know.
No chances.
It's just reams and reams of theory, and it all ends in a draw.
Right.
So I'm not surprised that
The dark
Levon
side.
has gone over to the dark side. It does have cookies after all.
And by the way, we have seen a very early D3, D4. Everybody's playing Joko pianos. Everybody threatens to play D4. Nobody ever really plays D4. What's going on here?
Fabio does. Well, after Bishop D6, I can repeat the whole speech, but I have given the speech about where this bishop belongs. I am expecting Bishop G5 here, because honestly, I've seen in positions like this, the engines after, let's say, if we castle here, the engines do start suggesting the move H6.
And just
to keep it there.
What are you doing?
Because really, even if you develop it to the E3 square, and then we get to some kind of a position like this, it's a bit in the way. You would like to protect the pawn on E4 to be able to play knight C4, and currently you don't have the option. So it's an actual thing you have to consider. If you don't play Bishop G5 here, you may never get.
Well, it's like
another
Bishop
shot.
E3 is not threatening
Right,
anybody.
exactly.
Right?
But there is a school of thought
that?
in England that the bishop on C1 is perfectly fine on where it starts, because after all, it's a long-range piece.
It is.
It still has a lot of potential.
You just leave it back there.
You just leave it back there, and then the castles, and you get on with the most important thing, which is just supporting the center and going for your nice C4 idea.
So we do this, and black can react to this in a variety of ways. You can still give up the central control, because I think very often these days they actually go for setups like this. And then you have to start thinking about meeting F7, F5. It's a double-edged idea, because obviously if you get a 5e5 in, there will be a protected passer. But this gives the let's make a move, Let's
just to show.
Yeah, it's better to show than to talk about this. Yes, white now has a nice-looking protected passer in the center, but this bishop will come out to E6. There's a very nice D5 square for both the knight, and also in some cases the bishop could come there, and the knight could be rerouted to the E6 square. Ideally, if that ever happens, black will be better, I would suspect. So it's not such a bad deal for black anyway. You could also, sorry, this is not the position we're discussing. This is the position we're discussing. Nope. Finally. You can also play something like f6, knight c4, and just keep this shape and ask white sort of exactly what do you want out of life. I don't hate it. We'll see what Fabi thinks about this.
And how do they match up in their head-to-head, Jovi?
Oh, these are old friends, old rivals, and there you can see that Fabiano Caruana with
Lots of
13
draws.
wins to Aronian's 9, 31 draws. Well, Fabi does edge it out, but these guys, they know each other so well.
They certainly
and
do.
of course, now they play on the same team.
Exactly. Well, let's see the other games as we're going to go to the game of Wesley So versus MVL. The player you pointed out could potentially surpass Fabi on an spectacular. I figured it out, by the way. Are you ready for this? Here it comes. Okay, so what I did is, how do you get MVL to win the tournament? Well, you have one victory in the entire tournament. One victory. MVL wins against Fabi. There's a massive 8-way tie for second, and that's how you...
And MVL wins the tour. Yeah.
And MVL wins the tour.
In that entirely realistic scenario, MVL wins the tour conclusively.
One win in the entire tournament. Taking us to the game of Wesley So and MVL, looks like a very intriguing English. Pardon me, Sicilian.
Yeah, it's a Najdorf to which Wesley replied with bishop d3. A move that has become quite fashionable recently.
Really?
And MVL himself, an interesting bit about this is MVL himself played this against, I want to say, Jeffrey or Ray. I think it was against Jeffrey. That game in which he pushed f5, f6 and was completely winning for most of it, and then didn't win a rook ending. So MVL will be intimately aware of this. The main reply here is e5, and it's supposed to be fine. This is what Jeffrey played. We're going with it being Jeffrey and not Ray. I apologize to Ray Robson if I'm mistaking his game for Jeffrey's game. But g6 is a logical reply because bishop d3 seems like a bit of a strange move. Why are we developing the bishop to this
in a dragon,
kind of a strange square so early on? And even more interestingly, white actually says the dragon is so dubious that we're going to be playing a dragon with the inclusion of the move bishop d3, which really feels like it's, if anything, detrimental to our cause.
Right.
And black, you know, the Dragendorf is a very major opening these days. But f3 is the choice, and MVL replies very, very forcefully. He goes queen b6. Now, a very cute move here by Wesley, a2, a3. Not only hinting, well, not hinting, pointing out that the knight is currently not hanging, because bishop b5 check followed by queen takes d4 will win the queen, but also after knight c6, preparing to play bishop e3, and this is why a3 is useful. Black normally would like to take on b2.
Whoops.
But we've taken away the b4 square by playing a2, a3, and the a3 square to go with it. And this just loses the queen once again. And MVL very quickly goes e5. Now knight f5, which looks like a spectacular move, but is in fact a very normal move, protecting the bishop on e3. The queen drops back. And now the choice is between knight h6 and knight g3. Knight h6, I would say, is the more ambitious choice because you're trying to make it awkward for black to castle kingside. This will obviously be illegal as long as the knight stays on h6. But it's also quite clearly a bit misplaced. If black manages to, I don't know, play bishop e6 and then d5, or maybe even the immediate d6, d5, and you don't get anything direct out of having your knight on h6, it might look like a fifth wheel.
Right.
Or an umbrella on a fish, or something. So the knight went back to g3, and MVL played bishop e6. So MVL clearly showing that he is not surprised by Wesley's slightly offbeat choice. What do you think about this position?
Well, it's strange. I mean, I think there's a disharmony in White's position, and for me, the knight on g3 and the bishop on d3 both are not suboptimal. I mean, not great squares. Whereas the inclusion of g7, g6, an argument might be made. Yeah, I would rather have the pawn back on g7, but not so much so that I wouldn't be very happy for the misplaced pieces.
Well,
I like black.
I like I kind of like white.
Because?
Because of this big square on d5. If you control that breakout, then I think white knight has a nice advantage. And the knight on g3 is bad, but you can see a situation where the bishop will come to h6 and look
H4,
at the
H5.
h4, h5, or maybe even a knight jumping back into f5.
So just to put it, so let's play a move here for MVL, and you can show Jovi, the audience, what your suggestion. So bishop g7, shall we castle?
Yeah,
I'm going to be compliant,
castle.
shall we?
Yeah, let's castle.
Castles, bishop h6. What
And
you
now
were
this
just
is where I
saying.
like to tickle you on the king side and
you're,
start to...
here you're about to point
Exactly.
out that the knight on g3 is useful because you can go h4 and you've got h5 coming.
Exactly.
And you're going to blast open on the king side.
And if you're very careless, the knight can jump back into f5.
So, for example, I'll be careless. I'll fall for your nefarious plan, something like this, right? So my knight's on d4, and I'll play it in true dragon style. Queen a5. You want to take on g7?
Yeah.
Okay. And you want to come in with queen h6 as well?
Yeah, I'm going to have to do something like that. But
Like something like this.
you didn't play ball by putting the knight on d4, because I wanted to put my knight on f5.
Oh, okay, that's true. That's true. Okay, so I take it back. So I'm going to play b5.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Then
But okay,
I'm going to take
but
the
anyway,
knight.
my point is still that the
Yeah.
knight can come back to f5, because
Okay.
I mean, if you
So I'm just going to make a...
yeah, I mean, even now you can go knight to f5.
With or without... Well, I like somehow you're gonna want all of this good stuff, right?
Yeah.
And this is how you swing for the fence and you go checkmate me with knight f5. These types of ideas, right?
Yes, but also
Yes.
when the bishop is still on g7, you know, and the
Right.
knight on f5 cannot be captured because of queen to
Queen
g5.
g5. And how do these two players match up? I suspect it's even. I was so close on this one.
Yeah.
Really, you
very
felt it,
close.
right? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, wow, absolutely.
I did not expect that.
There we see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave leading with 6 wins to Wesley's 1. They do have 21 draws, though.
They do indeed. That was perhaps why I actually chose MVL as my pick. The fact that he's won it twice, really, the Sinquefield Cup twice, really had a lot to do with it. But this, for me, this knight on g3, the bishop on d3, again, I feel like this bishop on d3 is harmless. You mentioned in the British School of Chess, you might just have left the bishop on f1 and played a more useful move than king b1. Sort of like, I've got a backward pawn on d6, and the bishop really is in the way. But Peter, it's unfair of you to throw the ball in our direction because you yourself know the open Sicilian positions a lot better than ourselves. Bishop on d3, knight on g3 are suboptimal. But
yeah, these are very unusual positions, and also, as it often is the case, you get slightly jaded by reading the first line. But instinctively, I think I'd be quite happy with this with black. I would feel that I got a very fighting position where I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get attacked, and I have my own counterplay. In this knight on c6 is kind of unusual. It normally is on d7, leaving the c file easier to organize counterplay. But even so, this feels like this is decent for black. We're still following, by the way, at least one very high-profile game. I briefly cheated by looking at Jovanka's screen as well. I like looking at screens. We're still following a game between Mickey Adams playing against Bogdan Deak from, I think, 2021. So if Mickey has played this with white, this is a stamp of approval. Mickey is one of the best players of the neither on the white side, has been for his entire career. But for black, you go rook c8. I'm kind of curious. I understand bishop g7 and castles is very natural. But having played e5, putting it on g7 is perhaps not that great. So I was looking at ideas of, let's say they castle and we go like h5 here, and then we put the bishop on e7, and perhaps we go... I understand this is very fanciful, but my idea was something like this with like king f8, g7 to follow, and then I start playing on the queen side. I suspect I will get hit with knight d5 at some point, though, in positions like this, or f3, f4. The engine really hates it, but my slightly rusty Najdorf instincts would have been looking at something like this.
Very good.
One thing I will say is that this is just a very, very interesting, very unusual position. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how two very strong players are treating it.
So the way you're looking at the position, knight on g3, bishop on d3, suboptimal, knight on c6, suboptimal.
Knight on c6, you don't particularly want to spend two tempi, putting it on a5, then putting it on c4, and trading it for the one bad piece white has.
Right.
Knight d4 will be good in some positions and less good in some others, because very often white will just be able to take it. And yeah, for me, the big question is, where do I develop the bishop on f8? Because having played g6, it looks very natural to put it on g7.
Agreed.
But what's it doing on g7 is not entirely clear. So there are still things to think about. And yeah, MVL has, by this point, just now played bishop f8, g7, resolving at least this mystery. I'm very, very curious about this, because a very fresh position, even though we're still following some high-profile games, this is a very, very unusual constellation of pieces for a Najdorf. Yeah. And very interesting to see how it develops.
Thank you, Peter. Turning to Alireza.
Incidentally, we're not following that high-profile game anymore.
Bishop g7 was the new
Bishop
move.
g4 was a new move. I think in that game, had continued with Peter's idea of h7, h5.
Just asking the knight the question. Alireza versus Anish Giri. I think Anish was your pick.
It was my pick.
Alireza, Joko piano, bishop c4, knight f6, the two knights defense, d2, d3. And again, as a kid, I just have to say it once more, nobody, and I mean nobody today, ever plays knight g5. I mean, but as a kid, it was the fried liver attack. I studied the fried liver attack. I had like a 2-0 record.
Well done, Yasser.
Thank you very much. Because everybody played bishop c5 and didn't allow the fried liver attack with knight g5. Knight f6, d3, bishop c5, castles, castles. This is everybody's playground. It's just all the top grandmasters in the world seem to be playing both sides of this variation. d7, d6, d2, c3, a5. Now that move I actually really do get, because b2, b4, a2, a4 expanding on the queen side is a usual go-to mechanism to get some edge over there. Rook e1, bishop e6, b3. Now that's a pause. That's a move that I just have to stop and say, okay, they do just about everything, Peter, but b2, b3,
this is no longer breaking news. This has been kind of well established as at least one of the main replies, if not the main replies, to black playing bishop b6 in all kinds of positions like this, because the argument goes, if you take on e6,
right,
there's a massive difference in how people, I think, view these positions, comparing this one with, let's say, let me just put something on the board. We do something very, very similar.
Right.
But we allow white to play b4 here, bishop a7, a4. Okay. So these types of positions, with white having gained some space on the queen side, potentially then playing with b5, b6, if black is not careful, and just having, very simply, more space. These are considered to be at least slightly better for white. Whereas these ones with the pawn on a5, they're still playable, but I'm pretty sure they're generally assumed to be very, very level, and black is not really under any pressure. So having played a5, black is very happily offering this trade. As you can see, Anish here is not wasting any time playing rook e8 to prepare to recapture with the rook.
Right.
He is very happy to enter this structure. And also, black will be, I think, quite happily taking on c4 if the recapture is available, knight takes and d takes. After b2, b3, you are going to question your choices here if this is the recapture that you're allowing. Mm-hmm. Because suddenly this rook has the b file open to it. And also, this feast of pawns in the center is going to control so many squares that it's going to be almost impossible for black to achieve any breaks. And as you can see, the engine immediately says you've done something really, really bad to your position here.
Right.
So b3 is a kind of a useful semi-waiting reply here. We're not committing to anything for now. And we're asking the question, do you really want to trade these bishops? Do you want to play for d6, d5? Which often the answer is yes. Often what black actually ends up doing is something like, let's say, rook e8, bishop b2, d5. You have to think about bishop b5, you have to think about these positions, but they tend to be okay for black. Yeah. But this has been a kind of a trendy, topical reply to bishop b6 for at least maybe 3-4 years.
Jovi,
you know
we're going to
something?
trade on my terms. Go
No,
for it.
I was just going to share with you a little
Please.
bit of rule of advice, because I find these positions very, very difficult to play. I mean, there's so many pieces on the board, there's so many subtleties and nuances, but I was treated to one piece of advice, actually coming from a fellow commentator, Yevgeny Miroshnichenko, and he got the idea from Alexander Grishuk. And says Alexander Grishuk has an idea, like when you can play bishop e6, and you can do it in this position with the pawn on a5. With the pawn on a5, the bishop can go to e6 in one go. You don't need to prepare it. So I just wanted to share that piece of small advice.
A principle, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, the big undercurrent to this specific game is our candidates watch. Jovi.
Yes, and well, if there are 2 candidate spots available, and one of them will go to the person with the highest rating on January the 1st, 2024. Now, Firouzja has a live rating of 2762, but not far behind him is Anish, Giri, and Wesley. So if they manage to put in good performances, then maybe they can overtake Alireza Firouzja.
And as we know, literally it's a 10-point swing. Should Firouzja win this game, he would gain 5 rating points. Anish Giri would lose 5 rating points, and that's goodbye Anish as far as the race for the rating goes. But imagining Anish winning this game and Firouzja going, that would put Anish in pole position, and Wesley
And Anish,
very, very interested in what's
Anish
going on.
has a
here.
lot of stake in this event, because not only is he in contention for the rating spot, but he's also in contention for the spot that will go to the FIDE circuit leader.
Exactly.
And he's currently in 2nd place behind Fabiano Caruana, who's already qualified. So if Anish manages to put in a great performance,
Top
then
5,
he
let's say.
will. I don't quite know exactly where he has to finish, but let's say, for top 3 or something, then he should be getting that FIDE circuit spot.
Cruise in there. So B2, B3, offering a trade, but on my terms. I like what you said there, Peter. It seems to me that Anish should be playing for that D6, D5 break. The only other thing that did actually cross my mind, it was a flicker, is, you're playing for D5 and or you're playing for F5. After the move B2, B3, just imagining that I do throw in a trade that the computer hates. Bishop takes C4, B3 takes C4, taking more control of the D5 square. I have this move, knight to G4. It's a kind of a, it's a cheeky move, right?
You're eyeing up the F2 pawn.
Exactly.
But your real intention is, after I move the rook up to E2, is perhaps to go F5.
That's exactly what it is. That was my real intention. Probably it's not well timed. I think the problem that I have with this is that H2, H3 puts a kibosh on the break. I don't really want to take on E4 in that case, but I don't want to go back to F6. I'm not really eager to go back to E6. So this whole idea...
Knight H6 here is the best move, but both H3 and somewhat surprisingly, even E takes F5 followed by Knight E4. Yeah, the engine suggests that Knight on E4, and once again, this is why we were so happy about having our B2 pawn being on C4 here. The knight on E4 now cannot really be challenged by D6, D5. We're controlling the D5 square. That means that our F2 pawn is very safe, as long as this knight on E4 survives. And we just go Rook D1. At some point we chase this away with H3. And as you can see, the engine really dislikes this for black. It says that long term, you've still done damage to your position. Very interestingly, by the way, Anish does go Knight G4 here. But after Rook E2, I have a feeling he is not going to be taking on C4 and playing F5. He will be doing something else. The engine very mysteriously suggests now playing H6 and then just
waiting for H3.
Yeah, and then just very quietly going back. This really begs the question why we're not playing H6 immediately.
The argument is, Peter, that the rook is badly placed on E2.
Yeah, I understand, but I can play Rook E1 here. And we have just played H6 and H3 with the inclusion of the sort of the pointless bouncing. Yeah.
But I forced you to find the good move, Rook E2 to E1. Maybe you would find something else. Put the position Knight G4 on the board, and after the move Rook E2, I think that this is a very difficult thing for a lot of viewers to understand, a lot of chess players to understand. I'm going to play a move for black, queen d7. You're going to play h3, and I'm going to play knight takes f2. And a lot of masters will recoil, like, oh, you shouldn't have played knight f2. Then people will say bishop f2 king, but why not? I've traded 6 for 6. I got a pawn and a rook for the 2 minor pieces, but masters love the 2 minor pieces versus the rook. Why, Julie?
Oh.
Why? Would you have played knight f2?
No.
Maybe as a youngster you would have, but now you have a lot of experience.
I would actually just assess this in terms of the middle game. In terms of the middle game, how effective are the rooks here? Black's rooks, they don't have any open lines.
Until you play f5.
Until you
correct.
play f5, but even then it is just a half open target.
Right.
And you can use that extra minor piece in order to generate a point to attack. So I would definitely not.
In the position that the players have, knight g4, and again, we're just going down this little bit of a rabbit hole here. Rook e2 defends the pawn, queen d7, h3, and there was a time in my career where I would have assessed knight takes f2 as a perfectly playable standard move, keeping the material. I didn't like going backwards. You're forcing me to retreat. Rook takes f2. And again, Jovi, you would make the assessment, how are the rooks doing,
exactly. I would
right?
always assess the potential of the rooks.
2 minor pieces.
And then I would also, when it comes to 2 minor pieces, I would see whether they have a point of attack. Because if you do have a point of attack, or target, so to speak,
right,
then you can use that extra piece. Because bear in mind, a rook, 1 piece. Bishop and knight, 2 pieces.
I can attack you twice. Okay, and then you would get to a position like this, and your judgment would be, I would like the 2 pieces, and hence I am not going to play knight takes f2. I'm going to retreat. When did you what rating were you when you kind of felt that you made that understanding became obvious? Because for the longest time, I didn't get it.
Yeah, I think it was many, many, many years ago.
Well, I mean, were you an expert? Were you a master? Were you an A player, a class player?
I would say around about the 2200.
Okay, that's a master. So it took you a while to get
to kind of get there. But
right.
I mean, I would say that these positions, there are no hard and fast rules. You do have to assess them individually. Like, you have to look at the capabilities of the rooks, and you have to again look at whether your pieces can coordinate very well. But there was a case, like I think it was in 2009, where I had the opportunity to get 3 pieces for a queen. It took me 45 minutes to come to that decision.
Take the 3 pieces?
Take the 3 pieces. And it was only because, then I was like, okay, well, how are my 3 pieces going to work together? And then I was like, great, I've got it.
Right.
Then let's go.
Is this something every Russian schoolboy learned in high school, that the 2 minor pieces are better
until
than the rook?
that very, very last bit, I wanted to say I agree with every single word Jovanka is saying. And the only bit of disagreement came at the very end, because I love the 3 pieces against the queen. That always appealed to me greatly, and that would have taken, if it doesn't lose on the spot, I pretty much always take the pieces against the queen.
Right.
But as for pieces against rook, I think the most important thing to remember is you do have to assess it case by case. Rook and the pawn against 2 pieces very much depends on king safety, how active the minor pieces is, are there files for the rooks, and so on. Here I don't particularly like it. I sort of understand the argument, because if we could somehow, let me get a good scenario here for black. Try to get a good scenario. It's a bit
on e4.
It's a bit difficult.
Take with the pawn, double the rooks.
Yeah, something like this. And then white just sort of fuffs about
Bishop
on the queen side for 2 moves.
Yeah.
And then maybe it becomes interesting, because we will take on c4. Now, with the rooks doubled on the f-file, we do not want to be allowing the sacrifice.
Right.
So we'll have to ruin our structure, and then the knight perhaps will start getting aimed at the king side. But obviously, instead of all that, white will actually stabilize on the king side here somehow. And alternatively, if you imagine something like, we get here,
Right.
This knight gets put on h2. The bishop comes out to e3. Your counterplay dies
Rock solid.
a slow death on the king side because
Right.
there's like, this is so solid, you will never really attack these pieces. And then eventually something that Jovanka said is also extremely true. It's very simply 2 against 1. You shouldn't really care what they're called. You just have more of them on the board. So they do more work.
Right.
And it just doesn't work very well. But obviously there will be positions where the opposite is true, where the rooks are roaming free, where your light pieces don't have good squares to occupy. And it will be very unclear. And in the meantime, rook e2 has been followed by a blitzed out d6, d5 by Anish. So Anish had a very specific idea in mind here.
All right, well, let's get to that because d6, rook e2, d5, you said. Okay, d6, d5. And how do you like them apples, Jovi? Are we taking or are we playing bishop b5? Because those are the alternatives, right? If we take, you're going to recapture with the bishop, and then I need to follow up. Maybe I will
Bishop
play
b5,
the
knight
knight
a7 looks very iffy. I think we're taking...
Oh, that... Normally I play bishop a4 to c2, but I put my pawn on
here,
d3.
no.
Apologies.
Not here. d5 already played.
Bishop takes d5. And I am assuming we're putting our knight on e4, are we not? No.
No, don't do that one. Yasser, show us why.
That's terrible. Takes. My queen is no longer defended. My rook is no longer on e1. This loses the queen. Her Highness, I think is what Tanya said. Your Highness. And if I take with the rook, then I'm leaving f2 unprotected. Rook takes e4. Knight takes f2. Whoops, and I'm toast. So in this particular position, I suppose I have to start with h3.
Yes, start by driving that knight back from...
And again, we have that same discussion.
And I think we'll come to a different conclusion, but for very concrete reasons, though.
Please.
After h3, I think we're very happily taking on f2, then taking on c4. The d3 pawn is hanging.
So
you kind of have to take with the knight because of that. And you get, and this is the one window of opportunity here, while the d1 queen is unprotected and the pin exists. You get to play e5, e4 here. If the knight has to go somewhere, black instantly gets a lot of freedom to play in the center. And this is a very, very different scenario to the one we were discussing, where black didn't really have much play for the light pieces. So much so that the engine is suggesting kind of bailing out here with bishop
Giving
a3.
back.
Protecting the queen on d1, meaning that you cannot really play rook e8 because suddenly after d takes e4, you're back to being much worse. So the engine goes e takes f3, bishop takes f8. It's a very curious engine line because after queen h4, he just goes king g1 and says, I'm even going to allow this, and I'm still going to sort of equalize with white. But it really doesn't like allowing all of this. So the main move currently, as I see it on my screen, is a move like queen c2, which looks a bit odd, but does a pretty good job of further reinforcing protection of the f2 square, also sidestepping those e5, e4 tactics because the queen is no longer on d1. And now we are thinking of playing perhaps knight e4 next move.
So h2, h3 is a bit rushed. No, more sedate move, queen c2. Prepping knight e4, prepping h3, and really taking a sting out of f2, sting out of these captures on the f2.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Peter. Going to our remaining game, again, for those of you who are joining us
We
late,
have one more
Duda.
completely untouched.
Yes, I was about to say, Duda's was not feeling well. That game got scratched today, postponed. We believe till the free day. We will double check on that. But going to the, I wanted to say Leinier's game.
Well, we have Nepomniachtchi against Leinier Dominguez.
By the way, breaking news. I can't believe it. I'm looking at the clock times. Are we sure there's not an error on the board? Leinier has more time than his opponent.
Leinier is well prepared.
I mean, it's a very unusual sighting.
Why is that news?
Because
he's
Leinier, he's a great player, but he's a great thinker. He loves time trouble. And how do you get into time trouble? Well, you consume a lot of time in the opening, and that's what he's noted for. But he is actually up on the clock. Let's see how they got here. It looks like it came out of an English. Jan, indeed, played English. Symmetrical, c5. And the 4 knights English with d5. Also becoming more and more topical, these whole lines with g7, g6. Now, that's a little bit off the beaten path. I think everybody castles here. Knight e4.
I think the main move in this position by 2023 can be guessed in one try instead of knight e4. I'll give you one try.
h4.
Of course it is.
Yes. It seems like Alpha Zero and Bent Larsen was before his time. Bent played h4 practically every position, and suddenly h4 has been the go-to move against the King's Indian defense, the Grunfeld defense. Everybody's playing h4, and including in this English. But knight e4, Peter, that is a little bit off the track. And c4, queen c2, b5. I don't know, this early development of the queen side seems either very ambitious or simply reckless. I don't know.
Or possibly none of those two things.
Theory?
Well, it does seem like
This is a rare line, but I think c4 is the prescribed reply here, actually.
Really?
I mean, it's hanging. You don't particularly want to play e6 because you do eventually want to develop this bishop to g7, so you would like to disconnect this bishop from the c5 pawn so that you develop it there normally. Very often, this pawn gets just abandoned. There's a bunch of lines in the English where black just leaves it there and plays for compensation. But this is not a particularly great case for that. It's, I think it's more often things like that happen. As an example, in some line like this, you can definitely consider doing something like knight db4, and after castle's just leaving it there because the queen will get bounced around. We will get a lot of tempi later in the game by attacking this queen and attacking it again and again and again. But knight e4 is rare, and I think c4 is completely fine. And also, knowing Leinier, if he has
I was just going to add to that, because Leinier has had this position before with the black pieces, but he did not play c4.
What did he do?
He played, and he beat Ding Loren with the black pieces. He plays queen b6.
Yeah, another very logical continuation here. We don't want to give it up just yet. If you want to really go after it, you need to make some really awkward moves like queen c2. And perhaps Jan had some kind of an improvement against queen b6 in mind. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but seems very playable. But yeah, c4 is definitely the machine's first suggestion. I'm less sure about b7, b5, because currently my screen says that even the immediate f7, f5, perhaps forcing the knight back to c3. And now this pawn is not hanging and we can continue developing. But one thing we know about Leinier is if he's playing quickly, it is because he's looked at this in depth.
Then he is prepared.
So b3 reply from Jan, bishop g7 very logical, bishop b2, knight db4. Interesting that Leinier felt he needs to include this. This is not that obvious to me. For instance, why you can't just do this, why he felt it was better for him to have the knight on d4 rather than on d5 in this position. But once again, we trust him. He works on chess, and if he thinks this is a better version, it probably just is. Castles, rook a b8, also very much the best move according to the engine. And he's finally thinking about a2, a3, because I don't think it's the best move according to my screen. But it's still perfectly okay for both sides. Currently, the best suggestion of the engine is bishop f5. I'm a bit curious about this, because I would instantly reply to it with knight h4, but the engine says, I don't really care about this bishop.
Wow.
Just does this, and apparently the pawn on c4, let's say if you create this isolani on c4, the queen doesn't have good squares. You want to play queen c2 here, but then, shockingly, after knight a5...
I thought you were going to play knight d4.
So did I, but it doesn't work, No, the engine takes it very slowly. The engine just puts the knight on f6. And says, eventually my queen will come to d6. There will be a rook on b8 in times ahead. And a3 is a target, d2 is potentially a target. I have a b3 square for the rook. It just says, I mean, around equal, but black is playing for advantage here. Even advantage, a slight advantage black.
Bishop f5 is not the kind of move that I would...
But good thing for Leinier is that if he goes knight d5, he's not in a lot of trouble. But the engine does say that after both rook ac1 and also weirdly a move g2, g4, which probably wouldn't have occurred to me because I wouldn't want to do this to my structure. But apparently this is good because rook c1, rook fe1, this knight will have the very nice c5 square.
Wow. I mean, I just see these positions as an English, maybe a little bit of a Catalan player. I haven't sacrificed a pawn in the Catalan. My bishop on g2 is working, and I'm going to play rook c1. I'm thinking, forget about bishop f5 for a moment. If you go knight d5, and I go rook c1, I'm just thinking, boy, I can see a really nice weakness in front of me.
I think this is why bishop f5 is so critical, because here you start seeing the outlines of pretty well-defined white advantage. It's not a huge one.
But can I ask, why is this such a big advantage? Because, I mean, like, bishop will come to a6, you'll overprotect.
Knight to c5.
There's such a nice square on c5.
Knight to c5 is
that's
on
annoying.
my agenda. Yeah, that's the thing on the agenda.
In fact, the engine here dislikes this knight so much that its best option currently is a very ugly-looking move, knight f6, just to try and trade it. And white doesn't trade.
Yeah.
White still goes knight c5, goes d2, d4. And actually, this really does look like a Catlin now.
Now I'm happy.
And it's not a pleasant one. It really isn't a pleasant one.
Exactly, and I'm very happy with white. And again, this just, I'm just amazed that you can play knight a5 and just take this isolated c4 pawn and say, okay, I'm perfectly happy. We've gone through our list of games. We have actually missing a game. For those of you who are joining us late, these are our pairings, but we're going to cross out, we're scratching the game between Duda and Rapport.
Yes, and that is because, unfortunately, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is unwell. So these two will have their games postponed.
So whether the game is replayed, unfortunately for us, we don't know the future of Jan Duda, whether he'll continue the event. It's a little bit awkward, but illness, that's all we have for the moment. We'll get Tony or Chris
to tell
us
on any updates that we receive.
Absolutely. Wow, breaking news. There's always something extremely interesting going on in the Sinquefield Cups. The game of MVL, I think it was.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
That was, I was finding it very exciting. Please.
A plan that we didn't really consider, but the one that I think MVL was pushed into slightly by the way Wesley treated the position. Because Wesley here, instead of for now keeping his options open, he could definitely play something like long castles or h4 first, which is what we were discussing. He's gone with bishop h6, to which MVL just replied by taking and playing queen b6, which might look like a blunder of a full piece here for 1 second, because queen g7 attacking both the rook and the knight. Nope.
King e7.
King e7 does a perfect job for black. In fact, white is suddenly completely lost. The b2 pawn is still hanging. And we're also threatening queen e3 check, taking away the final, like, just to illustrate, queen e3 check. And then, hello.
Oops.
I'm used to the poison pawn positions where you go queen takes b2 and you get your queen trap, queen g7, getting the queen trap that away. That's
not a good move. So
right?
Wesley castled and MVL castled in reply. Rook h1 played, and MVL is thinking here. Honestly, this looked pretty healthy for black.
Rook he1, a move designed to prevent d65 in the future. Why aren't I playing the tidy moves, king b1 and
do you have time for that?
I don't know. I tucked my king in.
Is it d5 ever a possibility, or is it just?
It's already playable. I think the bigger question is what is more useful against d65, because when a king, compared to positions where the knight is on d7 and the rook is on c8, we're under no particular pressure on the queen side here. Black needs 3 tempi to start creating anything. And d65 is the major idea here. And also, I wonder if maybe in some positions Wesley is looking at playing queen e3 and offering a queen trade. But I think the answer is no. As for the 3 moves I mentioned for black, yes, d5 is playable here. But in terms of, I think, the more ambitious approach here, it would be something along the lines of king b8, dreaming once again against 3 passes.
Right.
This might be already very, very unpleasant for white.
Agreed.
With ideas of...
rook takes knight.
Maybe just rook takes e3.
Yeah, rook takes e3, or we can even improve our position by lifting one and bringing the second one into the attack.
Gotcha.
As you can see, the engine starts really, really disliking this for white. Obviously, nobody's going to spend 2 tempi playing h4, h5, and there's no king on g8.
Right.
So, honestly, my feeling is, if I had to pick a side, snap decision, I pick black here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I prefer black.
I suspect also the rook coming to e1 might have something to do with the knight, maybe relocating to f1 and to e3.
Slowly
this is a good plan,
yeah. getting the knight.
Yeah.
Well, you mentioned it long ago, the d5 square. It's about the d5 square. If we
Well-
can control the d5 square, life could be good. Life could
And
Yeah.
another thing
Wishful
Jovanka was
thinking.
mentioning in a different setting, but still, after, let's say, king b8 here,
Right.
you can go towards e3 via a different square as
Yeah.
well, using the fact that the knight on f6 is hanging, and knight g8 seemingly, trying to pick up the knight on f5. Now queen g7 is playable.
But now you just have to calculate like this. Does my queen get out? I take a rook.
Here it does.
Yeah, take a rook, but
You can take the h7 pawn.
yeah, good point.
Then it's out.
You had me at h7 pawn. I liked it. Okay, double-edged a little bit. Again, the current position, if you don't mind, we outlined. This is it.
And we mentioned it 10 times already and haven't
Yeah.
put it on the board once.
It's got to play
what
d5.
What happens if d5 happens?
Exactly.
We have to take. We cannot allow d5, d4. That would
That's
be very,
correct.
very bad.
Right.
Black recaptures with the knight. You get the feeling you have to take. Black probably takes with the rook to
But now-
introduce the idea of rook hd8.
Now our knight on g3 is actually finally on a good square.
Yes, it gets to e4. And the engine suggests this is fairly balanced. White is in no particular trouble because we can solidify on the king side by bringing the knight on c3 to c3 if needed. We can bring the queen back to e3 as well. It goes king b8. It says none of the jumps on, like knight g5 looks attractive for a second, but it says knight d4, and we don't need to worry. And also, moving all of our pieces to the king side and allowing black to play rook c8 with this mass of pieces aimed at our king doesn't seem like it's the
Safest.
the recipe for success. So something like queen e3. The endgame is around equal. Even queen c7, the engine is suggesting, is around equal, with positions like this potentially arising out of it. These types of positions, I personally always think, are slightly better for white.
Yeah,
Because the bishop,
rook and bishop
the
versus
bishop
rook and knight.
is just going to be slightly stronger than this knight, but
Yeah.
not very much.
The Bobby Fischer ending, we would call it, this rook and bishop versus rook and knight. By the way, Leinier did toss in that move bishop f5, and as you said, Peter, your knee-jerk reaction would be to play knight h4.
And it has been played, yes.
Yes, and bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, knight d5 on the board. The players have reached our analysis. Are we still in theory at all?
I think we must be.
We must
Just
be,
by the-
because they were so very logical
No,
moves,
we're
right?
not in theory in that game, but
Oh,
in
pardon
terms
me.
of whether we're in Leinier's theory,
Yes.
I'm
We
thinking
could be.
yes,
We
we
could
are.
be.
Because of the time difference. And how does the engine assess this position?
Just
do you know?
equal.
Just equal.
Just equal. It goes knight f3. It doesn't even take on c4. It goes knight f3. And the same idea sort of reappears. You can actually even go knight a5 here, because provoking before and going back, the engine views quite... Sorry, not actually back. It goes... this is the point. Very nice.
What?
Using the fact that the bishop is not on g2, we're very specifically playing knight f6 here to force it to this rather stupid square, and only then
Going knight
we
c6.
return to c6, and then we start counterplay with a7, a5, and it says something like d3, a5 with relative equality.
Wow. And how do they match up against themselves,
Well,
Jovi?
let's take a look at the stats and wait for it, Yasser. It's quite close.
Not that
Nepomniachtchi,
many games, but we've been seeing 31 draws
to
and
3.
27 draws amongst the others. They haven't really played each other that often, only 12 times in classical chess. Certainly they've been playing batting heads online in all of those incredible events.
And in all the World Rapid and Blitzes, Leinier,
Exactly.
obviously a World Blitz champion. He won the tournament in Astana. The 1 year it was played without increment. And he was just destroying people on like 10 seconds left, and he would win games where he had 10 against 20, no increment.
Yeah.
He was just so much faster than everybody else in that tournament.
There was no
was always-
underhand,
no.
dirty tricks.
No. He was
That
playing
was before the
he was playing
computers
pretty
even
cleanly.
became computers.
He was
Wow.
playing. He was playing pretty cleanly and just was faster mechanically than everybody else in the field. It was awesome to watch.
For me, I just find it so strange, this position, that it's not favorable for white, because if I were black, I would rather have my pawns on b6 and c5 rather than being advanced and potentially a weakness on c4. But Evens is what the
Evens. I'm guessing.
says.
I'm guessing if we had here time for white to move the bishop away from e4, as we've seen, it's becoming a target in some of these positions. So imagine we play bishop g2 and black plays a7, a6. Well, actually, still fine. I thought this might be now better for white after knight f3, but no. Even after wasting a whole tempo on a7, a6, it says we're not in trouble. I guess we're just misunderstanding this position. And this is why what Jovanka said about this still being Leinier's theory is, I think, very much on point. Because I think it would have taken a very strong grandmaster like Leinier, still, the move bishop f5 and the correct assessment of the position this leads to, would have taken him some time, but he spent like 2 minutes on it. So.
That brings me to a very intriguing topic. You're playing with the engines. You have a look at one of your favorite positions. You just want to make sure that your prep is all nice, and you just installed a new engine, and it tells you that your prep is no good. It's now even, a position that you've been playing favorably for so long. What do you do when your chess engine tells you your preparation only gives you an
I'm
equal?
very much used to having preparation being 0.01
throughout.
or whatever.
So long as you're happy.
No,
with
what
the
I
position.
do is I actually switch roles. So I get the engine to play what I have prepared.
Okay.
And then I, see how it goes. And if the position isn't that easy for me to play against my own repertoire, I'm happy.
Okay.
And in fact, these days, again, this goes to show, I don't think everyone needs to have a supercomputer as well.
Right.
We have all these supercomputers in our phones.
Right.
And so we can just get out the phone, we can test out our own preparation. But I would never, ever advocate that you test out your own lines against the engine, because the engine is just going to squash you. But instead,
depressing.
Exactly. You play your opponent and have the engine play your lines.
Peter, I'm showing my clear prejudice that the pawns on b5 and c4 make me eager to play white's position, and the engine laughs at me. The engine has, how do you say, tweaked your prejudices as well. What happens when something like that happens and you get shocked?
Well, you get used to it, but what Jovanka is saying is absolutely correct. You have to either learn to live with the engine sort of disagreeing with your person. It doesn't care about your feelings, is what I'm trying to say.
Whether they're hurt or otherwise.
It really doesn't care about your feelings. So you learn to live with it, and actually the life hack that Jovanka just described sounds very, very useful to me, because that way you're much less depressed about your chances, because you see that you've made 2 normal moves against. The engine says you've got no advantage with white, and then you turn it around, you make 2 moves with black, you're suddenly seriously worse. And you think, okay, so this is not that easy.
Not so easy. I wanted to turn our attention to the game between Alireza and Anish, because guess what? We did see the move rook e2, bishop takes, queen c2. And in this moment, you might be thinking, okay, I will just play a move like rook to e8 as black. Anish, just refortify the pawn on e5. Get ready to meet a move like h3 with a retreat, knight f6. Anish said, I'm doubling down. I played knight g4 with purpose. I really do want to play knight takes f2. What's your take on this move? f7, f5. It's a big challenge now.
It looks good.
It looks good.
Whether it is good,
okay,
is another matter, but we'll have to do a deep dive into this position.
Shall we investigate?
Ask, well, first of all, what's going to happen if you, you read my mind there,
well,
Yasser.
Here we go.
Just attack the
knight
knight.
takes f2, rook takes f2. We're going to get Peter to weigh in there with us. At e4 immediately, Peter, or do we do something?
It takes on f2 and then goes b5. In general, it likes this idea of throwing in b7, b5 somewhere very much, because you cannot really push e5, e4 so easily when the bishop is still on c4. But once it departs this diagonal, e5, e4 grows in strength exponentially. So it plays b5 here.
That was
bishop
not
takes
on
b5.
my radar, by the way. I want to be clear. I was not going in that direction.
Bishop takes b5, e4. You already have to actually return material. Machine says best line is to enter this. Sorry.
No worries.
Yeah.
And, the line continues, but
Wow.
Yeah.
It's very playable for black. So perhaps you have to take on d5 here.
Okay.
Apologies.
No worries.
But then there is a weakness on d3.
let's
There's potentially. Let me.
not make the poor man suffer.
I was actually enjoying this, Jovi. You can keep me in check. Let me help Peter on this one. Bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, right?
Yeah.
And now we are facing this e4 stuff. Do you like bishop a3? I kind of like to throw that in, right?
Let's get that into the board.
Okay, because I am going to
You
encourage
are inviting
b4.
b4. Maybe was one rule in life that
Please.
I try to abide by, and that's always look after the king.
So tuck your king away.
Yeah, so
King g1.
I've lost quite a few games by not doing that.
Yeah. So you like to tuck your king away, but then again, now we're talking about the two minor pieces versus the rook. But now what my rooks are doing,
They're working.
They're
They're
working.
just going to pounce on the d3 pawn.
exactly, rook to d8, doubling up against the d3 pawn. If I provoke knight e1, it doesn't inspire.
No, but you can. Can you simplify the position in order just to get some clarity?
Bishop a3 again,
Yeah, bishop a3, bishop b2, something.
like this. Here's what I have in mind, is I don't like the retreating move knight e1, so I'm actually on a completely different tangent, c4. The idea is, if you take, then I was going to trade queens with queen takes c4 and recapture with the knight, and I was thinking that, okay, I've got, whatever I've got, I'm going to be a pawn. I'm losing the d3 pawn, but I'm kind of messing up the structure a little there for black. But this line that Anish is playing is showing, to my mind, a lot of ambition. We talked about that coming into studio.
Yeah.
Like Anish, he plays along with it, this idea that he's this drawing master. And
That's so unfair.
that it is, right?
It is
because he's
completely
fighting
unfair,
he's
because-
fighting very hard, and it seems to me with this whole f5 concept that he's come with great ambition with the black
I don't think
pieces.
I've ever seen Anish have a 15-move draw. And he's always fighting it out. He's always
Right.
having these kind of very critical battles.
Right.
And it's just so unfair that he's gotten this reputation just because of this one tournament.
The candidates, where he had
he's-
like 3 winning positions, and he drew those winning positions. We've been looking at this position after f7, f5, Peter, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Nice to have you.
I apologize for the
Nothing
malfunction.
nothing but h2, h3 has been but knight takes f2 has worked out okay for black.
It's fine. I've also pointed out that the engine suggests you can go bishop takes c4, knight takes c4 best move, and e5, e4 immediately. This one, sadly, is a little bit more equal. I think this one lends itself to simplifications more than the other one. Actually, g4, f4 is already quite good for black, but after knight e1, regrettably for black, you have to go back. White will probably get rid of that troublesome bishop.
Right.
Positions become very, very interesting here as well. For instance, black continues ignoring the fact that the pawn on e4 is sort of hanging.
Right.
The only move here not to be worse here for white is knight d2.
Wow.
And the engine suggests this is around equal, but I will say that bishop takes e4 followed by e4 is definitely a very legitimate way to play apart from knight takes f2. So both of those are open. I'm not sure h3, in view of all that, I'm not sure h3 is the best move. You could spend a tempo on bishop b2 just to bring more pieces into play, perhaps hint at playing d3, d4 in some positions to stop the black pieces eyeing our f2 pawn. And an idea I mentioned earlier reintroduces itself here as well, because black really is very, very interested in getting this bishop away from this diagonal. Bishop takes b5, e4 is trouble for white. Maybe not a lot of trouble, but definitely you suddenly have to be very, very careful.
But
So
how realistic is it to see moves like b5?
I wanted to come back to that because
Right.
I think, and watching him in the Rapid and Blitz even, which is normally not a tournament where people show a lot of very in-depth opening prep, I think Anish is it's not a novel idea, but he's definitely fighting for the title of the best prepared player for this particular tournament. And it's a bit inconclusive with him having spent about, I would say, 20 minutes on the clock, including the increment, getting to this position. But knight g4 followed by d5 followed by f5 is so specific.
Right.
That I really wouldn't rule out him actually knowing all this. And if he knows, then he probably knows b5 exists as well.
Right.
Finding b5 over the board is not impossible, but is definitely not easy. But specifically in the case of Anish, it would not shock me in the slightest if this was still book and he was just, because the move order that Alireza chose is not the most popular one, just took him some time to sort of remember the exact page of his analysis. But Anish is incredibly well booked up.
For me, the move b7, b5, truly, it really wasn't on my radar, and I do find that a remarkable move. If we were to just look at the most forcing lines, could you just take that away from for us, Peter? H3, knight takes f2, rook takes f2. We're playing e5, e4.
No, we're taking on f2 first.
We're drawing the
first.
King out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bishop
takes
f2, king f2.
And then we play b5 as
pointed out before, b5.
This is best play. If you don't play b5 here, you're probably at least a little bit worse. The second best move is, I think, it's not significantly worse according to the evaluation, but I really don't like this idea of taking and playing queen d5, which the engine suggests is still playable, but you're selling yourself short, it feels like. Right?
Yeah.
You're giving up on the dream of creating something immediate on the king side. So I like b5 much more.
Right.
And bishop d5, queen d5, the engine says is completely fine for black. In fact, it actually goes down this rabbit hole and suggests towards the end of that very, very long forced line with bishop c4 and knight g5, it gives white a slight edge because of this move knight e6, eventually probably picking up the pawn on c7.
Right.
How realistic any of this is in practical play, I would not want to venture an opinion on that.
Right. Wow. Yeah, that is really
I'm sure
in-depth.
even if white did get to that position, they'd be like, let me exchange down.
Like, what's going on?
Scratch that line.
Right? Like, I purposefully did that? What's going on? We're getting to that point of our broadcast where we're going to be taking a break, but we did want to tell you before we go on break that we have a very special guest coming to join us later in the show. Brian is going to be on board. He's one of our musical directors there at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Have you been to some of the concerts that are hosted?
I've been to.
They're really brilliant.
They're very good.
And you can see them on stream. You can go to the YouTube channel and just do a World Chess Hall of Fame music series and subscribe, because it's really definitely worthwhile. And again, for those of you who are joining us late, well, Duda.
Yeah, we do have some news. Well, the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport will not be happening today because Jan-Krzysztof Duda is unwell. And we will keep you updated with more news as soon as we get it.
Yeah, we just don't know how serious it is. We're hoping it's just going to cause a postponement in the games. Well, in my days when we had such situations, we just postponed them until the free day. So it's hopefully that game with Richie
you forfeit. I mean, that's the alternative. Postpone.
That just so spoils the tournament, right? A forfeit, because
yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes, you know, such is the price you have to pay.
Yeah.
You mustn't sacrifice your health.
Illnesses do occur. Peter, in your tournament experience, I mean, we both played in tournaments where people unfortunately have fallen out of the event, but mainly they got rescheduled, the games.
Yeah, obviously you hope that it's nothing too serious, and then you can use the free day to play the one game you miss. And if it is, then yeah, the choices become very difficult, because playing a tournament in which you have defaulted on one or maybe even two games, it becomes an exercise in futility to a large degree, and it's really not doing any good to the field either, because some people get a free point and some don't. So perhaps at that point the question of just completely withdrawing starts becoming a much more serious option. We really hope none of this will need to be discussed, and we wish Jan-Krzysztof the speediest recovery, of course.
Sadly, I remember here in this year's Cairns Cup, one of the ladies had to drop out, and it was Alexandria. Alexandria had defeated, and they took away her point. And Alexandria was furious.
Yeah.
I won when she was healthy. I want my whole point. But sorry, Alexandria. She was very upset about it. But we did have a withdrawal during the Cairns Cup that marred that fantastic event. I was going to say. Where's the action, Peter?
Let's return to our game of the two local
heroes.
matadors,
Right.
local matadors, they call it in German press. Yeah. The game between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana, and eventually we got the position very close to the one I was describing via a completely different move order.
Bishop coming to G3.
Yeah. After D4, Fabi took, and then gave this check on B4, which I thought was an interesting little touch because. Knight c3 is playable, but I think a very logical move here is bishop d2 because I think white would very much welcome the idea of these bishops coming off the board and then developing this knight not to d2 but to c3, and then eventually, let's just briefly, I want to show you something structurally. The issue for black here is that if you imagine this bishop and let's say this knight getting traded off, it's not that bad.
Right.
But white will very often immediately play h2, h3 to make sure it doesn't happen. And then you don't really have any work for this bishop for the foreseeable future. And this type of structure with black not having the bishop pair, I think, is very nice for white. It's not spectacular, but you always pick white here because of the center. But after bishop d2, of course, black is not compliant here. Black goes a7, a5, and says, you want to trade this bishop? Please activate my rook. Please take away your own c3 square from your knight. This is unthinkable. You're instantly slightly worse. Of course, this wasn't played. Levon castled, Fabi also castled, and then the maneuver I was harping on about for like half an hour finally did happen. The bishop started on its way towards the g3 square. Black put the knight on the b5 square. The bishop got chased away to put the knight on c3. Eventually, it's not there yet, but I'm pretty sure eventually it will be on c3. And this is the current position where white still has the same trumps that we were discussing. The very nice pawn center. Knights generally want to be on c3 and f3. I think the reason he hasn't played knight c3 yet, if you look here, is I think it would have invited bishop g4, attacking the f3 knight and indirectly the pawn on d4. So after rook e1, if Lev goes bishop g4 here, you can play knight bg2 and connect your knights and sort of solve this problem. But ideally, it will go to c3. But black now, with the inclusion of a5 and a3, has potential counterplay. Let's say after knight c3, I can play a4.
Exactly.
Put the bishop on b3, perhaps play knight c4, put some pressure on the b2 pawn.
Nice.
And this is a picturesque-looking center. But what do you do with it?
Right.
Whereas for black, there is, I think, pretty clear-cut counterplay on the queen side.
Well, bishop
very
b3,
interesting position.
Yeah, bishop b3, knight c4 makes a very compelling argument, which kind of I also wanted to say is, why wasn't Fabi anxious to play a4? Because you are giving your opponent the possibility of playing a3, a4, or even b2, b3. But instead of bishop e6, like, why didn't he just start with the move a4?
I think it's not going to be taken away. I don't think a3, a4 is such a great idea because, let's say we play a4 here for white. I think it just creates a target because this bishop will be on b4 instantly. And in all of your endgames, you will be really worried about this pawn because you don't have a light square bishop. And if you imagine in some position, black eventually attacking it with anything else, it might just fall off. So if in white's shoes, if you're choosing which square to give up, b3 or b4, I think you'd much rather give up the b3 square. And Fabi actually played knight bd2. I kept on saying the knight belongs on c3. But he feels that giving up the b3 square is very important, so he's keeping it under control for now.
The big question remains, though, for white. What is the plan? I mean, you've got to have an idea of improvement.
Well, first of all, the scheme of development, you know, I'm assuming queen c2, rook d1, h3, bishop g3, but then we've put all of our pieces nicely. But are we going kingside? Are we going to the center?
This is the issue with the structure, where the pawns on c6 and f6, they create this kind of a barrier to our advance in the center, and it's not quite clear how we're going to break through. I thought maybe what you're describing, a kind of a plan which involves putting the queen on c2, rook a d1, h3, bishop g3, for sure, it's really not doing anything on h4 at all. But then what to do? Another way to go would be perhaps to do something like, let me try the arrows. This one goes
Nicely
here.
done.
This one goes here.
Nice.
Then it goes here.
Looks good.
This one goes here. And then maybe you hope to play d4, d5 at some point. But d5 is incredibly well fortified. So I'm not sure. We can start hinting at d4, d5 maybe in some positions. But I don't know if we're actually ever lending it against an opponent who is aware of what's going on. And Levon will be aware. I think this is probably just completely fine for black, to be honest.
Yeah, and I see these positions, and I see black also kind of doing a Karpov shuffle. He goes queen d7, king h8, moves his bishops out of the way, puts them on f7 and f8.
Maybe even all the way back
G8,
to g8. Yeah.
And
another way to go, and the way to go I like very much. I think this rook belongs on e8.
Yeah.
And then this bishop can drop back to
To
f8 to open, and this one to f7 maybe as well.
Right.
To generate some pressure against the white center.
Nice, thank you, Peter. We have reached that point in our show where we're going to go on break, but before we do, we always check in with our friends at QBoutiqueSTL.com to see what they have as a special, and here it is, the 2023 Grand Chess Tour t-shirt. To show off your support for the 2023 Grand Chess Tour with this amazing t-shirt. The blend of polyester and cotton will keep you comfortable, and the back features the tournament locations for the Grand Chess Tour: Bucharest, Warsaw, Zagreb, and St. Louis. They are available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and don't forget, we are running a holidays special.
Yeah.
Instead of our usual 5% family discount, no sir, 20% on all of our shopping items. So do your holiday shopping at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and we will take a break and be back with more coverage of round 2 of the Sinquefield Cup. See you shortly.
So today's Community Day. All the participants of the U.S. Championship are going to schools around St. Louis and, teaching kids openings, endgames, tactics, doing some fun stuff like hand and brain, some simuls, and we just finished our first class and it was really fun.
I see kids taking the skills that they're learning in chess, whether that be critical thinking, decision-making skills, planning skills, and I see them applying that throughout the rest of their school day, whether it's in classes or sports, or even just how they interact with one another and with their teachers.
I play with my auntie, my mom, my sisters. Sometimes on the weekends, we go to the park and we play. They be begging me to teach them. I show them new stuff, new openings. I show them that. And so I'm trying to see them get better and try to beat me.
What I like about chess is just trying to have fun and learn new things, and maybe I'll get more into it and it'll maybe be my full career.
I heard that if you play chess, you make better decisions in life, so I always want to make better decisions in life.
I can tell you that they've engaged more in critical thinking. They are looking analytically at moves and trying to think ahead.
I like the complexity of chess, how you have to think about every single move you make. Every move you make, whether it's gonna put your king in check, whether it's gonna put your anything in danger, whether it's just a move that you make. Everything counts in the long run. I like how it makes me use my critical thinking, makes me look at the whole board.
I think it's teaching them to be persistent. We have a lot of students who it takes them, it may take a few weeks or even months in chess club to master a particular strategy or skill. And what I think that teaches kids is even if they don't get it the first time around, or even if it's difficult the first time around, it's worth sticking to it.
Well, one thing's for certain, without the St. Louis Chess Club, we would not have chess instructors because, I don't know if you all know this, but there is a critical shortage of teachers and educators, and especially those in areas that are not core content area. And because of the St. Louis Chess Club collaboration, we have people who come in here working with students who want to work with them. Today, with the experience, the Grandmaster Community Outreach Day, I came up and I'm like, well, what's a grandmaster? And they're like, oh, you don't know what a grandmaster is? And they were able to explain that. And they recognize the importance and the seriousness. I mean, it's a sport, it's a profession. And so they're able to see things outside of the sports that we typically promote in school?
It makes me feel good because like learning stuff like this will help me build my problem solving skills, help me build strategy, and like, you know, helping my brain.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gini Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Gini Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a Chess Merit Badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, chess fans. I'm Anastasia Karlovich, Women Grandmaster, and I'm here in St. Louis to bring you more insights from the Grand Chess Tour. Please follow us in social media of St. Louis Chess Club and Grand Chess Tour.
Welcome back to the second round of the Sinquefield Cup, and we have a very special guest here with us, musical director and creative in residence, Brian Owens. Pleased to have you here on the show.
I know everybody's like, who is this guy?
No. You've been on before, Brian. You were the guy who did the Bobby Fischer song. I was there.
Yeah. I had a beard then, though. I looked like a totally different person.
You did, but for me, that was one of the most creative songs I've ever heard in my life.
Appreciate
No. That was absolutely extraordinary. Every time I try to create a song, I can't do anything.
Every time I try to play chess, I can't do anything. See, we're all in the.
But you managed to link the two, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I think there are a lot of correlations between chess and music that I found over the years, and specifically since I started working at the World Chess Hall of Fame. I mean, they're both universal languages. They both, it requires both creative and a certain level of intelligence to do both of them. And so, I mean, I have a deep appreciation for chess. Though I'm not a great chess player, what I'm finding is a lot of the folks who play our music series, they are chess players. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
How cool is that? And recently we had coming to St. Louis the musical chess, which I went. It was so good. It was magical. The nights were fantastic.
Yeah, and I went into it. I've been going to the Muni a long time. It was actually the best show that I've seen at the Muni.
Wow.
In all my years of coming, and I go every year on a date with my choir teacher from high school.
Really?
Yeah, and so she said, well, let's go see chess. And we went to go see it, and we were both kind of like, we'll see what happens. And by the end, we were like, this is probably the best music we've seen here. Yeah. The storyline's great, and the music is great. I love the song Anthem. Right. Just this expression of country, and it's really cool, man. I like it.
One night in Bangkok. Man.
Yeah.
I was just, as we were coming on show, I was just saying to Brian that I actually was in Murano in 1980, and my guy, Victor Korchnoi, I was working with Victor Korchnoi, and in the bar, I spent 3 hours talking to a guy who was doing a musical on chess, and I just thought it was the dumbest idea I ever heard in my life. I mean, imagine a business venture, Brian. I'd say, come to Brian, I need you to do a musical on chess. You go to a tournament like this, silence. Silence. Don't talk. No talking. No talking a lot. It's in the rules. You can't
Till
talk.
the end of the night, and you find out that it's Tim Rice.
Exactly. That's exactly
like you just
what
casually
happened.
dropped that, man.
I know.
Yeah, it was Tim Rice.
Yeah.
It
was like, wait a minute, Andrew Lloyd Webber, Jesus Christ Superstar.
Yeah.
I can't believe you tried to sabotage one of the greatest musicals of all time.
And what about chess, no less? Out of principle, you should have been like,
yeah, that's good. That's good. You
Yeah.
got this. What's coming up at the World Chess Hall of Fame in the musical series?
We got a great season next year with a lot of locally based talent that has world-renowned acclaim, and we're really excited about that. Really excited about the diversity that we're bringing into the Hall of Fame in the chess. Really excited about the gala this year.
Yes, that's coming up
because
on the
myself
2nd.
and Brian Woods, who's the other musical director, we're going to be hosting. And again, I think the world has now come to St. Louis for chess.
Right.
But I think we forget that a lot of the music that's in the world came from St. Louis. And so now being able to make that correlation of excellence on the campus of World Chess Hall of Fame, which we feel like is a place of excellence, I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
Well, St. Louis, the home of the blues, but you don't just create, you perform.
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm
We
telling
have
you,
the
you're
proof.
great.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
at Brian performing. Oh.
Broken heart. How can you stop the rain from falling down? Tell me, how can you stop that old sun from shining?
I gotta say, Brian, that bearded look is very, very different from the one in studio.
Shout out to Al Green, 1972. That's why we did that, because it was the same year as the Spassky Fisher.
Yes.
So that's why we did that song.
And Brian, so tell us about your role as a music director and creative in residence for the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Like I was saying earlier, I love what I get to do. I get to find these correlations between the world of chess and the world of music. We try to help a lot of young creatives with this idea of strategizing their lives, strategizing their careers, and chess is a perfect backdrop for that. And again, just the way we're getting to integrate a lot more diversity into people who are sometimes coming to the campus for the first time through the music series, but then are able to find out all of the other many wonderful things that we offer at the chess club and through the galleries at the Hall of Fame. So it's really cool.
You mentioned the World Chess Hall of Fame music series. What makes it so special?
I think what makes it special is the level of excellence, right? And the place that we're providing for folks, not only who are in St. Louis, but from around the world to come, be treated with the respect that their talent deserves, and for audiences to be up close and personal and intimate. It's a lot like the chess tournaments that you have, right? Like you get to be almost like you're there with them in the game. And I think, from a creative standpoint, it's really cool for audience to get that experience.
Well, the intimacy between the musician and the audience
it's
is right
amazing.
there. It's fantastic.
It's
And when I go to the series, the ones that I've gone through, quite a number of people from symphony perform as well.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's great.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, and just like, the World Chess Hall of Fame and the Chess Club has brought so many amazing, talented chess ambassadors to the city who now call the city home.
Right.
And I think the same is true for musicians and active artists and creatives in our city. I mean, they perform all over the world.
Right.
So to get them in a room of 75 of our closest friends.
Right, because that's what it feels like too, right?
Yeah, and to play music at the highest level, to play original music that they made, it's special.
Yeah. And you're co-emceeing Strategy Across the Board on December 2nd. What can we look forward to?
Well, you gotta get your tickets.
Yeah, get your tickets. It's gonna be a lot of fun with myself and Brian Woods, and I mean just celebrating the tenure of this great organization in the community, the work that's been done scholastically with chess, and what we hope to do moving forward with music and bridging those things and marrying them together. I think this year's gala is going to really shine a beautiful light on that.
And this is the gala coming up.
Yes.
It's our big fundraiser. It's our annual fundraiser, Strategy Across the Board. Marina will be there, of course, as a special guest. It's
pretty
cool.
cool.
All take place.
Come on.
December 2nd. And we're going to combine also the closing ceremony. So we're going to get a lot of the chess grandmasters with us. The other Brian, I wanted to put it like that, the other Brian that works at the World Chess Hall of Fame, the music series, he was telling me about getting a performer, and it was crazy. The performer was going to New York and and it was like there was only one date that he could perform in St. Louis. And he said, book me, I want it. It was like the musicians now want to meet the chess players too, right? Because he plays chess. He was from Russia. Petrovich, they had done so, never mind, sorry. But yeah.
He's a really good musician.
It was really great. It was really great. And I think that's cool that the musicians want to come and be a part of the chess scene.
But if you look at the exhibit that we have now, I mean, you see so many musicians who, back in the day, Neil Diamond on the cover of a magazine, he's playing chess, or Ray Charles was apparently an amazing, not just avid chess, but a really good chess player.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we can look at and see some kind of cognitive dissonance, but it's like, it's really not. It actually makes a lot of sense for people who are high-level musicians and creatives to also be lovers and engaged in chess. Yours truly not included in that number. Yeah. When I can beat my 5-year-old daughter, then I'm like,
it's good.
I'm good.
But I remember Ray Charles with the Braille set. Brian, thank you so much for
thanks for having me.
It's brilliant. I'm looking forward to the gala night. It's going to be absolutely
I may make you sing with me.
No, don't you dare.
Please do.
Well, people leaving the show early.
This gentleman has a fine voice.
We're going to take a look at our standings right now as up to round one.
And you can see that after yesterday's very peaceful day, not a single person is in the lead. Instead, we have 10 players and all on half a point. And when it comes to the pairings, well, today's pairings, well, they are incredible. As always, Nepomniachtchi plays off against Dominguez, and you just saw the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Richard Rapport be grayed out, and that is because Jan-Krzysztof Duda is unwell. We will update you with news on that as soon as we get it. So that game has either been postponed, or we definitely wish Duda a speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
And we're back to the playing hall where we see the players deep in concentration.
We have 4 games
Anish.
underway, Peter. Tell us where the action is.
I think we should return at first to this game between Alireza, Firouzja and Anish Giri, where h3 has actually been played. I was arguing that perhaps White could wait for a move, but after, I think, a reasonably lengthy pause, decided to force the action here to ask Anish what he wants to do with this knight on g4. And Anish chose the second of the two options, which are entirely playable. Knight takes f2, as we've discussed at length, is a decent move. But bishop takes c4 arguably maybe is even a slightly better one. And the path to equality for White here is somewhat narrow, because currently my engine is saying this isn't bad for White. But honestly, I'd be very scared, because if you allow rook a8 and queen takes d3, this rook is gone. You can forget about this rook.
Right.
So eventually it will get picked up, and your pawn on d3 is very weak. You constantly have to watch out for e5, e4, and if you don't control these things properly, your king side will get blasted open and you will lose. Currently, it says this is fine, because rook a d8, it actually gives up on d3, but it plans, I suspect, to try and capture this rook on d3 after knight d5. The rook currently has no squares. And honestly, to my shock, because there's, for instance, rook d1 here, I wouldn't at all be like immediately sure that this is bad for black. But this is apparently already pushing it in White's direction, probably because knight e1 is very strong. And then king e2 will actually capture this rook, because we cannot open up squares for it. But these are all very high-level calculations. The more natural move is to take on c4 with a knight.
And by the way, Alireza has been thinking for a good 20 minutes, because capturing with the knight is what we want to do, Peter.
Absolutely, but he realizes, of course, black isn't doing this with the intention of now dropping anything back, abandoning the
e5.
The pawn on e5. And
no, e4 we can absolutely
E4 comes in, and now your choices are quite limited. A very naive play like taking the knight, taking the pawn, you're instantly pretty much lost to this. This looks completely lost. We are getting mated for just one pawn. This is unplayable.
We're getting mated for one pawn. Doesn't sound like a fair deal,
No,
Jovi.
it absolutely doesn't.
You can go in here, and this is honestly a bit shocking, just what kinds of positions engine defends. The engine suggests this is actually better, because you get to meet f takes g2 with bishop e3. And when the queen comes to h4, we just take this pawn and we somehow survive. But I don't think anybody plays this.
One position we're getting mated for a pawn.
Unless somehow that's what you
unless everything else loses, I think.
Right.
And the move that probably does equalize reasonably comfortably for the given value of comfortably is the move knight e1. Now everything is secure. The knight finally has to go back. It needs to be taken off the board to be able to eventually take on e4. As we say all this, knight has finally taken on c4, so we headed in this direction, I'm sure.
Right.
Bishop g5, and after something like h6, as we've discussed in this position, the only move that equalizes is move knight d2.
Not obvious, obvious.
Now with the knight on d2, we're finally threatening to take on e4 and recapture with the knight covering the f2 square.
So knight to d2. You know, they say in chess that the hardest moves to find are the backward moves.
Absolutely.
Retreating. Yeah, and nobody wants to retreat.
Exactly.
And I'm 99.9% sure e5, e4 will happen as soon as Anish gets back to the board. I'm sure the only reason it's not on the board yet is that he's just not there.
I see the clock times are decisively in favor of Anish.
Yeah.
Only 30 minutes, Jovi, for Alireza. So he's been taking his time.
But the position is very complicated. And again, it's one of those positions where the price of an error is going to be quite costly.
E5, E4, automatic. And
I would think so, yeah. I would think so. So this is a very sharp position. Another game that is going very much along the lines that we were discussing is the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Leinier Dominguez. We talked about this position at length, suggesting that it's maybe not immediately obvious why black is doing fine, but black is doing fine. And in fact, after Leinier also found knight a5 and Jan played rook a b1, knight f6 and bishop g2. For a while there, the engine was actually suggesting black is significantly better after rook b3. Wow. But then it drops. Knight just goes back to f3. We do lose the a3 pawn. But then after rook a1, we have a decent amount of counterplay against all of these awkward placed pieces. And c4 is weak, a7 is weak. It's probably closer to a draw than to anything else. Leinier preferred queen d6. The knight still came back to f3. And he actually cashed this in. He took on b1 and took on a3 here. Black is clearly completely fine. The question is whether you can actually be seriously better. My suspicion is the answer is no.
No.
Because still, the knight on a5 is not an oil painting, and after something like currently, I very much like this approach, just playing knight e5, attacking the pawn on c4, and then just offering this queen trade. And saying, recognize these Catalan motifs? Look at my beautiful bishop.
Rook
Look at my
d5.
rook on the open file. Look at this idiot on a5 that does nothing. And yeah, it's very difficult to imagine white actually loses this.
Right.
But black is a reasonably healthy pawn up for the moment, so no reason to be upset either.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
You'd almost start to favor white if you could get in a move or two. A game, I must say, that I found fascinating was the game between Wesley So and MVL. That was that Najdorf Sicilian that looked like pieces misplaced. Knight on g3, bishop on d3. We did see d5. They followed your analysis, Peter.
Up to here, but not from that moment onwards. We were making the argument here for recapturing with the rook because it allows the other rook to come into the game, and VL went with, I think, the slightly more conservative capture with the bishop. Wesley played bishop b4, offering this trade. It was possible to accept it. The engine suggests that trading on e4 and then immediately trading one pair of rooks and bringing the other one in is fine. But knight d4 is a very understandable response as well. King b1, bishop b6. It feels like black is making more of the running here. The knight on d4 is a very nice looking piece. You pretty much never want to play something like c2, c3 because you immediately have to start worrying about getting mated. Maybe not immediately, but in the reasonably near future. So Wesley played bishop d3, attacking the pawn on e5. Queen c7, knight e2 has been played, and MVL recaptured on e2. This is fairly equal. The one thing that perhaps unbalances these types of positions is the pawn on e5 sometimes becomes a target. Right. Let's say rook takes e2. And a very illustrative line is shown by the computer here. After king b8, white goes queen g7. And suddenly it's impossible to defend it. But you do have e5, e4 followed by taking on h2.
Can you just pile up, for instance, on
nice
the...
pile up.
Like go rook d
Rook
to e1?
But then I'll play, I think if I play f6 here, it will be much harder.
Yeah, I wanted
g4.
Yeah, f4 there will be some jumps.
Okay, but yeah.
There will be some jumps. But yeah, outside of trying to put some pressure on the e5 pawn, there is really nothing that would suggest white is even remotely better. So this is probably quite balanced. If we continue the line after queen g7, I suspect something like this happens. And then white probably gives this check from e5, and it's very, very level. So this one, after a very, very promising start, where by move 12 we thought this is a very unusual, very unbalanced position with pieces in very strange spots. With a lot of trades, this is now looking like a perfectly legitimate Sicilian of some description.
This, guys, I have to say, this is what happened to is in day one of round one. The level of accuracy of the players was just so extraordinarily high. The imbalances in the position all got ironed out, and that was why we saw 5 draws in the first round of play. That looks like another one of those games that, you know, just great accuracy. It's a little frustrating for us as commentators because we could say, aha, blunder, you know, a player's winning.
But on the other hand, obviously, you can't really criticize very well-played games. And this one is another one which seems quite finely balanced, although I will say I was a bit surprised both by the move and also by the reaction of my screen to it. Because after knight b2, we left it here with Fabi choosing to develop knight 2d2 to control both the b3 and the c4 square. And Levon instantly traded the pair of knights here on c4. And the engine actually disagrees with this quite a bit, which I thought was interesting and perhaps instructive if we want to think about it. Because it seems logical. This knight on b6 doesn't really look like it does very much.
Exactly.
But I think the bigger factor here is white really doesn't know what to do with the second knight here as well.
The superfluous knight.
Yes, exactly. The concept of the superfluous knight here. I think it's more important for white to offload one pair of knights here than it is for black. Because here, as you can see, both the move a5, a4, which is very logical, and the old plan of like going rook e8, bishop f8, queen d7, the engine was suggesting, there is not a single problem to be seen anywhere for black. After knight c4, it jumps into a reasonably big lead. It suggests that this position after bishop g3, it's not panic stations yet for black, but it definitely is now significantly more pleasant to play for white.
Is the idea d5?
I would very much like to at least consider playing d4, d5 here, now that once again Levon decided to just completely ignore it, not react to the fact that the pawn on c7 here is hanging. It might not work out all that great, but you can see, like,
right, yeah,
some position like this. If black doesn't have a very good reaction straight away, you can see, even after the correct moves, like we get here, and then black is slow to establish some sort of counterplay. And these bishops get traded, and white, let me make a bad move somewhere.
Bishop g6, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, something. We get here. Apparently even this is fine, but I would be very worried here with black, because I would feel that most endgames are really risky.
Good knight versus bad bishop.
And in middle games as well, my counterplay probably is connected with rook c8, c4, but that leaves the king side unattended. And if you can imagine white, let's say you make a couple of waiting moves here, and I get my rook over to f3, and it starts feeling like I might be able to organize something on the king side. The engine, while I say all these words, just
laughing.
I think you disregard the engine because this looks scary as anything. You know, you can see the knight coming into f5.
As human beings, we have our prejudices, and we've lost enough of the good knight versus bad bishop endings that we want to avoid them.
Exactly, and also you have to remember, two humans are playing the game of chess.
The current position, though, I hear everything you said about the superfluous knights and stuff like that, but from black's point of view, he just played the move a5, a4. Maybe he's looking at rook a5, rook b5.
Yeah, this rook lift, trying to get it over to b5 is very sensible. I would still very much like to actually do something in the center along the lines of rook e8, bishop f8, just to sidestep all the play that we've just described.
Right.
And it's also a very interesting dilemma for Fabi, because you can definitely shuffle here. You have a lot of improving moves. You can play h3, you can play rook c3, queen c2. I don't know, think about maybe doubling on the e file and preparing e5 or something. And there is also this immediate option of playing d4, d5. So he is weighing it. But I think we have to go back to Alireza's game.
Please.
Because Alireza didn't play knight e1. He actually took on e4. We expected e4 to happen, and it did happen.
And we expected knight e1.
Yeah, and Alireza more or less instantly replied to it with d takes e4. And now after f takes e4, it seems like he actually needs to play these moves. Or he is in a tremendous amount of trouble. And this appears to actually equalize looking at my screen, but I would not be confident of that at all if I had to play them over the board.
If we disregard the computer, I mean, how easy is it to hold it? So let's take f takes g2 and let's just...
move by move, I think...
Okay, so yeah, bishop e3 is a force because there's too much pressure on f2, so that's...
You need to pay attention.
Yes.
Exactly.
And then you take on g2, and the big issue for black here is this knight on c6 is just completely incapable of joining the attack quickly enough. Like, you need it already on g6. It'll take you 2 moves. By that point, white will actually consolidate.
Right.
If Alireza sort of correctly recognizes that this is fine, it's very, very impressive. And there's also moves like queen f6, which maintain pressure. Once again, bishop b3. I mean, this is always the best move.
Right.
And then there is knight b4.
Oh, now that's a kick.
And you actually seemingly have to allow knight d3 as well, because you cannot really put the queen on the d file, allowing rook a d8 with tempo. This is maybe still salvageable, but very risky.
Right.
So the engine goes either queen b2 or queen c1, actually allowing the knight to land on d3, and says this is still fine.
No.
And
that's bizarre, right?
I don't know how to react to that.
Right. Yeah.
I guess the knight can't maintain itself on d3. I guess that's the big
I think
point.
that's the point that the engine is making there. Queen b2, knight d3, it goes queen c2, and if we go, let's say, rook a d8, it goes rook d1 and starts suggesting we're now ahead.
Yeah.
Because it's just not stable enough
you
on the
have
d3
to overcome every single prejudice that we have as a
truly,
chess player.
right?
You know, to
with the
like,
tempo.
first of all, allow all this
Knight
type of
B4
thing.
with the tempo.
Allow your king to be opened up, allow the knight to come into b4, attacking the queen at tempo. Then it comes into d3 at tempo, and it's like, come on.
Welcoming the pawn to the g2 square. So
and
you're
perhaps
allowing
just to briefly perhaps clarify,
Yeah.
we seem to be blundering a knight here, but the
Whoops.
queen X-raying the pawn on c3
Yes.
makes this move possible. So I just wanted to put
Exactly.
this on the record.
Oh my gosh! So, I mean, it really is a fierce battle going on here, and you know, I'm looking at the position, Peter, with the pawn on f4, and I desperately want to look at the lines with knight takes f2 and f takes e4, but the engine's not suggesting any of this stuff.
This is, oh my God.
Please.
Like rook f2 apparently is playable because after rook f2, fe4, you can still play bishop e3 here. Everything else loses because if you take on e4, queen d1
That
check.
was the one I wanted.
Yeah, queen d1 check wins on the spot.
Thank you.
But bishop e3 is still somehow fine because in this position you have rook a f1, very, very importantly using the pin along the f1.
I was so happy I was a pawn up.
Yeah, and let me ruin your day
Please.
some more.
Do it.
This apparently is
No.
even cleaner. Just
Go ahead, give me your worst.
Yeah, giving you the
Seriously.
entire choice of
Okay,
discovered
knight
checks.
takes h3.
Du-
I'm happy with
double
that one.
check.
Exactly.
And you are now supposedly slightly worse because it has no squares.
I can put it back on.
Yeah, but now I will be taking it. Now I will be taking it.
And then rook takes f5, and then
the king is reasonably safe on h2, and it makes some precise. I'm sure you still have to play precisely,
Really?
but
would you like instinctively say the king is?
I think
Without
I
the
would
comfort
be
of the
making an
engine?
argument that this is
Well,
fine,
without
yeah.
the h3 pawn, you know, you're always aware that something could go wrong. But bishop to d2.
Yeah, something like bishop
G1.
d2, because my first instinct was I very much wanted to play queen g3, but then unfortunately I'm one tempo
This
short
is
because this is very annoying.
where it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you play something like bishop d2, you want this knight here, you want to bring the rook in, the king will drop back. And I think if we've learned something, the most famous line where black takes on f2 and gives up the two pieces for the rook comes from the open Spanish.
Yes.
And in
The
those
Dilworth
positions,
attack? What is it
I'm
called?
so bad with English names for
no
openings
worries.
that
Yeah, me
I
too.
should not be consulted on this.
We recently learned that everything was the Morphe defense.
The Morphe defense. Yes, exactly.
But my point was, in those positions, and if we, while Anish is still considering his options, let's not be talking about things that perhaps our viewers don't know. So the most famous line where this happens is
in the open Spanish.
Is here. How does it? So c3, yeah.
The bishop c5.
Bishop c5, knight bd2 castles. Bishop c2, knight f2, rook f2, and f6, for instance. This has been known for 70 years, 80 years. This is a very, very a line with very, very long standing. And the current main line is this, I believe.
Yeah.
And if we've learned something from this, is that the pieces are very good at defending this king. You can take quite a lot of liberties, and black doesn't actually give mate almost anywhere. It's just that in this particular line, the central pawns are very nice. Black has 2 instead of 1. As in the game that we're discussing, Anish will only have 1, and there's 2 here. But the pieces around this king, they do their job very, very well. So I think if we return to our game...
And by the way, to our audience, the textbook example of that position that Peter's talking about is the game between Vasily Smyslov versus Sami Reshevsky. That was like one of the great classics.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But
So
knight takes f2.
if we return to here, Anish thinking, I think, indicates to me that he is very seriously choosing between f4 and knight f2. Yeah,
right.
because f4 is a very obvious move. It's there.
Right.
But knight f2 is also playable. And yeah, sadly for Anish, it seems like with precise play, neither of those two things actually win.
If you don't mind, I'm still in awe of knight f2.
Hang on, okay.
Yeah.
Knight f2, f takes e4 takes f5. You too, Jovi. You're
No,
like
I was laughing at this line. This particular, that white just calmly goes after knight takes f2.
Do
you know
your
what?
worst. The
Do
field's
it.
yours.
E takes
Yeah.
F5.
And
give me
yes.
your check.
Further depressing news about this
Right.
position.
We can count on you.
The best move in this position.
No.
No. I'm going to continue disappointing you and making you disbelieve everything you know about life. I'm allowing Queen H1 check.
No.
Yes.
Get out of here.
Yes. Apparently. It's not me, you know.
He's just the messenger. Well, let's shoot him.
Because this is actually quite pleasant for black. If King H2, Knight takes E3, you are legitimately worse with white.
You've won back the pawn.
Yeah, the best
F5
move here.
is weak.
The best move here is Bishop E3. And this
You're
is
slightly
holdable, but once again, this is pleasant for white. We can win the pawn back immediately.
Pleasant for black.
Maybe we're not better, but we're definitely not worse.
I was thinking include Rook E8 and then take on F5, and you're kind of happy, I suppose, with black, aren't you?
It's still very, very level because it's difficult. Like I will just start offering trades along the E file pretty much next move.
Yeah,
you're never going to have time to play knight E5. But but the engine just goes King H2 here and doesn't give a check on H1. It takes on C2 in reply. It's
chess is hard, Jovi. I mean, that's just
It's
so
unfair.
unfair.
I think it's unfair, Yasser,
Truly,
right? You know,
wow. I mean, I was looking at knight F2.
Discovered checks, winning material.
Thank you.
Can also check on H1, draw the white king out into the open. And you're just thinking, it's not enough.
You see, I would have been scared as white to play D3 takes F4, D3 takes E4, and allow F5 takes E4, opening up the rook. That was why I thought the move Knight E1 was the most practical, sensible. D3 takes E4 really throws down the gauntlet to Anish. Anish now thinking for what? Quite some time, I believe, right?
Yeah. But he must be also thinking how chess is unfair, right?
Right, 28 minutes to 49. I think
He's
it was
thinking about this position and thinking, man, you know, his pieces are so active.
Yeah,
and
it's 20 minutes.
There's no clear-cut way to get an advantage.
Jovi, in this position, capturing on E4, capturing on F2, both very, very forcing, both very practical. How do you break this down? I mean, you look at the forcing captures first, right?
Yes.
Knight takes F2, because that's the one closer to the king.
Yeah.
So you go down that rabbit hole, you make a discovery.
I'll tell you what, it depends on my mood.
Your mood?
So, yeah, definitely.
Not the
Because
position?
Well, you know, everyone
Explain.
is influenced by their move. Okay, so first up, if you're feeling gung-ho, you just think, okay, knight takes pawn. Let's go. And there, you know, you don't need to think about so much about how risky it is. You're just feeling in an aggressive mood. Allez. But if you're feeling a bit more kind of cautious about it, then you're going to go pawn takes pawn. Because then the imbalances are not there anymore. So let's just go pawn takes pawn and then just play with the active pieces.
So, but really where I'm getting at is you're supposed to actually be calculating two very forcing lines. You're supposed to be calculating E4 and you're supposed to be calculating
But if
knight
both
F2.
of them are the same and you can't make a...
That's my question.
Yeah, if both of them are the same and you
Mental
can't make a choice, then it's going to depend on, you know, tournament situation, your mood, you know,
The
your
other
personality as well, because there are players who just don't want to take that risk.
Right. There was a game that was played between Firouzja and Wesley So in the Rapid and Blitz, and I absolutely loved the sacrifice that Firouzja made. Queen takes F5. Two minors for the queen, and it was a brilliant decision. But it was especially brilliant against Wesley So.
Yeah.
Because Wesley, he's one of those players, he gets into comfort zone, you're not going to beat him. You're just not going to beat him in certain kinds of positions. So by mixing it up and getting him out of his comfort zone, I thought it was great. The game did end in a draw, by the way. But in this particular case, you know, I couldn't resist myself. I would be playing the move knight takes F2 here because I would see that I'm following it up with F5 takes E4, and I'm thinking, you know, like my pieces are harmonizing. Really, this idea that you could play E4 takes F5,
No, okay,
and
that's just crazy. I mean, I don't think any human or sane mind is going to be doing that. But you know, I was just thinking more about the imbalance. Like, if you do have like these two pieces and against the rook, and if the rooks are not working, and you know, as Peter's highlighted, the knights and the bishop are protecting the king, then you can see that when things go wrong, well, white will have the advantage.
Well, this is the problem, though. Rook takes f2 does run into that variation where you have to pay attention to queen d1 check. You can't move the knight, I mean, because this bishop on c5 and the rook on f8 are killing it. So this is where you have to play bishop e3, return the piece. And for me, Peter, it's just extraordinary that white equalizes after returning the piece because of this you know, perfectly timed move, rook a1 to f1, and you know, we don't have time for knight e5 or something and advantage. I just thought I had advantage.
I will disagree with you slightly,
Please.
but from a very practical point of view, I think, first of all, of course, your first move here as black is to try and calculate both and see if one is just clearly stronger than the other.
Right.
And I don't know if he's already past that point, if he's established that against best play it's not very much or not. But the second layer is if you at some point come to the realization that with perfect play your opponent will probably survive this if he defends really, really well. And then you start thinking which one will be the easiest. For 28 minutes for 25 moves, by the way.
Yeah.
There is increment, but Alireza is not doing that well on the clock.
Right.
So where are you going to ask the most pertinent questions?
Yeah.
And here the problem for me is, I think we can disregard e5. Knowing Alireza, he will play e5 instantly and will show us king h2 and everything. But from a purely human perspective, you're calculating this.
Exactly.
Bishop e3 or resigns, so he will play bishop e3. In this position, he will play rook f1 because everything else, like allowing g takes f3, you will lose with white.
Makes no sense.
So you go rook f1. If you allow rook takes f3 and rook takes f3, it will just be a draw. And after knight e5, both queen e4 and even the immediate knight g4, just driving this knight away and then taking on f3 next move, I think very comfortable equalizing maneuvers, which are imminently fundable. It's just not difficult.
Right.
So by playing knight f2, you give your opponent here a fairly straightforward. Yeah, he's reaching to remove something. Yeah, it looked like he was making a move, but there was some
lint on the board.
Lint removal. Yeah.
As a snooker player, by the way, as snooker viewer, don't you love it when they reach in and they remove something on
or that they ask the arbiter to clean the cue ball.
And they get the white gloves to do
the
that.
arbiter in the white gloves.
Please continue.
Yeah. So the issue here is that I think knight f2.
Yes.
Gives
Alireza,
gives Alireza a sequence of 5-6 moves, all of which are very easily defined as the best moves in the position, resulting in a position Alireza will not lose. Whereas if we go back to this position, first off, I want to say it would take me a long time to believe I'm not better here with black.
True.
I have a pawn on f3.
Of course.
I have a bishop on c5, a rook on f8. The hg4 has been played,
There's
and it's my
weaknesses
move.
everywhere.
And it's my move even.
Right.
It would take me a long time to convince myself I'm not better here.
Good point.
But secondly, if you continue some of these variations, let's say we go queen f6, bishop e3, strictly only move. We take on e3. You have to take on e3 with the knight because if you take with the rook after f takes g4, b7, b5 is a massive threat. Like king g2, you basically lost to both b5 and knight b4. Coming over to d5, then to f4. So you have to take with the knight. We go, let's say, knight b4 here. Queen c1, strictly only move. F takes g4. Knight f5, strictly only move.
My God.
We get the knight over to d5. And in this position, if we imagine that we get enough time to play g6 and land the knight on f4, we probably win. We probably win. Knight f2, okay. I understand nothing. I understand nothing about nothing. Don't ask me anything anymore for the rest
Peter,
of the day.
but by the way, what you've just, that final position, what you just, sign me up. F5 takes E4 was far more challenging.
But Anish disagrees. And I think, if he goes e5 here, we should all just
just take off our hats.
Just shower. Alireza with some golden coins.
And say, well done, young
But
man.
what
But
about-
knight takes f2 on the board, Jovi.
So
Sorry.
we were looking at pawn takes, the variations with f takes e4.
Yes,
but
we
it is
were.
also possible after rook takes knight to actually grab
Sorry, h
the
takes.
grab the yeah.
Sorry,
and that one,
This
that was
one?
bad.
That
Just to
doesn't, that
confirm.
doesn't work. You need to have queen d1 check there.
Mhm.
Here, white stabilizes very, very comfortably because after f e4, queen takes e4, you don't have a check from h4. This is no longer
Right.
check. b5
No.
just drives the knight to a good square. So, no, you absolutely have to go f e4 after rook f2.
Right. But we do have f5 takes e4 on the board. I think we've exhausted this game a little bit. Let's go to our...
I think up
It
top,
was,
maybe.
Jan versus
Maybe-
Leinier, pardon me. When we left it, we saw the move queen takes a3, knight to d4. Okay, makes a lot of sense. We're ready to, rook b5 ideas, rook c8, h3. Not much has happened, Peter.
Well, actually, there's a bit of a subplot here because, first of all, Jan chose the d4 square and not the e5 square. It's a matter of taste. Both are fine in that white will still be slightly worse, but it's within very manageable margins. But it kind of has to be followed up with this move queen c3. Okay. Both knight e5 and queen d4. The engine is very insistent that, and here it even drops it back to c2 and then to e3 and says, yes, I'm a pawn down, but eventually I will have, let's say, knight b3, I go knight e3, and I am more or less snapping on c4 next move. Otherwise, maybe if this pawn lands on a4, we resign.
Right.
But we are just in time to play knight takes e4, and the engine says this is just a draw, basically. Instead, he played h3, and now, after, let's say, the possible e5, knight b5, queen c5, this will no longer be on offer. And the engine suggests this is somehow still fine. It goes queen a6, and after, let's say, king g7, it goes knight d6, rook d8, knight c4, knight g2, it takes, and plays rook a1, and says we're still sort of keeping things under control. But honestly, I say these words, I don't understand these words.
Right.
I say them because I can see on my screen
But
that
I
it's
see
not,
an extra pawn.
Yeah, I don't know. I would be desperately unhappy with this with white, because generally this knight on f6 with the king on g7, again, specifically the light square bishop, means that the king will forever be completely safe.
Right.
I guess the argument is there's just no way to smoke out the queen from a6, so the extra pawn is never moving. And after something like rook d7, we just go, I don't know, e3, and we chill. But we are chilling in a position where we're down a very healthy outside passer. I'm shocked it's not worse than it seems to be. EF5, by the way, played
confounding.
Just retire, all of us. I mean, we already retired, but like doubly
Queen to
retire.
d1, but hang on, here's the moment of truth. Queen to d1.
We're going back to the game
Yeah.
of Anish, Giri, and Alireza for
And
a moment,
well,
because
he's
we did
pausing.
see Alireza play e takes f5, a move that just is a remarkable move from the perspective of, like, go ahead, do your worst, make a double check if you want. I grabbed the pawn right away, knight takes h3 check, thinking,
Exactly.
give me the goods.
And I
but-
would actually look at my opponent like, what are you doing?
And Peter said, don't grab the pawn, play queen d1 check. Guess what? That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
Now, again, the moment of truth. If you play king h2, you have
Alireza is
ice water.
about to make a move. And
Ice water
He's
in your
thinking,
veins.
so, I mean, there's no other alternative, right?
Well, no,
Either
that was
there's
the
queen takes
the
queen or
slightly
king h2.
worse. Yeah, that was the slightly worse ending. But this idea that we can go king h2, inviting queen h1 check. I don't think we were supposed to play queen h1 check. I think the computer wants you to trade queens.
It trades on c2, goes rook takes f5, and the position is very, very equal.
And I wanted to say this position is absolutely...
There we go. Takes him a minute.
To play?
King h2.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
This position is absolutely the difference between engines and humans, because the engine says, no checkmate. The human says, what am I doing? Are you crazy? My king is out there in the middle of the board. I could easily get, I could get
if I miss
killed.
something, this
I'm
is
dead.
going to be in the books.
And all my friends are going to be laughing at
Exactly,
me for
like
the next ice age. So queen h1 check, king g3, we don't like. And the generations of today say, I've been working with the engines a lot.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up. I think, and it's so, you know, the trope that is very tired, and I don't like bringing this up. The fact that the people of, let's say, Alireza's generation, all the young Indian talents, and they've not really not worked with the engine at any point in their career. So they will be very used to this idea that you can take a lot of liberties if you calculate cleanly. But still, this looks kind of stunning.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask my screen about is this move, which will not be played, Anish has already taken. Yeah, because my point was, if you play King G1 here, knight takes H3 is actually quite strong.
Yeah.
But the engine suggests that G2, G3 is borderline winning for white.
And knight on F2 is too far.
This is very complicated,
Jovi,
but it
what do you have
does
for
look
us?
like we are going to see a result between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It is a draw between these two players. And there we see the arbiter, Chris Bird, put the kings in the middle of the board. And
Again,
let's
a very
have a look at how this
really well-played game. It was an imbalance of one majority on the center king side versus the majority on the queen side, and the players just found a repetition in a very balanced and intriguing, well-played game. Only the result is disappointing, Peter.
The result is disappointing, and also it feels like we were promised something. The opening was so unusual, and the position looked so open to all kinds of potential shenanigans that we feel slightly undersold, but very, very nicely played game, and the final repetition, I think, is quite logical. If white wanted to pretend here something like H4 with the intention of playing H5 would have been maybe interesting, but the engine suggests you can maybe even start an immediate counterplay with the threat of Queen G1 mate, which makes basically an immediate draw.
Exactly, and our king feels a little bit unsteady there on the...
So very understandable. To return to our main dish of the day, the queens have come off, so Anish is not shocked by King H2. I'm pretty sure he realized it's playable. The queens have come off, rook takes f5, bishop e3, and the knight will go to either e4 or d3, after both of which... Actually, you kind of have to go knight e4, because knight d3, knight d3 rook d1, it doesn't quite
awkward.
like.
Yeah, knight e4
it starts getting a bit awkward.
Looks safe.
But knight e4 is completely fine here for black.
That looks very balanced. Let's go to the game of Fabi and Levon, and we got to spread the love here. You got to keep me in check, Jovi. What do you have for us in the Levon game? Pretty much, it was a Karpovian. Rook c3, no d5s, rook e8, as prescribed, bishop f8. Love it, love it. And queen c1, queen d7. We admired the play of Anatoly Karpov, the world champion during his reign. He had this innate ability of putting his pieces away from you. So like his pieces were always doubly protected, very, very safe, very classic. And he just simply outplayed you from these very even positions. It feels to me like Levon with his two bishops is going to be pleased with the outcome of the opening.
Yeah,
Peter.
I mean, but it is a slow position. I mean,
yes.
Is there time for some like lengthy maneuvering? So I'm thinking the piece that's not doing anything is the bishop on g3.
Okay. What would you like to do?
I would like to take it on an odyssey and put it on c3.
c3?
Yeah, I feel like that's the best square for it.
Well,
at least it's like looking at its own pawn, and then it frees up the rooks.
To come across.
To come across, because I really want to be putting a knight on f5.
It's fun.
And then then d5 and kingside attack. Okay, I can see that this plan has got no fans.
It's a hard sell. It's funny, you've got the central pawn duo as white. Fabi's looking at that and he's kind of chuffed. Over there, you have Peter saying, yeah, but I've got these pawns on c6 and f6, and I'm kind of keeping an eye. If you try to play d5, I've got one hook. If you try to play e5, I've got one hook.
Yeah.
If you put your bishop on c3, it's like, okay, it's kind of nicely defending everybody, but are you really ever going to play bishop takes f6? Okay.
Yes, with g4, g5. Yeah, kind of. But you know,
what mood are you in today? I see you got your sledgehammer. Did you see the tender love story, The Norseman?
No, but I've heard it's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that there you would really need to go berserk. The problem is if you look at Black's King, seriously, it's not one of those jokes. Black's King is probably one of the safest at this exact moment. If you took a picture, you say, "Okay, kids, everybody, pay attention. This is the safe king you want." If you start throwing all your forces against my king, you're probably going to come up empty-handed.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going to say.
I understand that, but one of the big problems I had with this position is that unless you're going d4, d5,
right?
Then what else are you doing? You can't move your rook from e1 without having some protection on e4. You can't move your knight from f3 because of the pawn on d4.
Right.
So either you're going d4, d5,
right,
or you're
That was a mouse slip, sorry.
Okay.
I was just trying to clear the arrows.
Yeah.
Peter, weigh in on this because, Jovi, you're making a really funny point. From the barbaric Northwest, Seattle, we had a fellow, his name was Robert Zook. Now, Robert Zook was this incredibly strong 2400 master from Canada. He came down to Seattle, he had the winter of Zook. I think he went 116 games undefeated. It was incredible. He was beating everybody. What he did was fantastic. He reached what was called the Zook point. He put all of his pieces on the best squares, like Fabiano has done. And then he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
Because all your pieces are optimized.
Exactly.
All of Fabi's pieces feel optimized, and here's Jovi saying, well, now I want to do something.
I started by being intensely skeptical, and then the more Jovanka continues speaking, the more I kind of
moved.
I'm growing in appreciation for my co-casters here, because Jovanka is absolutely the woman after my own heart.
You're an influencer, babe.
I just don't think we have the time. But if we could sort of, say abracadabra here, and this is a rook, and this is a bishop.
Yeah.
I think I'd be quite happy. It's just that it takes about 75 minutes. But for the time being, let's go back to our studio because Anastasia Karlovich has a guest.
Abracadabra.
Exactly. I have a guest. I have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave here with me. Maxime, welcome to the show. You just made a draw against Wesley, so with black pieces. Are you happy with your result, first of all?
Yeah, I'm happy, but at the same time, when the opening came, on one hand, I was happy because I knew I was going to play g6, and it's very double-edged, but also probably decent for black. But at the same time, I was kicking myself a bit because I did recheck it this morning, but I didn't pay as much attention as I should have, and
but you also played
it.
Details. Yes, you also played it with white. So how is it sometimes to play the same position with some black and white pieces?
Yeah, with knight off it happens
all the time. Yeah.
All the time. So but yeah, I didn't mind. I played with white a lot of times. But this g6 and queen b6 is I wouldn't say new, but it's still relatively unexplored compared to the main move e5.
Mm-hmm. I see. So let's say, the game was developing quite logically. Of course, you never can take on b2.
No, I just can share one detail. Yes. So after queen b6, if white goes a4,
okay.
So now you don't go knight c6 because take on c6, but you go bishop g7. And if white goes a5, no, you can take.
You can take bishop b5. And then you defend your queen. Yes, that's a trick. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So a4 was not good. a3 he played.
I mean, it's not that a4 is not good,
yes,
but
like you don't need to play that.
a5 is definitely not good. So yeah, of course, knight h6 is another option, but knight g3 is very principled. And yeah, that's here. I didn't remember if I should go bishop e6 or if I should start bishop g7 castle. But in the end, I decided this position was quite playable. Once I get d5, I assumed I'm not worse.
I was wondering somewhere here, let's say instead of bishop h6, there were so many options. Like, what do you normally do? You castle long, you castle short.
Okay,
you would do.
h4, h5. This
yes, also was possible. Yes.
But h4, I go h5. If castle kingside, then I'm up here, just castle kingside.
Also castle
and if
kingside.
long castle, I think this was critical.
Yes. You would castle short set, okay.
Yes.
And then maybe it can be some...
Yeah, but you go
some
b5,
play.
b4, some knight d4.
So white also
Again,
played these 3, yes?
Yeah, I couldn't remember the details, which is why I was not happy with myself. But,
Okay.
No, this I remembered. After bishop e2, you don't care, you give the pawn. Something like maybe b5.
b5, yes, and the queen d6, you just
Yeah,
queen a5, or queen c8,
Yeah.
sorry, yes. Queen c8, of course.
Yes, something like this. I'm not really sure, but I knew this should be okay.
It could be a completely different game, yes? If you would have played this long castle.
Yes.
With opposite
Of course,
castling.
but even here I felt there's lots of play. But maybe I'm the one who bailed out with d5. Like, I can go king b8, knight to d4, rook c8, or even here, start with knight d4 and rook c8. But I felt... I don't know, I felt it shouldn't be better for me. And so I just decided to go for d5. And, I mean, there's still some things going on here. I thought can become very tricky for white. But bishop d3 and knight e2 was nice, especially knight e2 I didn't see.
Yeah, so he's
because
trying
I thought
to get rid of
knight
this
e4
knight. Yes.
maybe f5, but here I don't have time. For instance, f6 would be ill-advised. Up.
Yes, take. Oh, bishop g6.
Yes.
Oh,
Looks
can
scary,
present,
but
yes.
pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, we don't like to give them. I was thinking maybe you could have avoided this knight exchange and go with your knight back to c6, or
yeah, I didn't want to.
But I understand that something is different.
No, I mean, of course, knight f5 was
Knight f5,
first
okay.
my idea, but bishop takes.
Yes.
Pawn takes, I assume I'm slightly worse, and bishop takes knight c3.
This
And
knight
the
is-
queen on h6 especially is unpleasant now, because I always eating at h7, maybe queen g7, sometimes g4, and this knight is not worse than the bishop for sure.
Yeah. So at the end, let's say there was just a draw repetition, and the game finished
Yes.
in a draw. What do you think about actually this rule, which okay, was long for a long time here, no draw offers?
I don't mind. I mean, we play until natural conclusion, and anyway, in an equal position, we are very creative in finding move repetitions.
Exactly. I was wondering, because I didn't see you after this Rapid and Blitz championship. Of course, I mean, this crazy last game, like, let's say, what were your emotions after, and what did you do after the end of the tournament?
Well, I mean, first I had to hear Fabiano told me that he didn't see me releasing that famous Rook move.
Yes.
So I went back to my hotel room. Actually, because of the delay, I arrived around the moment that I did drop the Rook.
Yes.
So at least, you know, like...
You knew that this is what really happened.
No, but like I knew, because I lost...
Connection, let's say.
Yeah, somehow. So I drop the Rook, I take it back immediately, and then in my brain it's like for 1 second, did I release it? And I was pretty sure I released.
Yes.
Anyway, the arbiter saw me release. So like
Chris Bird.
so even if I liked all sense of fair play, I would have been, you know, brought back to reason. But of course. It was pretty sad end, but I don't think this was a game that cost me the tournament for sure. I did get this opportunity, of course, but I think, of course, the first 2 rounds which I lost were not great. And then there were many games where I was better / winning that I didn't win with white, against Ray, actually this.
Yes, of course.
Yes, against Jeffrey. Especially these two, and I mean, this could have changed things quite a bit.
In any case, I mean, still it was a great event, you know, just finished 3 days ago, and now we have Sinquefield Cup. All the best of luck for you, Maxime. We just started, only 2 rounds we have, and all the best of luck for you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Maxime. I just wanted to explain a little bit to our viewers what Maxime was speaking about there. So it was the last round of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Fabiano is leading by 0.5 point over Maxime. If Maxime can win, MVL will be the tournament winner. MVL's winning. He's got a position where he's winning. He moved the Rook. He touched the Rook, so he's going to move the Rook. He touched the Rook and put it on a square, which was a blunder. Stone cold blunder. And when you release the rook, then the move is fixed. So it's okay that he touched the rook. He could have moved the rook to another square. He would have been obliged to move the rook. And if he could have moved it to another square, he would have likely won the game. Instead, he realized that he had dropped the rook. He'd released the rook. He let it sit on the square. And fair play, good sportsmanship, if you will. And Fabi drew the game. Famously, the Garry Kasparov versus Judith Polgar, where Garry released the knight, then moved the knight to another square, and Judith's expression was like, the picture could say 1,000 words. But let's move on. We do have some moves in the game between Fabi and Levon, and we did see the move d5, a move that you had kind of been looking at there, Peter.
I liked it in pretty much every single position, and as we were discussing other things, I was checking why this isn't being played. And Black can play Rook a6. Annoyingly,
keeping the 10.
Endgame. No, my larger point here is that this allows a complete ruination of the black structure on the queen side. But the bishops are so strong, and the structure on the queen side potentially so weak, that the engine quite happily not only goes into this endgame, but also goes into this endgame a full pawn down and says, yeah, I'm just going to play h5, I'm completely fine. Doesn't really give white anything at all here. Despite the bishop, for instance, returning to c3 and protecting everything. The bishops are just so strong in these endgames that it's completely fine. But Lev is not interested in defending a slightly worse endgame. He goes c5. Fabi played rook c3, perhaps hinting at some e4, e5 breaks somewhere in the future. Lev played rook a6. A very useful rook lift, because in case of e4, e5, it's very, very good to have this rook patrolling the 6th rank. And Fabi played rook d1. Perhaps a kind of a nod towards a potential counterplay with c7, c6, although we can play d6 anyway, so he didn't need that for c6 specifically. Maybe in some positions we are now threatening, or at least kind of hinting at e4, e5. Let's make some kind of a stupid passive move.
b5.
Yeah, e5 here seems to work. Yeah, bishop d5. We have a very important move, rook e3, g3, which will cut off that rook from the 6th. Very important to provoke c6. Suddenly this rook looks very, very stupid. And then we take on f6 and we play something like knight h4 or bishop f4. And yes, we're a pawn down, but we have managed to create play. I think Jovanka should be quite happy about this. We are now going to start giving mate on the king side. And it's maybe defendable, but it's defendable in very computerish terms.
Yeah, you don't want it.
Yeah, it's extremely annoying for black. So I think Levon needs to realize that if he does nothing here, e4, e5 might come. So he needs to choose a move which does something about
b5.
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's very ambitious stuff.
And now if you go e5, I'll take. Okay. You go for that same variation. I got to go c6. You take on f6. But now there's a big difference. After your knight h4, g6 is not a terrible weakness.
Actually, yeah, the move I was making there as a pass is actively detrimental to black's health. Yeah.
Exactly.
Having it on h7 is significantly better. Yeah. And bishop h5 chosen in the meantime, which was one of the engine suggestions. It, I think, takes all the sting out of the e4, e5 play, first of all. Currently, maybe we even want to take on f3. An interesting discussion would be, and this is one of the engine's main lines here, after rook d2, there is this option of taking on f3, which forces gf3. We are not going to give up a very, very important central pawn here. So you have to take with the pawn, and black can take on h3, give up on c7, and we get already, you know, this is suddenly a wild position. Yeah. I mean, we do have d5, d6. We don't actually get mated, but it gets close.
Okay, I felt a little nervous.
I don't know.
There.
It feels very scary. The rook is coming to e6. And,
Thank you, Joey. I'm with you there. I mean,
I think it's much more logical to kind of go king h2.
Yes. Yeah, king h2 is a very clear second option here.
Right.
And the game continues. You generally don't want to give up this bishop if you don't win something for it. You can still force g takes f3 here, but I would probably not play this. I think strengthening the white center matters more than somewhat spoiling the structure.
Yeah, and the two bishops, after all, are Useful.
Yeah.
Let's just review round 2.
Exactly.
And we'll take a look at the results before we go on break. What do you have for us, Julie?
And as we see there was a draw between Wesley against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And just a reminder to everyone, or to anyone who's just catching up with the program, well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is unwell, so that is why the game between Duda and Rapport has not been played, and we will keep you updated with any news as we have them. And it's time for us to take our second break, but don't go anywhere because we have a video lined up for you to all enjoy. So earlier, before the tournament began, Anastasia did speak to Wesley and you can enjoy that video, and we will see you after the break.
Wesley, welcome to St. Louis, welcome for Grand Chess Tour. I was wondering if it's the city you have been traveling the most, except your hometown in your life.
Yeah, for sure. St. Louis is like our second home. It's only an hour away from where I live, Minnesota. I was living here before, and I would definitely consider moving here, except my family has a job in Minnesota. But there are a ton of grandmasters living here in Missouri, so it attracts grandmasters from all around the world. And I definitely am very excited coming back here every time because I know a lot of people here, and I'm kind of in good relationships with everyone here, and it's the home of chess in the US.
I was expecting to see you in Isle of Man, not that I was there, but I mean, I thought you would try to fight for the spot in the candidates, but now I understood your approach a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Also, I think if you're like a professional player, you have to, on any sport, I think you have to spend at least half your time training and resting, and then half the time playing.
So let's say in 2021, it was a very successful year for you in GCT, as well as 2022, where you were second at the end. Let's say, what can be, let's say, the goal for this one? You said to qualify, but let's say, speaking about your chances now, real chances in the tour, what exactly you need to do? How well you should play in both events?
Well, I think if I finish on the upper half on both events, then I should be in a good spot to at least secure third place, I think, unless someone just keeps winning it all. Because I think Maxime is doing well, Fabi is doing well. Okay, Fabi will probably win.
Yes, he's now leading, yes, let's say.
Yeah, Fabi will probably win the Grand Chess Tour, it seems like, with his current form and also his #1 spot. But the second and third spots are really up for grabs.
What do you think, let's say, about the prospects of Grand Chess Tour? I mean, especially now that it's 10th year anniversary of Sinquefield Cup as well. Let's say, do you think it's going to happen? We have this same event in 10 years, and who do you think will play from the new generation there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I hope it will still be around 10 years from now. But it's not up to me. Obviously, you need private sponsors for that. That's why I'm very grateful to Rex and Gini, because they've done so much, not only for me, but for US chess and also many other chess players in general. And it's not so easy to find corporate sponsors for chess. So you kind of have to rely on private people and other people or aficionados. But I hope Grand Chess Tour will still be around, but it's 10 years is a long time, really.
Let's see what will happen in 10 years, hopefully, and all the best of luck for you, Wesley, in the tournament.
Thank you. Yeah, I really need that.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind the scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Giri Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess, and we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Riyam Tokhirjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
We are back with our coverage of the second round of the Sinquefield Cup. And well, we've already started the day with a result and also some news as well. And let's take a look at the results so far. And you can see it was a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley. And there you also see that Duda against Rapport, that has been grayed out, and that is because, once again, to remind everyone that Duda is suffering from ill health. So that match has been scratched out, and we'll keep you abreast of any developments there. But in the other games, everything to play for.
Absolutely. I feel like we lost something in that game between MVL and Wesley. It was more going on.
There was something in the air right out of the opening that really had me very excited. And MVL was showing some lines when he gave this interview to Anastasia, which looked wild and exciting and exactly the thing I was hoping for. And then everything got traded off. And it was a correctly played game, but still it could have gone in a wildly different direction.
It fizzled. In the game between Jan and Leinier, Jan sacrificed a pawn some time ago for what we think was completely sufficient compensation. Now I'm less sure, but as we were coming on air, you were very reassuring that nothing untoward has happened. The move knight b5, a3, and you were saying, Peter, just at this moment, that the move rook b8 was actually ill-advised.
There were better options for Leinier. King g7 is a very natural one, and it probably was the best option in the position. And as we discussed when this was still a theoretical possibility sometime in the future, the game very likely would have led towards this position, which honestly is just shocking that black isn't better, but somehow it's not very much. It seems to be a manageable pawn down position with white having to defend it.
So let's
apologies,
apologies
Peter,
for interrupting you, but
it looks like a repetition is in store.
Quickly, and they entertained us with a brief display of fireworks. But it does look like the players have repeated the position 3 times and a peaceful outcome there as the players share the point.
A halving of the point, isn't it? And for me, this is also another one of those games that so much was behind the curtain.
I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Peter.
Very much applies to what we said about the game between Wesley and MVL. Perhaps applies even more to the game between Alireza and Anish, because this whole sequence, starting from e4, d takes e4, we were looking at so much fun stuff.
Right.
And it seems like, once again, no mistakes were made. Black doesn't actually have an advantage here if white plays perfectly, but it's a bit regrettable that 5 moves later from this position we had a very, very level endgame, which ended in a draw very logically, I think.
Okay, and that leaves us with 2 games remaining. Levon versus Fabi. Let's jump into that one. Oh, I got the Leinier game there. And no?
And Levon has done something that I think Fabi very consciously provoked here, because we left it after rook d1, bishop h5 was reacted to by Fabi putting the rook back on e1. It just came from e1 a move before, so Levon said draw. Fabi said no such thing, played queen c2, Levon played b7, b5. which I wasn't sure exactly
If
why
you need it or
you
not.
would play b7, b5, because I don't think we're threatening b4. In some cases, maybe you would consider putting the pawn on c4, but that also gives a very, very pleasant square for the white knight. So I wasn't sure what was intended here. And then Fabi made this move rook d1 again. And here, Levon couldn't really resist the temptation of playing c7, c6, which is generally a move you would like to play unless it allows d6. But with the rook on d1, Levon is clearly intending to meet this with bishop b3. But the engine suggests this is very, very risky.
For black.
For black. The engine suggests that the pawn on d6 survives, bishop on f8 will not have any moves for quite some time, and perhaps what was missed is this very slow, seemingly, idea of playing knight d4 with the intention of very simply taking on b3. And it's not just the pawn that we're picking up. We're also creating this idea of dropping the queen back and then putting the knight on this square. And if that knight lands on c5, white is probably going to be in a dominant position.
Gorgeous.
d6 hasn't been played yet because Fabi clearly, it's a committal decision. He's down to 12 minutes. So he needs to make sure he understands what's happening there. But really, playing rook d1 with the intention of not playing d6 doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. Second best move by the engine is, let's say, queen c3. But then after cd5, e5, you start thinking maybe black can be better.
Yeah, the two bishops.
The bishops are still there. We've broken up the white center. The pawn on d5 could become a target. There's b5, b4 play now, which makes a lot more sense with the position more open. So I feel like he will play d6. He just needs to make sure he understands exactly what's happening.
Yeah. That is a lovely exchange sacrifice. Again, let me just follow this up with what Peter was just saying. So with the move rook d1, we are walking in to this trap, bishop to b3, skewering an exchange. But what Peter was mentioning is rook takes b3.
d6 on the board, by the way.
d6 on the board, so the players may be following our analysis. You start to think queen takes b3 check, c4, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
I'm super happy as black. But then you stop and you go, okay, I'm not going to take the pawn on b3, I'm going to take the pawn on c5. And bishop b3 on the board, so here we go. They're going right down this primrose path. Rook takes e4. Now again, from Levon's point of view, he's a happy camper. He's just won an exchange. The pawn on d6 is firmly blockaded. Everything's really looking okay. What's the problem? And as Peter's saying, it's very easy to underestimate the power of knight d4. What is it? It feels like you're doing nothing, but you're doing something very concrete. You want to take the pawn, move your queen, and then play knight to c5. He's taken on
b3, by the way.
He took on b3.
Which is a whole other direction to take, and I'm not sure
I didn't expect that at all. I thought c4, pardon me, and you shut down. Well, that is okay. Explain that one to me, Peter.
I think
that one is a
perhaps
surprise.
for Fabi as well, it's maybe not immediately, and I just want to make sure that knight d4 is the more aesthetically pleasing move, so to speak, but knight d2 is just as strong.
More
with the absolutely same idea of picking up on b3 and stopping rook c4. But his point is slightly different. He wants to take on b3, and now he will not be giving up his other central pawn, and it will be joining the play with e4, e5. So he's preserving his central pair, and he wants to continue opening the position up. Once you play e5, black will be faced with some unpleasant decisions. Let's say you go c5, white goes e5. If you ignore it, white will perhaps take on f6 and then go knight h4, knight f5. If you do take it, white lands a very, very strong knight on e5, d7, next move. This is still entirely playable. It's not like everything was thrown away. And as I look at the computer suggestion here, it seems to say that unless you play queen e6, you are still worse. Yeah, but queen e6 is a logical move. Yeah. Right. I don't think it's that hard to find.
No.
We'll see. We'll see what comes out of this, but it does feel like, quote unquote, objectively speaking, Fabi may have missed the trick there.
Exactly. Does it make? I mean, I find the move c5, c4 very compelling. But because you've just made the move queen e6, maybe I'm making an argument with myself for queen f7, Peter.
Yeah, we should show why not to play queen e6.
Yes, queen e6.
Yeah, step by step. This is just bad because Counterintuitively, we actually trade queens, but we also win a full piece for the d-passer.
Exactly.
Queen f7 is playable, but then after queen c2, you're still going to play c4 because it's hanging, and then it's basically the same position, but you made the move queen f7, which is not great. So you'd much rather spend it on something else.
And the only difference I could add to that was queen f7, queen c2, queen c4. It's horrible, but I am looking to trade queens, aren't I?
Yeah, there's bishop c7. Remember, this bishop is still alive.
Bishop c7, that clears the cup. Good morning, St. Louis.
It's a good move.
It's a good move. That d7 and bishop c7, it was your abracadabra. You were supposed to put the bishop on c3 and not fall for bishop c7.
Okay, there's a very exciting position there. But we're going to go over to St. Louis with Anastasia, who is there with a guest.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with Anish Giri, who just finished his game in a draw. What a game it was, Anish. I wonder what you were thinking during many times and how many times you calculated knight f2 and all this on each move, probably.
Yeah, well, I knew this stuff. I don't play like this when I'm prepared. I'm not this kind of guy. I don't go knight g4, f5, knight f2 if I'm not prepared. So I knew that there's knight g4, d5 and f5. And frankly, here, the line I recollected is bishop b2. And there is this very forcing line. Black has options, but this is like the... Why am I showing it? Okay, it's too late. I already showed it. But there is this forced knight d4, and now you can take rook e2, but I think knight c5 is also there. And I think there is this endgame. I was analyzing this endgame a little bit if white can be a bit better here after knight f2, bishop a5, c6, but I think, surprisingly, it's quite drawish, even though it looks like a bit better for white. But also there was bishop d4, cd, rook e2. And when I was analyzing it, I was checking which one is the easier draw. I think I concluded that this is probably the cleaner one. But anyway, bishop b2 is the forced line. Black can also play more ambitiously than that. It was sort of a forced bailout.
But I'm sorry, if it was forced and was clear for you, it wasn't so clear probably for Alireza, who was spending quite a lot of time. What do you think?
Well, I don't know. Afterwards, he told me that when I was sending him the line, he said that maybe he had seen it before, but he somehow didn't quite recollect the details. Of course, knight g4 or d5 is a weird way to play. Black can play many different ways. Like usually they go like bishop a7. I mean, I had games with white like that as well. It's kind of slow play, h6. But sometimes you go for d5, sometimes not. But in this particular case, white hasn't gone h3, so I have this. I've prepared this forced line. Yeah, I mean, it was sort of an attempt to try and just completely force the draw. I'm curious.
Actually, Peter was mentioning that he will not be surprised if you know everything until you know.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised this engine here gives some number. I think mine was giving a smaller number. I guess this is not a very deep, deep one. Because I think this position, if I remember correctly, it was completely nothing. Yes. But it looks, of course, a bit better. I think, I was kind of thinking maybe this is a little something, but I think I kept analyzing it and it was okay. But yeah, h3 is the other way, but I didn't recollect because I thought h3 was not the most principled way, and I was frankly kind of mostly calculating.
But looks logical, yes. What happens if you take?
Yeah, no, I didn't see here. Yeah, the point is that I want to take first here, so that if bc, then I go knight f2. Rook f2. By the way, I was thinking queen d6 first, more precise than taking, and because rook d8. So this I liked. And if knight c4, now I'm not taking on f2 anymore. I'm going now e4. That's why I take on c4 first.
Yeah, but there was some interesting lines. You know, if you take immediately, and then there is some crazy move like b5.
Yeah, maybe next time. Yeah.
Again,
next time.
Peter was saying maybe you have seen it.
No, bishop c4 first. I'm pretty sure. Knight c4, e4.
Okay.
But what was fascinating in the game, actually knight e1, he should have played. I think this is the correct zeros. Knight d4. Here was very interesting because I saw knight f2 is forced equality, so it was hard to, it was a little hard to refuse it because it was very easy, forced line. But of course, I felt that he might have already pushed it too far, so I was trying to find advantage here. Okay, the reason I didn't do this is because in the worst case, you can even go hg. EF and something like this, and bishop e3, whatever. I don't buy this as a big advantage for black. But of course, this was not the main reason I didn't play it. The main reason is that I missed an amazing line here after bishop. Rook d1 is bishop queen d5, rook d1. That is good for white. I think queen d3 is, I think, at least equal for white. But the principal line is EF, and here I missed an amazing. He also missed it, and that's the
pity because, okay, I don't know if he would have seen it at some point, but he was going to lose it here, actually. He was going to go bishop h4. This is the reason why I didn't play it as well. But this absolutely unbelievable line. This only move rook f2, take. And I mean, I saw rook f2 with the engine after the game there. And then as I was walking towards here, I realized the point. And why I didn't see it, of course. It's amazing. You go rook e8 here, Ag, and then you go bishop g3, and you
oh
lock him
my
up.
gosh,
And
bishop g3 is unbelievable move.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a chance he would have fallen for this.
No, e1, there is no defense.
There's a good chance. Though, of course, he had, I mean, Ag is there, but Ag is not why I refused it. I think I can even go bishop f2. Oh no, this is not nice. Yeah, e1 is not nice. Sorry, yeah, so maybe I should go rook f2. Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
okay, e1 is the threat, right?
You go here.
So for example, he goes here because
here,
it's really unpleasant. Yes.
I take. He goes bishop h4. Yeah, I mean, such things. The thing is that my knight is a bit dumb on c6, so maybe white has some attacking potential. Anyway, frankly, the thing is that it was just not smart to do this, I felt, because I thought that I allowed this bishop g5, after which I didn't see, frankly, okay, I mean, I missed this. Actually, this was my issue. I just didn't make this work. Because what I calculated here is, no, rook e8 is Ag, there's nothing to even calculate, right? Yeah, this is just bad. So I thought, of course, about knight f2. Yeah, but I think there was just no, even queen e2, there's just no good discovery. So, what else did I see? Yeah, there's not much else. I just didn't see I mean, I missed rook f2 altogether. But I guess even if I had seen rook f2, it just doesn't make much sense here because you see e1 take Ag and rook e8 Ag, e1 taking h2. I mean, you have to see this rook e8 Ag. It's amazing, incredible resource.
Wait a second, like something like queen c1?
No, here already I'm winning the queen.
Here.
Yeah, it's just amazing. It's in. But yeah, I suspect that white is still okay here with something precise, but it would have been curious because at least the line we both saw is losing for him. So it's not like I missed a win, and it was a classical game, so he had a lot of time. But maybe he would have fallen for it. But okay, he's of course a great tactician.
Maybe he could have found something later. It's always
to be honest,
happens.
though, I was not even but I was not really close to find this. I mean, this is just such a next level cheapo that I mean I don't think I'm capable of this kind of things.
Really?
I mean, in a practical game where I don't know that there is a solution, like, of course, if you tell me here, fe bishop g5, you say, okay, black to play and whatever.
Yes, and I don't know, win. Yes.
Yeah, then I can find it for sure, because by elimination. But when you don't know the final outcome, then you see the normal options. You're not looking for something insane when you don't know it's there. So I just, and also, frankly, maybe I misjudged it, but I just thought that this, like, even GF, like I thought, like what's going on here?
Maybe it's also about respect to your opponent that he will find all the best moves. He will not do the mistake.
No respect, no respect. Don't put words in my mouth. Zero respect to opponent. It's just that I'm calculating. Also, okay, I mean I have time. I can play knight f2 anytime and make the ef queen d1 easy draw. So frankly, from afar, I missed ef. Like I thought this is also. I actually thought I'm better. Then I realized after ef there's no good discoveries. And after queen d1, I realized here that I don't have any queen h1 business. But
you checked it a little bit.
But there's nothing, right?
No.
Yeah. No. So I have this knight f2 in the back. So I spent I know that you shouldn't be it's waste not to think about fe when you have time. So I was thinking about fe. I was diligently thinking about it, but I knew that I'm not missing much because there is Ag, but simply there's bishop g5. I just didn't see that amazing resource. It's very, very one of the more beautiful things I had seen that could have occurred in my own games. So.
Okay, my last question. Can you agree on the statement that you are the best prepared player in this tournament?
There is very good... No, I'm not. I mean, here especially, the tournament is packed with people who would definitely debate that. I'm trying. I'm really trying to be the best prepared player, but I think the same is about Fabiano and Jan. I think they both also have ambitions to be the best prepared player in the world. I think Maxime, Levon and Wesley are less ambitious about it right now. I mean, Levon used to be at some point the best prepared in the world. But the problem is that even if you are better prepared overall in a particular game, you can still get totally shocked by it. I mean, I once played a game against an opponent who is not known to be an opening player when he uncorked some incredible novelty against me. So in a particular game, it won't matter. And I really don't think that in this tournament you can say that I'm the best. But I'm, of course, trying. And there's a funny video of Hikaru You know Hikaru, yeah?
Yeah, I heard about
He's an interesting player, Hikaru. And Hikaru, at some point, there's a video where he talks about me, and there's actually a nice edit of that. There's like an Anish counter, so the number of times Hikaru says my name, and I think it's like 15 in the end.
Okay.
He says my name 15 times in the video, so it's a nice video. And he there says that he thinks I'm the best prepared player in the world. I said, okay, Fabiano was maybe at some point, but yeah, I honestly don't think so, especially nowadays. If I don't work for 3 weeks, I think, in a row on chess, then I'm already behind Fabiano and Jan. And Alireza is also very interesting because I have a feeling he works sort of in the spurts. Sometimes he's full of ideas, and then he starts to. He also has a different approach. Sometimes he plays more of the slow things where he relies on practical skills rather than prep. So he has a different approach. And also, of course, we shouldn't forget the Carlsen, who is not playing here, but he is also still trying to be really well prepared.
Absolutely. And the fight continues about everything, about who is the winner of Sinquefield Cup, who is better prepared. All the best of luck for you, Anish, and see you tomorrow, I hope.
I hope.
Thank you.
We'll have to do now. It is a hope, isn't it?
Anish there. No, absolutely. I mean, but some fantastic lines there.
Well, his preparation, that's one of the things. Sometimes I feel that maybe in this particular case, it was a case of Anish being overly prepared. He was looking for those forcing, equalizing lines. He'd worked out draws and other variations, so he was actually trying to force a draw. Said, well, maybe I could be a little bit better, but sometimes too much preparation and just not enough.
Yeah, I think one thing I regretted having listened to this interview is I feel like I was sort of too influenced by what the engine was telling me, because this whole bunch of absolutely spectacular variations he showed with Bishop G5 went completely past us, because I sort of realized it wasn't good. And I was concentrating on the moves that were good, but Bishop G5 is obviously the human choice there, and we should have. I feel like it's on me to at least mention it and to try to explain why it's likely players are very seriously calculating it. So yeah, I feel I've let our viewership down there a little bit. Returning to the game still live. This is the position in the game between Fabi and Levon. Fabi chose the E3 square for the queen, not C2, which is interesting to me, because yes, you are controlling the c6, c5 break to a degree, but you're also kind of self-pinning along the e file. I'm not sure I love it.
Okay. So how would things develop from this point?
I guess his argument here is, if the queen goes to c2, c6, c5 is a very logical response, and he's trying to stop it. And he is just generally saying to black, do you even have useful moves? And apparently no, because the best line by far appears to be, for the time being, h7, h6.
Wow.
Which is not a move, I think, that comes to mind immediately.
It's not intuitive at all.
Yeah, you can sort of imagine, like, I can construct an argument for why this is useful, but I myself will be very doubtful the argument holds water. I think it's just the most useful pass you have, because white still can play e4, e5, and you need to play c6, c5 here. So if we try to kind of reconstruct it from here going backwards, we need to be able to meet e5 with c5.
Okay.
And after e5 and c5 gets played onto the board, you have a suspicion that the rook actually still needs to be on a6. So a move like rook a6, a8, which I otherwise would maybe seriously be advising, because I want it on d8. I want to be able to play queen e6 without having to worry about the d-pawn promoting.
Agreed.
But this is a problem now, because after rook a d8, the engine goes, for instance, queen b6 is a very annoying move apparently. It's all a bit mystifying, I have to say, but there are some issues. So if this rook needs to stay here, the queen clearly cannot comfortably leave the blockading square on d7. Bishop has no. The rook on e8 is correctly positioned. You come to h6 just by realization that you don't really have anything that is much smarter than that. But it's not an easy solution at all.
Forgive me, Peter. I still don't understand. H6, C, H6, C, E5, C5.
C5, queen takes C5.
I think the point is we take on E5, and if you take with the knight, I have rook takes D6. I'm pretty sure this is the point.
This is the idea behind that.
Yeah, it's a very
sneaky rook takes rook.
Yeah,
right.
Continuing the variation, we have bishop takes e5 in the end.
Right.
So it all hinges on a very, very specific little tactic that you need to see from afar. And you also need to correctly assess that after bishop takes e5, rook d8, the pawn on d6 will eventually fall because we're attacking it with everything.
But can you refine? No, it's certainly not intuitive at all. But one thing that you can do, though, as white, is not rush with e5. Because if h6 is the only good way to move, can you not just make a move like
knight h4?
I'm thinking rook to d2.
Rook
d2? Just to, you know.
There's no rook takes d1 check
exactly.
in one of those variations.
Once again, the way you sometimes actually get to understand these positions is you see suddenly that with the inclusion of h6 and rook d2, the engine says queen e6 is playable, and then you go back and you ask the engine, why aren't you playing queen e6
E6
here?
right away, yeah.
And it says, now I'm very worried about e5. And after, let's say, fe5, d7, rook d8, and knight takes e5 is very strong. And then you can go back and ask it, why aren't you playing e5 here?
Yeah.
And it, for some reason, says, in the exact same position,
d7
first,
rook d8.
Yeah, knight e5, bishop e7. It seems to suggest this is for some reason fine, and
with the rook
this
on d1.
Absolutely is not. And honestly, I thought it would bring more clarity, but it really doesn't.
But actually,
the confusion is growing.
No, but wait 1 second. It really means that on a practical level, Levon is in big trouble.
Oh yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing.
Yeah. For me, I hate the queen on d7. I would much rather trade my rook on a7 and the queen on d7 spot. So I want to get the queen to a better square. I'm overlooking something, Peter. Is it again just d7? If I go queen a7, I want to trade queens and go rook d8. What am I missing?
It goes queen f4. It doesn't let you get your queen trade for now. And now e4, e5 is probably gaining in strength.
So c5, e5.
Allez, let's go.
e5 is strong, but queen f5 is even stronger apparently. And now your position starts looking like it's full of holes. And d7 is
queen f5 is way too sophisticated.
I thought I was putting my rook on d8 and getting my queen out of the way, so I could win the. So rook d8, and how am I losing? I think
here you start seeing sort of exactly how you're going to get mated, and reasonably
bad things are happening to me.
So let's look at pawn takes pawn just to.
I think knight g5 probably is just mate, right?
Yeah, now we're
with queen e6 coming in. Very importantly, taking away because you would like to play queen e6 check first, and then knight takes e5, but that allows queen f7, which is why knight g5 is so important. Not only attacking h7, but also taking away the all-important f7 square from the queen, and we just break through.
No, this is clear.
No, this is an incredibly complicated position. One good thing Levon has going for him is it's only 10 moves to the time control, because I think. If it were 15, I think the difference between 10 and 15 here is massive, because he is down to 11 minutes on our screens, and the more we analyze this, the more we realize
I'm confused.
Yeah, you need to be playing very, very precise machine moves, which even when you sort of dig down and try to discern what the difference is between what is supposedly a good move and a bad move. Both of them look playable, but one is good and one really, really isn't. So navigating this for Levon will not be straightforward at all.
Very difficult. I wanted to say that Leinier is down to 6 minutes. I'm not sure, eight moves. It looks like they've just made move 32. And that position, Leinier had been nursing an extra pawn. That's no longer the case. We did see a knight take c4, rook b4. We're catching up with the players. e4, queen a3, queen b6, d3, and it feels like whatever was in the position for Leinier is gone. Now the question is...
My question is, where is Jan?
Where? Oh,
because
that's
I think
a different question.
This position has been on the board for a bit, and there is like no other legal move than e2 takes d3. So where is he?
Oh, we do have e4 takes d3 on the board. Sorry, let me update my board. Yeah. e4 takes d3. Where is Jan? We are going to recapture as soon as he returns. By the way, at the opening ceremony dinner, Jan was actually absent, and Anastasia told us that he was the one nursing a cold.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that Duda ends up scratching today's match for his because he wasn't feeling
Yeah.
fit. E takes D3, he's back.
And we're
Is
being
Jan and
told,
A5.
Yeah, we've been told that Leinier is now in only move territory. A5.
I think
move
it's a
D3.
findable move though, because White has a very, very well-defined threat here of just
Knight
playing
C4.
Knight C4, and then the various pins we have going here on the queen side will end up
Unpleasant.
costing black material. Even after A5, Knight C4, I have a feeling that, second only move in a row, Queen B5, specifically to be able to meet Knight takes A5 with Rook A4.
Also not so
And then he will
obvious.
have to defend this, but this is defendable.
Right.
Even with this pawn already on D5, I think it's more likely a draw than not. And with the pawn on D3, you will establish some sort of a dark squared control. The big question, and I would address it to
the pawn grubbers.
No, not the pawn grubber, but I think I would trust you about endgames more than I would trust myself. Imagine this position, pawn gets to D4, all the heavy pieces come off. Is this winning or draw? Still draw. I thought so as well.
The one that shocked me was when you had the queen on A6 and the healthy extra pawn on A7, and the engine was laughing and saying,
that one
"You'll
was
never
very
smoke us out." So I don't know if we're going to see A7, A5, but it sure looks like a force.
He has played
move.
A5.
Okay.
And he will play Queen B5 because everything else is basically resigns.
Right.
Because you need to have a reply to Knight takes A5. And Levon has done something which I suspect the engine will dramatically disagree with, because
C4, C3.
He thought for quite some time and played C4, C3. And the reason I was so confident in saying that the engine will not like it is he is forcing Fabi to find that plan.
Of Knight to C5.
Yeah. This is sort of exactly the position we were aiming for earlier. And Fabi will not, he didn't go for it when he had the option on move 30, but now he's already taken with the queen, Rook takes C4 on the board.
On the board.
And it's quite clear that we have one bad piece on the board. The knight on F3 is not doing anything at all.
Right.
Our other pieces are all looking very good.
D2 played.
Yeah, and we need to improve this. And now it lands on B3, and black will be in a very tough spot.
Well, indeed, as we see there, Knight D2 and Levon suddenly
How
getting...
do you unravel with black?
Yeah.
Because, you have to move the rook from E4.
Okay, the rook on, presumably well...
But if you put it on E6, then the good
no,
old
that's
family
really dodgy.
fork
No,
is coming your way.
For sure, we're dropping the rook back. We're going to imagine that the knight is going to go to B3 from where it will be forking the queen and the rook. And then we imagine the rook dropping back.
It starts by playing Queen F5, waiting for you to play Knight C5, and then going Rook A7 and establishing...
Okay, so I'll do it in a different move order.
Yeah, I was going to go Rook A7 first,
Yeah, and okay, so our queen is out. Actually, this is something I really wanted to do, is I wanted to get the queen out. I hate the queen blockading the pawns. I mean, knights are the perfect blockaders. Rooks are awkward. Bishops are good blockaders, but queens are terrible. Now, the question is, with the C7 square covered, the immediate D7, Rook D8, I'm not allowing Bishop C7, right? Because I've got the Rook on A7.
Even this position is still
Well,
everything, because you've got Queen B3.
Hanging.
Queen B3 check.
Queen B3 check, the knight is hanging.
And
King.
then now Knight E6 was my idea.
Okay, but am I giving up two rooks for the light pieces? A rook for the two pieces,
yes.
You know what I mean? Rook takes, knight takes. Rook takes D1, queen takes D1.
I would probably prefer to take on D7 first and then on F8, because I think the queen on B3 is quite strong.
Okay, so back here, you want to take on, you want to include Rook takes D7, Rook takes D7, Knight takes F8, Black to move.
Munch that bishop.
Absolutely. I think the problem is probably Rook D5 in this position and trying to play against that Knight on F8.
Hoping
but this looks
hope.
very, very scary.
Well, the two pieces are an ascendancy, because in this case I don't have a pawn.
Unless you will only have one in about 3 moves time, right?
No, I can unravel it, I can rescue it rather by going Queen to E3.
You can rescue your knight.
Yeah, I can rescue my steed.
Good steed. Queen E3, giving your knight a retreat. This, I must say, it looks very good for white, because I'm hoping that I would get some counterplay against the white king, but
No,
not-
yeah, there's just a one checkmate threat. So
yeah.
rook h1 being checkmate, but now the
Right.
bishop just, well, she will find a spare spot or.
Right.
C7, I like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
c7.
just to
and
give
then-
your king.
Yeah, it's interesting because for the first time today, I'm trying to use my brain and it's not cooperating because I know that the machine doesn't play d7.
Right.
It actually enters into this entire. I actually lied to you about rook d5. We're absolutely correct about this whole line. It's forced after rook d7. Both moves are equal, starting with knight f8 or starting with. Let's check this first because we were discussing this position.
Right.
It goes very, very specifically rook e7, probably only move.
To stop the knight from getting
To stop physically, not block the diagonal, just
Right.
physically control all the squares.
Okay.
And it says black has enough counterplay, and the variations are very, very outlandish. Like the first line on my screen currently is white goes a4, hinting that there's also this potential passer on the a file. And then the main line, the reason I'm showing this, this will
Right.
probably not happen, but what I find intensely funny is that the main line here is ba, queen b8, and just h5. You want to give me checks? Give me checks. I don't know.
Also, h5 is threatening h4
Right.
and rook h1 checkmate.
But there's something weird about the first round with the four bishops of opposite color. But this is the second game of the round where we're seeing a white king potentially getting to h2 and to g3, as in the Alireza versus Anish game, because the king could have got smoked out to g3, and we could be seeing it here as well. That's
and if you do it the other way around, it plays strictly the only move rook a8 here. Everything else loses.
Okay.
The point being that if you play queen d6, I will continue taking away squares. The threat now is to play king g8, and then let me show. Let's say before king g8, knight d7, rook d8, and we have actually picked up that knight. And you correctly assessing it from afar is just going to be very, very difficult.
Sure.
And Lev, in the
By the
meantime,
way, went queen
played
f7.
queen f7.
That's a very
which is
different-
similar. It's a similar square to f5, but maybe slightly more controlled.
Yeah, not allowing any checks.
Okay, so once
Safety
more,
first.
queen f7, knight c5 looks like a very attractive move. The rook will drop back to a7, trying to control the pathway of this pawn up the board. Rook a7, and what do you this is really a fully tense position. 4 moves for the time control. Fabi, I like his position, but okay, at a certain moment you're going to have to play d7. Jody.
Right, do you have to play d7? I mean,
No, on the contrary,
can
I'm
I
kind
just
of happy
actually
the
do the
fact-
principle of 2 weaknesses, go b3, with the idea
b3,
of the a4.
a4, and again, that whole,
I
the
know
rook does need to control c7, so I should not, I don't think I should be tempted by this line because bishop c7, and I think I'm in big trouble. But b3 with the idea of a4. Okay, that looks like a fair concept. I don't feel like an exchange up. Somehow I'm on the back foot. I don't know exactly why, but it's not that comfortable for Levon.
And another thing that I wanted to point out, and that the engine also points out, the big difference between queen f5, which was the engine suggestion, and queen
Much more
f7 that
active,
Lev
yeah.
played, is we can play queen f3 and put another piece on a really, really horrible square. And from here, we are more or less in complete control. So what's interesting to me is that the engine often will just play b2, b4, saying, I don't actually need a passer on the a file. I am so happy with the amount of control I exert here that I will eventually create threats, I'm guessing on the king side, because it then plays, puts the bishop on f4, starts pushing the h-pawn up the board. Whereas for black, I think the future is pretty clear here. We're going to be passing.
Right.
To the extent that maybe we will at some point start playing king h8, king g8. We're not going to have any moves. None of the rooks have any squares to go to. You cannot give up on c6. You can, like this rook doesn't have any prospects anyway. Pushing anything on the king side probably hastens your demise, frankly, because it gives additional targets. It gives squares for white to occupy. So it plays h6, and then it starts shuffling. And for white, You can put the rook on d3 to make sure a3 is never hanging. It likes the idea of playing h4, h5. It puts the bishop on f4, plays g3, king g2. You can make all kinds of strengthening moves. And eventually, I suspect, it switches to attacking the black king. Very often, these positions get decided by the stronger side, which is clearly white here. Not even trying to cash in the center, but saying, all of your pieces are so preoccupied with controlling my passer that the moment I create one threat on the king side, the game will be over. Still, watching the engine shuffle here, it doesn't seem to create an immediate decisive threat in the next 5 to 7 moves. It just likes the position very, very much, but it just improves it, builds on it. So
slightly.
What I think is likely to happen here is that they will reach the time control, and then Fabio will sit down and ask himself exactly how he is planning to get this to a full point from just being in a very comfortable position.
Well, thank you for that, Peter. I was just going to say that our beloved and cherished principles, I've always said it and I'll say it forever, the knights improve themselves as they are more protected. Protect the knight more and more and more, and suddenly the knight is super, super strong. So a move like b2, b4, we don't really understand it. The engine is looking way, way, way down in the future, saying protect the knight. And it's not like you would want to play b4. I'm more like you. I would want to play b3 and a4 and develop
exactly, get
another
that a4
pawn.
all the way up the board.
But the bottom line here is Fabi's made a fabulous exchange sacrifice. He's given up a rook for a knight and pawn, but as Peter has been describing it, it's basically one-way traffic, and Levon is not going to be a happy camper defending this position. Let's just jump to the other remaining game. Again, for those of you who are joining us late, Duda has scratched today's game. He's feeling poorly, and we hope that he will remain in the tournament. We do not know that with a certainty, as Jan is at last enjoying matters as he's a pawn up. But Jovi, I think we've got a social media
We do.
moment.
We do have a tweet that we'd like to share with you.
This is from Camila
And
Gomez.
we have a question from Camila Gomez asking if there was still a wild card in the candidates, who would be our pick if they had the power to choose? And I'm gonna.
That's a good question. Is there a wild? I know the
No, there
organizers
isn't. No wild
in
cards.
tournament in candidates past there was a wild card.
Yeah,
not anymore.
No.
It's always been a very controversial thing because it helped secure sponsors, because sponsors had a bit of a say, not final say, but a bit of a say in who they wanted to invite, and that made organizing the candidates simpler. But obviously, this being a world championship cycle, the feeling of not wanting non-sportive factors to play any role in deciding the final 8 for the candidates is also very easily understood. Of the people, I assume if we are talking about wildcards, we are not really going to mention the names of people who are still very much in the running.
Exactly.
So it needs to be somebody who cannot qualify by normal means. I mean, Magnus, but okay.
You're going to force him to play.
I'm being told off very sternly.
I like it. Nice
in my
choice.
ear. Let me pass this over to you, and I'll think for a bit.
Wait a minute. Well, again, because first of all, nice question, Camille. But because of the fact that we do have players like Anish, players like Wesley, Firouzja, who are all in the running to qualify. If I said Firouzja as like a player who didn't qualify, I would pick a player of that nature, somebody in the really, really top ELO ratings that somehow is on the bubble and didn't make it. And this is what we're talking about. Jovi, big fight for the ELO spot.
It is a big fight for the rating spot. So whoever has the highest rating on January the 1st, 2024, will get that spot into the 2024 Candidates Tournament. And at the minute, Firouzja has a live rating of 27.62, but not far behind Anish, Giri and Wesley So.
Before today's game, Firouzja had a slightly larger lead, but he lost a fraction of a point by making a draw today because he was the highest rated player. Now, what we're all talking about, of course, is the World Championship cycle and this idea that you're trying to find a challenger to the world champion. So, okay, we've got the world champion, Ding Liren. He's all by himself. Something I don't like, but that's a different issue. So he's all by himself. So who's going to challenge Ding Liren? Well, you find the 8 best players, you put them together in a tournament, and you say, the one person who wins that tournament, the candidates tournament, will be our challenger. Hence, that's how we get the challenger. In my estimation, you should put Ding Liren in the candidates tournament. You should take the top 2 from the candidates to play the World Championship match. I don't think the World Champion should sit aside from the tournament. I don't think that that's a fair system.
Was such a revolutionary.
Are you kidding? That's what I proposed 20 years ago, dude. Actually, and I proposed the top 4.
And then semifinals.
Then you're talking about a very long cycle.
Well, at the time, it was a 3-year cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, now it's become a 2-year cycle. And in time, I think it should be an annual cycle, just as the rapid and blitz
I definitely wouldn't disagree with that. I think the shorter the cycle, the more people get to. And in particular, in 3-year, in times gone by, when it was a 3-year cycle, there were very famous examples of people who peaked at just the wrong time, and never really fought for the title because their best years came in between when there was like no qualification tournaments available whatsoever. And then something
But
dramatic
we never
happened.
answered Camilla's question.
I would have picked Firouzja. What can I say, Camilla? If he doesn't qualify,
If he doesn't
I would
qualify, then I would pick Firouzja. But if he
Right.
does qualify and Anish qualifies, well, actually,
That's
no,
2.
That's 2. I need a wild card. Okay, so I was thinking Leinier Dominguez.
Leinier.
Yeah, I want someone who hasn't had a shot
At the candidates.
at the candidates to be playing there. Because, Wesley's played, Richard's also played. Let's give someone
He's
a
very,
try.
very, very deserving. For those of you who have missed it, by the way, for me, it's an unfair thing, but I had to laugh. It was Lajos Portis. Lajos Portis was an absolutely extraordinary chess player from Hungary. And I'm not kidding when I say that spanning 30 years, he was a candidate, I believe, 8 times. Now stop and think about that. That's just incredible to be at that level where you're a candidate, you're in the top 8 over a span of 30 years. And during that span of time, there was a guy, he was a force of nature, he came out of nowhere. His name was Michael Tal. And I was like, damn it, why do I have to deal with a guy, Michael Tal? And then came after Tal, Tigran Petrosian, the absolute antithesis of what we just saw with Michael Tal. He says, where did this genius come from? Then came Boris Spassky, the natural player. Then came Bobby Fischer. Then came Gary Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, and then came Gary Kasparov. So there was Lajos Portis watching one genius after another upset him as he was going through his candidates. And it was sort of like, for me, he was one of those players that just was born in an age, almost a kind of a golden era of greats. He was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame, a few weeks ago, along with Susan Polgar and the great Dane Bent Larsen, and it was a beautiful ceremony. I just loved it. Loved it.
Very, very good to see players of his caliber being acknowledged.
Exactly.
And
what do we have?
Well, I was just taking a look at the game between Nepomniachtchi against Dominguez.
Extra pawn for white?
It is an extra pawn for white, and also the players are move 39, but Leinier has just 1 minute and 20 seconds to make that final move before he gets that 30-minute time added.
The extra pawn is not that
Not very keenly.
Not
felt
thrilling.
here. Yeah.
It's not thrilling. Well, as a Grunfeld defense player, you're used to being a pawn down and having the compensation, and this is just one of those cases.
Is that a sting there?
Oh yes, but Peter loves it because he recognizes, so what's the problem? I'm a pawn down and I've got my dynamic play. I've been doing this my whole life.
I will take the matters into my own hands here a little bit because you didn't throw back to me and I didn't actually answer the question. I wanted to go in a sort of a different direction to Jovanka. I like Leinier a great deal. He's a fantastic player. I've admired him and fought with him over the last couple of decades. But for my wild card, I want to see more of the new generation in the candidates. Yeah, so if Gukesh doesn't qualify, it's Gukesh and Noribek probably next on the list because Prague is already in.
Prague is in.
So I think, I mean, we will see them in candidates in the future, but all of them feel like they're probably ready now. So
what do you think about Vincent?
Vincent as well. I think he is still. I actually thought about this as I was composing my answer because Vincent, I think, has just had a very nice European and not including him in the list feels a bit kind of churlish. But well, you still have to. I only have one spot, and I think my current pecking order, excluding Prague, who got there by getting to the final in Baku. I think my current pecking order is probably Gukesh, then Noribek, then Vincent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The youths, he's favoring the youths
I was
over the
having that
seniors.
dilemma as well, but then I kind of remember just recalling who's on the list. It's Pragnananda, Hikaru, Fabi, and before I explain away my reasoning, let's pay attention to Leinier's
for the
game.
time control.
He has 30 seconds to make one move.
I think in this kind of things, you just kind of make a move like queen to d6, more or less, just what the heck. Nothing extraordinary needed here at this moment.
Well, he's keeping us entertained, just 10 seconds. Rook A7. I like this move, stopping Rook to B7.
Yeah, sidestepping. Yeah, stopping Rook B7.
I have a question for you both. So if White were to play Queen E5...
Which is the most direct, yes.
Very good question.
Yes.
And
I would be disinclined to trade.
This is the point.
Right.
Are you going to correct White's pawn structure?
I don't want to. I mean, I don't think my losing chances are terrible. No, seriously. I think that you have a desperately hard time proving this position. I know it looks funny that I'm putting my knight back, but you imagine if I play h5 and knight h6, it's going to be very, very hard for you to prove your extra pawn. And I've helped you enormously by bringing your pawn to e5. It doesn't mean you're not going to try.
There's also a very specific thing here that the engine suggests. I was kind of shocked at how readily it takes on e5 here. Part of the reason, at least, might be the fact that after 97, Najit is still fine, but I wanted to show something very specific. After, let's say, Rook B5 here, I think we can already play F6. And the point is, if E6, we're just in time to play Knight F8, and then we play Rook E7.
I'm going to have to interrupt you because we think we should go to the
Levon's game?
Yeah, Levon's game. Because not that many moves left. But Levon just has 45 seconds on the clock, and his position is difficult.
He's not enjoying his position one bit. And he's just played, okay, just a second, hold on. When we left it, we did see Queen F3, we did see B4, we did see H6, Rook D3, and Levon has just lashed out with F5. That's okay. It's not terrible, but it does have consequences,
right? The bishop can come to e5.
Absolutely.
Right?
I think he's just desperate and he's looking for something to do because I think he's pretty much correctly estimating that if he does nothing for the next 5 moves, White will find improvements. So at least he's doing it when both of them are short on time.
But Bishop E5, it looks very compelling.
Yeah, you have to have a reply to Rook E8, I suspect, but the engine does have a reply to Rook E8.
G3 or
Queen G3 is fine. For some reason, also the engine suggests Queen takes E6 is borderline winning, but we'll get to that if it happens, because we should be watching. We should be watching the screen.
So F6, F5, inviting Bishop E5. Jovi, would you pounce with a move like Bishop E5?
Absolutely.
Because you'd want to play F4 next, right?
Yeah.
Reinforce the bishop.
I heard when you're playing fast and relying on your intuition, often the first move that you need to look up is the move that is now available to you as a consequence of your opponent's last move. So here, f5, the e5 square is available. Bishop e5 is the first move to play.
Exploiting your opponent's previous move. f5 does weaken the e5 square. Bishop e5, I mean, seriously, if it was a blitz game, I couldn't stop myself from playing that move, because really what I desperately want to do as white in this position is I want to actually play d7 and bishop to c7. And if I could play bishop e5 and queen g3, so for example, I'm going to play a very bad move for black, king h8, queen g3, and now I've got what I wanted, which is that my bishop is going to be defended on the c7 square. So d7, rook d8, and bishop c7 is a dream come true. So for me, the move bishop e5 I would find compelling, not necessarily because it exploits my opponent's last moves, but it does exactly what I want, which is building up on that diagonal. And by the way, the g3 square, we can imagine a rook landing there. I could go like queen f4.
Bishop f4 played.
Bishop f4. Okay, intriguing. It doesn't necessarily take away the same concepts of queen g3.
Yeah, queen g3 is coming with some power there, because you do have bishop takes h6.
Ideas as well.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add is Levon is on 25 seconds now.
And ticking.
And the entire time Fabio was thinking, Levon was calculating bishop e5.
I'm sure.
Making a different move is quite valuable against somebody very, very low on time, because they have to suddenly change focus and start thinking about problems they probably weren't considering before.
11 seconds.
And G5.
That
lashing out.
That shouldn't be any good.
No. What's
in my
brave?
In my time, let's put it that way, the idea was just before the time control, you were supposed to avoid making pawn moves because you can't take them back. And F5 and G5 both are very consequential. You're just you've pushed your pawn shield in front of your king. You've exposed the king. And my first thought was there might have been more than one way to undermine the move G5. He went bishop E5 right away, Peter.
Yeah.
No queen G3.
Queen G6.
Queen G6 on the board.
Second best move, but position appears to now be indefensible, and it's not really very much
a surprise.
Very much of a shock. Yeah.
No.
The engine already says that this tin can be opened by immediately playing H4 and H5.
Right.
I don't immediately understand why after H5 you cannot take on H5 with the queen, but apparently G7 is now winning. It's a good thing.
D7 is
once again, I wasn't on screen, so I was still talking not to our viewers, which is not the way to talk. But the line the engine here shows is we go H4, H5, very specifically to lure the queen away from, it seems theoretical here, but actually lure it away from the C6 square. And if this pawn gets picked up, we continue ignoring the threat to our own queen. GF creates no threats, and the big difference is now we take on C6, and the black position completely collapses because we will have mating threats very soon, combining them with the very obvious threats of promoting the d-pawn. So H4 wins on the spot. This being move 41, Fabi
has now an
strictly speaking should actually just get up, get a drink of water, sit back down and calculate. But if something like Rook d1 doesn't spoil anything at all, and then we will find improvement. Because with, as Yasser said, with the black kingside structure now horribly compromised, there will be improvements eventually. There's no way with correct play, white will not find a way to enter the black camp.
Right. No, this looks really good. And it's funny, the first move that caught my eye was a very strange one, which I wanted to play F4. I didn't necessarily want to play H4, H5, but I wanted to play F4. So the first move that caught my eye was actually Queen D1. The idea is, I might go to B3 check, I might go D7 and bishop to D6, and I might play F4 and slide my rook to G3, and
shockingly, the engine
just says it's okay.
Not okay. No, black is, I think, still losing the game, but losing it much slower.
Much slower
than in the very concrete lines that we were showing earlier.
H4.
I think it's almost impossible for white to relinquish control here without blundering something.
Exactly.
So, whatever you choose to do here, you will still be massively, massively better. But I've been watching the computer play this with white for the past 10 minutes, starting from somewhere here. And my impression is, shocking as it may seem, finding a way in is quite tricky. And it weirdly remains quite tricky even here if you allow black some time to perhaps restructure his pieces a bit better. In particular, in your line, I think the reason Queen D1 is disliked so much by the engine is that it allows the rook to return to a decent square. C6 is no longer hanging.
C6 isn't hanging.
So you probably should be keeping the queen on this diagonal to make sure that this rook is completely pinned to the protection of this all-important pawn. Fabi is, of course, massively favored to win this from here, but he will still need to, the old rule that I think was first introduced to me by Mark Dvoretsky a long, long time ago was that against competent defense, and in this tournament you will not see people defend incompetently. Against competent defense, no matter how overwhelming your position looks, you will at some point have to calculate cleanly at least once. Your opponent you will not be able to win the game by hand is what is meant here. Just by making solid autopilot moves, you will not be able to win the game. So it feels like even here, it absolutely looks like white should be winning. But in order to actually win the game, you will have to at some point sit down and find a very precise, concrete way to get ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Peter. As we prepare to go to break, first of all, we want to tell you about our results so far.
Yes, and we've had 2 results between Wesley So and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That was a draw. Alireza, Firouzja and Anish, Giri. That game also ended peacefully, and
it was a fierce battle to get to that piece.
It was a tremendous battle, actually, in both games. And there, just to remind everyone that the reason that the game between Duda and Rapport has been grayed out is because Duda is currently unwell, and of course we wish him a speedy recovery, and we will keep you posted on any updates there.
And just to get it in there, but reserve your places at the Jingle Bar at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It tends to be party central in the Central West End. Go to worldchesshallofFame.org/jingle to find out how you can enjoy the festivities. I know we have a chess club Jingle Bar night as all of the employees of the club get together and celebrate the holidays. So see if you want to join us. And then meanwhile, as we go on break, Anastasia caught up with
Fabiano Caruana.
That was it.
So enjoy that, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Fabiano, welcome back to St. Louis, your home. Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour. Also, we started to speak about the candidates, about the main tournament, one of the main tournaments of 2024. So what do you think in general about the state of affairs in the chess world on the top? Let's say with Magnus, who is dropped some points here. There's Dingley-Ren, who is absent for so long. What's going on in the last year? What are your thoughts? Yes.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very unusual situation. I think that Magnus, he achieved everything that he could want in chess in general. So he probably didn't see any more value in terms of playing. Of course, there's always money, but maybe he doesn't worry so much about the money anymore. And he was more thinking, I don't need this. And I don't really want to go through this process, which I can understand on some level, of course, because the stress and the pressure and everything that comes with playing a World Championship match or candidates tournament, it does, of course, take a lot of energy out of you. So at some point we have to make these personal decisions. Do we want to pursue success or do we want to take care of our personal life more, let's say? So this is just a personal decision. It seems like he has less interest in classical chess as a whole. I think this is not a revelation. He said it himself, that he wants to focus more on rapid chess, blitz chess, maybe some other forms of chess like chess 960 or other things. In terms of Ding, I really can't say so much because he's less public than Magnus, so we don't know his thoughts as much. But he has been remarkably absent. I mean, he hasn't played anything or had, like, let's say, a meaningful sort of role in the chess world since he became world champion. He played one event, the Grand Chess Tour event in Bucharest. It was very unsuccessful for him, and he didn't play any other events. He said that he will come back next year. That's what we can kind of...
Maybe for the World Championship match.
Maybe for that, but he said that he would come back in January to play an event. If so, that'll be interesting to see his return. I'm also very interested to see how he plays after a long break. And yeah, in terms of the next match, of course, it'll be very interesting, whoever he faces. I think that we're seeing a little bit of a transition maybe in terms of other players who are getting more motivated, Magnus taking more of a step back from classical chess, Ding being a little bit of a wild card now.
Actually, speaking about Magnus and the fact that he doesn't want to play classical chess that much, do you think it's a chance for you actually to be on top? And now you're second player in the world, and so this gap is not so big anymore. So would you try to actually be on the top?
I've always tried. No, I mean, I've always tried. Magnus was always a huge obstacle, let's say, for every player who was trying to become the best in the world. And at some point we were close, but he always had that bit of an edge on me in terms of results. And at some point I was catching up a bit, but then also at some points falling behind because I didn't have the consistency that he has. And I lost my motivation during the COVID years completely. This was, I think, I wasted a lot of time during those years. So maybe it was my own fault, but also I think the world situation was a little bit difficult and confusing. And the chess world as well. It wasn't exactly clear what would happen in the chess world, to chess tournaments, to the future of chess or the world in general. So definitely lost a bit of time. And I think
now? What about now? It's just 30-something points.
No, to me, it's less about the rating, because I understand ratings go up and down, and maybe Magnus lost a bit of rating recently, but I'm not thinking too much about the rating. For me, the main goal is really the candidates tournament and performing well there and performing well in general. So I think that Magnus has always taken a pragmatic view of tournaments, as in he's trying to win the tournament. He's not trying to gain rating or anything. So I also feel like this is the most important, that it's all about the tournaments and playing well, and the results usually come if you're in good shape.
Yes, so this is what I wish you. I mean, all the best of luck in this tournament.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokhorjanova. I will be creating content for Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and catch more behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Riem Tokarjanova. I will take you behind the scenes of the Grand Chess Tour. Follow us on social media and don't miss out on players' interviews and more content from the playing hall.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Take it
I was
over,
waiting
me.
for the cue.
Who is that guy? Take it over.
Yeah, 4 hours into the start of play, and we already have 2 results. 2 games that have finished in a draw between Wesley and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and a wild encounter between Alireza, Firouzja, and Anish, Giri that did fizzle out. And just a quick reminder that the game between Duda and Rapport was not played because Duda is suffering, well, from sickness, and that game has had to be scratched, and we will keep everyone posted on that. But 2 games remaining and 2 games that looking like they could be finishing decisively.
Well, one really feels that way. The game of Fabi especially really feels very good. When we left it these parts, the players had just made the time control, and after the move Queen G6, the engine was making a very compelling argument for playing the moves H4 and H5. And as Peter was showing us, it required some forceful calculation, and it was pretty grim for Levon. For me, I thought the idea of Queen D1 at F4 was very attractive. After all, Black has just pushed the pawn shield in front of his king, and trying to provoke the move G5 takes F4, Bishop takes F4, and playing for Rook G3. I mean, visually, it just feels like Fabi's in the driver's seat. And I just wanted to say once again, I mean, players do have good years. And Fabi has just had an absolutely spectacularly fabulous year, Joey.
Yeah, I mean, take it away. I mean, look at this.
What hasn't he won?
He won the Grand Chess Tour Classical event in Romania to net $100,000.
Right.
And then came 4th in Croatia. And a very important result for him was to finish in 3rd place at the World Cup, which means that Fabiano is qualified to the 2024 Candidates Tournament. He's also US champion and recently just won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz.
And then as
$40,000, and also
as you pointed out, in Norway, he was leading the Norway tournament all the way to the final round. He did lose the final round, but he took second. So, Norway chess. And then he recently, the Grand Swiss. He's playing fabulously.
Form.
And it looks like he's going to be the first winner, first person to win, or you're going to rain on the parade?
I'm standing here smirking.
The engine is...
Not because, you're wrong and I'm very smart, but because I have the engine saying things to me. After Queen D1, Rook D8, the engine is suggesting it's time to go back to moving slowly. It plays G3, it starts kind of climbing slowly on the king's side. And F4, GF, Levon actually shows very, very good recognition here, because he says, allowing the G file to open, yes, it looks like White will be using it, but it also gives moves to make for Black. Rook G7 is potentially something that you want to do. If you chase this queen away, first of all, right this moment, Bishop takes D6 work, and
Bishop C5 check.
Just to explain, Bishop takes C5 is a check, and then everything falls. But even if this didn't exist and you were forced to play Queen F6, the Rook just needs to go back, because with the knight so far away, without the knight you can't really create mating threats on the king side, and the pawn is hanging, so it goes Rook D3 back, and actually plays either Queen G6 or Rook G7, and this is the least advantage Fabi has had for about, I would say, 10 moves. It's still better for White, but it is now, you get the feeling that with good play, Black probably holds this, shockingly.
Really?
That is really a stunner.
Was for me as well.
Queen D1, F4, GF4, the current position, if you will.
Big question, by the way, that we were discussing off air. Could we get the same position back?
Yes.
And apparently the problem with this is, my first instinct was, we can solve our problems tactically by doing this.
Because we can't.
And Queen takes C6, runs into Bishop H2 check. But sadly for Black, this instantly loses to what is called, and this is actually, normally the captures you miss are the minor captures, where like you can take with a big piece, but you take with a smaller piece and it's stronger. But here it's the other way around. Normally you would very much like to take the Rook with the Bishop, but you take with the Rook just to make sure that Bishop takes H2 doesn't exist, blocking this very nice tactical idea, and Black is completely doomed. But the big difference is, after Queen F3, the Rook does not need to go back to C8. It can go here. And for some reason, D7 isn't winning. D7, Rook D8, you don't have Bishop C7. The Queen, very importantly, still controls the C6 square. Right. And Bishop takes C5, followed by Rook takes D7, is coming very, very quickly. So White actually needs to start playing precisely here. And after Rook E8, you are forced to move away from attacking the C6 pawn, and Black can play something like King H7. And this, once again, returning to what we had after move 40, where none of the Black pieces had any moves. the decision to remove the queen from f3 seems to have been misjudged. And after f4 gf, we can see now Fabi pausing, because I'm pretty sure he completely discounted gf from afar. I think he thought it cannot possibly be any good to open the g file when your queen and your king are going to get skewered.
Which brings us up to the current position. If we go queen f3 here, Peter, because there is still bishop takes
still
c5
bishop
check.
takes d6, yeah.
Oh dear.
And it's wow.
Yeah, and
wrong.
I really hate to be the bearer of bad news,
But this is the computer assessment. I mean, let's just always remember that. But I wasn't entirely convinced that a human can defend this one perfectly. Bishop takes pawn, king h7. Okay, now the bishop goes back
to e5.
e5, and then.
By the way,
no, there are decent squares for pieces now.
Bishop e5 is a move
queen
by
f3. Hang on, you guys have revealed that trick to me many times, and it's still in the air.
Yeah, it still works even here.
Oh gosh.
It's very regrettable.
Yeah.
One of the things that I do really like about bishop takes f4, king h7, bishop e5 is that you do take away the rook g7 move, you know, after all. And so you play rook f7. We have been getting murdered by these discovered checks. So if I go rook f7, do I have time, Peter, just to go, I don't care, king h1?
I think f5, f4 is very important.
You're disturbing
me
me
And now suddenly
again.
I am generating legitimate counterplay. f4, f3 is going to be an annoying thing to keep an eye on at all times. No, it really does feel that with reasonably precise defense, you have very, very decent drawing chances. And also, I think for Levon, I'm pretty sure he knew he was in a tremendous amount of trouble. So having gotten here, he will sort of defend with renewed vigor.
Right.
Because I'm sure as a very, very strong player, he understands he was given a new lease on life. And this is not as hopeless and as miserable to play as it was just a few moves ago. So, yeah, Fabi...
it's commentator's curse. We just did this fantastic...
I think for some reason I'm very skeptical.
Fabi, greatest player ever. And then suddenly,
but it just again, it feels like if you have that horrible little trick on the board. Bishop takes pawn.
Always. King
and
h7.
if one were to take care of the king,
Let's say after king
h1 now.
Rook g7 exists.
But
shockingly, even just putting the queen on f6 and staying in this formation with like rook f7 coming in. The problem for white is everything looks perfect, but you still need to deliver some kind of a killer blow to win.
Well, can't
and
I reload?
don't know what it is.
Can't I reload now with queen f3 and taking on c6 because there's no longer these
bishop
checks?
Takes pawn.
There's queen a1 check.
This is why I was thinking you might have to get really frisky and go g3 and h4.
So we go...
wait a minute.
We go g3 and then h4.
And what, we're going to hide our king on h3?
And put it here. Yeah, maybe this is actually quite clever. And then maybe we have finally prepared to start attacking something. The engine says we can actually just shuffle. Like it actually gives you two moves to make here. And sort of continues shuffling and says threats. I don't see any threats. Why is queen f3 not winning?
Right.
Probably some.
And now not even one move. Bishop e5 apparently unpins everything.
Wow.
and there's also rook c7, which somehow works. I think this is a time for us to stop listening to what it says. Yeah. I agree with you that in human perspective, like when I saw Levon play g4, honestly, I came to the board to double-click on the move and to see the evaluation bottom out.
Right.
My first impression was there's no way this can work.
+4.
But the more I read, the more I understand that Levon actually assessed it perfectly properly, and this is the best chance he's had in a while to actually save this game. Very, very nice recognition.
And do you think Levon can turn it around?
You can overpress with white here. You can also blunder some stupid tactic, as we've been doing time and time again. But unlikely Fabi will do that.
Right.
Knowing Fabi this year, it's very, very unlikely Fabi just blunders something. But you can overpress. You can maybe feel a bit aggrieved that you are no longer winning. I think all of us have been there, right? You know that you've had a fantastic position, and then suddenly it's no longer as fantastic as it used to be, and you just refuse to accept that you can maybe not win this game.
Yeah, no, that's been the bane of my chess career, is this idea I carry the luggage of a winning game that I blundered away, and I keep chasing this victory instead of recognizing that, you know, like it's gone. It's
I literally
gone.
did that in my last tournament.
Really? You had the
Unpleasant
luck?
memory. And the worst thing is that I knew a draw would secure my team a victory, and I had the draw in my pocket. But for some reason, like, got a rush of blood to my head. And I just thought,
Victory, victory, victory.
you know, you should try, Yovi. Don't be a coward.
Right.
And, well, what did I do?
Listen
I
to the
ended up
force.
I'm messing it all up. And it
Your
was a rook
teammates-
against pawns, and my teammates are looking at me going, why are you playing like this? And I'm like, I don't know.
How did those beautiful teammates of yours console
They
you?
were very nice. They
Really?
were very, very supportive. They did not look at me and go, you idiot.
Those are not my teammates. My teammates were.
No, I'm
"Yes,
very
you
lucky
idiot."
with my England teammates.
We have another game. The game between Jan and Leinier. Jan has done everything he possibly could. He's actually won the pawn. The d3 pawn magically, abracadabra, has gone to the best square, where it's supported by. And I think he's got absolutely zero
Pretty
chances
much,
of
yeah.
winning.
His one hope here, and the reason I think the game hasn't found the magical threefold yet, is there is a queen on the long diagonal. If we imagine the same position, but I blunder the queen and you don't take, and we get here, like just to show the setup. If black achieves this and then just plants the knight on d6, I don't think the game continues, because
Right.
there's just not a threat to be made against this setup.
Right.
The fact that for the time being, the queen still controls the long diagonal makes it a bit awkward for black, because you can still imagine things being, going slightly wrong, and you really want all of your pieces on dark squares, and the king being on g8, you have to watch the back rank, you have to watch some, mysterious threats. But really, just shuffle.
Right. But if you don't mind, if you take that move back, Peter, I think Jovi will support me 100-fold on this. If the fight over the long diagonal is so important, why aren't you playing queen f8 and queen g7?
Didn't occur to me. Actually looks very good. I was looking at the same idea with the move rook d6, because it was just there.
To support queen f6.
Yeah, we're not worried about rook a8 check. It was just played onto the board, and then the rook went back to a2. My problem was, I thought, let's say white goes, say rook c2.
Queen
You play
f6.
queen f6. And then white takes, and goes very, very specifically bishop b4 here.
My rook gets trapped on f6.
And I would like to play knight d6, but then I'm in this weird situation where it has no
your
moves.
rook gets
It's probably
trapped.
still a draw, but I don't like looking in this position. It annoys me.
I understand you.
And if I don't play knight d6 here, I either have to allow a rook ending, which I definitely do not want to allow,
Right.
or I put the knight on a war square. And look, I lost the game apparently, because I didn't know that, but apparently I lost the game to rook c6.
Wow.
Because the c pawn actually costs you the rook here.
Wow.
So that was the one variation I wanted to show, which is, once again, an attempt to demonstrate why there are
The long
still some
diagonal.
gremlins in this position.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Queen d6, knight bishop b4 played
just
in the meantime.
Wanted to point out just one basic thing. It's white's dream to put the white queen on f6.
Yes.
So, I'm not a big fan of moves like queen f8, taking the
Well, I
defense.
was going to kick your queen away with rook d6 if you tried to go.
Yeah, but then the harmony disappears,
Well, I was
because the
gonna go
queen
rook
comes back to e5, I was going to say.
All right.
Yeah, and then we drop the rook back to
Rook
d8,
back.
and we
but it-
re-establish the idea of queen
But
e7.
But it does feel that, rook a7 and white's made a whole lot of progress, which might be symbolic.
I honestly think, I also blunder bishop takes h5, and it's not plain bishop takes h5.
It's a bad sign when you just blundered the second pawn.
This is very
Well, you've
confusing
got knight
to me.
takes h.
Just goes queen e7.
No.
Just because queen e7 and wins the pawn back. All right.
Right.
Enough of this making fools out of us. Yeah.
What has happened?
What has happened instead is Leinier played queen d6.
Okay.
Jan played bishop b4, and Leinier demonstrated
that
bishop f5, queen takes d5 is not worrying him. Rook a6 probably will follow. The queen will probably drop back to d8, and we will continue shuffling.
But okay, what is going to be the answer to queen to b1?
Queen to b1. That's bishop g6 is your.
This is nice.
Bishop g6.
This is nice.
Look at you.
But I will say you are still not really threatening bishop takes f5 because I'm pretty sure that rook ending is still drawn after queen g5, queen f5. So I can play something like king g7.
Yeah.
I just say. But the point, Jovi was ready to pounce.
The point was very, very clear.
Yeah.
The point was
Jovi
very nice.
said, just a second, I may be playing against two grandmasters, but I know a good sacrifice when I see one.
Exactly.
And Jan played rook a8, which would have just won on the spot if not for the fact that knight g7 exists. Everything else now loses because not only will the rooks come off, you will also have to allow bishop takes f5, and that queen ending is just dead loss. But knight g7 does exist; it will be found out of sheer necessity, and the equilibrium is still very much maintained. Yes.
Wow! Let's go back to Fabi and Levon. I mean, because we're commentators and we're in search of victory.
Somehow proving you completely correct. Fabi is back to being in more control than he was
a moment ago.
Yeah, because Levon didn't play king h7. Levon played queen g7, queen f6, which for some reason is weaker. You can maybe
not that obvious as to why.
Not immediately obvious at all.
Could it be because the
plays
pawn
d7.
comes to d7? Yeah.
Machine plays d7, and actually it's specifically d7, I think. While it's available. There's also queen a2 check, which pretty much forces queen f7, because otherwise knight e6 is very strong, and this way we establish this pin, allowing us to escape the fork on both of our rooks.
Gotcha.
And after queen f7, we can go back and then go d7. And the machine also plays queen e2 and says this is also quite strong. I think if we are to try to dissect this and try to figure out why king h7 is stronger than rook g7, first of all, it's not clear that g7 is the best square. Very often it stands very well on f7. It doesn't run into forks and so on. Controls more squares. And also, not having to worry about checks to the king, I think is a very, very useful detail. So I'm actually a bit surprised Levon played rook g7 as quickly as he has.
And the current position, and especially the follow-up d7, if you could put d7 on the board, because your first instinct is you don't want to allow, well, I'm threatening bishop c7, you don't want to allow bishop takes c5 check, followed by queen attacks the pawn, any square.
Yeah,
E6
I think the issue here is specifically that there's stuff falling on the other side of the board as well.
So queen e6,
queen e6.
Just picking a square.
Yeah, bishop takes h6.
Give me the pawn.
Oh, hang on. This is somehow suddenly a draw. Have I missed something? Yeah, here we have to play rook d6 first.
Yeah.
Here we have to play rook d6 first.
Okay, take the pawn.
With
the queen's protected, so rook on g7 takes d7.
Yeah, you can do this, but the engine insists this rook ending is lost after. We start with this one.
That one I can believe.
Then we pick up the, I think it's believable.
Whoa, so after d7, I can't play queen e6.
The queen needs to go to the 7th.
Okay, go for it.
And then after bishop takes h6, you have a kind of an unpleasant choice between this queen ending, which is bad because you also lose the f5 pawn. It doesn't really feel like this should be drawable. They sometimes still end up being like,
but queen e3 check,
out.
Queen takes
it's bottoming
a3.
out. Yeah, the only way to try and make a draw is to go for this and hope that you are somehow not lost here in a race. But the c-pawn, with a much safer king and the c-pawn also being a massive, massive factor, this is pretty much always lost.
Agreed.
And the other choice would be to play something like rook g6, to which the engine returns the bishop to, frankly, either square. How are we winning this exactly? You actually, there is a difference. For some reason, it's much stronger to play bishop e3. My guess is in order to play bishop d4 here.
Nice.
Very specifically, we're preserving the d7 pawn here. It's currently not hanging. Black would very much like for their next move to be rook g7, and we are making sure that we attack it again. And it cannot leave the g-file because you'll get mated.
Right.
And if it stays on the g-file, you're no longer really like. You can play something like bishop c3, and the pawn will survive.
Is this
eventually
another one of those details where if I go after bishop d4, rook g7, queen takes d7? Is this another one of those details where there's a check in the position or something?
No, this feels like we're going to give mate somewhere.
I was giving you up the queen for 2 rooks, but I'm losing the queen e6 check. Wow. Wow, d7.
Yeah.
That pawn is leading a charmed life. I mean, what you were saying there about Mark Dvoretsky and the necessity at a certain moment of calculating a forcing sequence is proven you right. D7.
He began by queen a2 check.
Forcing queen f7.
Yeah, Levon needs to play queen f7.
Otherwise, knight e6 just
and now
wins the game, as you said.
It seems like we can get back, or we can try to find a better square. Queen e2 is definitely a candidate here in terms of finding a more useful square. The engine doesn't hate it at all. Says we're back to the evaluations that you would assume mean white is winning.
Right.
But the win doesn't seem forced anymore. It's not like this is collapsing in the next 3 moves. It's just that we managed as white to disrupt the coordination between the black pieces, and after king h7, it even says we have the time to play king h1, and there is no longer any comfortable way to attack the pawn on d6 because this setup is extremely sturdy, and eventually we will start threatening d7.
One of the things I think for me, most especially in my career, is the computers have shown us or demonstrated that there's so much defensive resources in a position like ages ago, I would have looked at this position and said, well, white's just completely winning. I mean, just, this pawn on d6, this protected pass pawn, this pawn on d6, the weak king, it's just, you can't save it. And then the engines are finding incredible resources in positions that you just thought were gone. And, Levon, as you said, is actually in the best position he's had in maybe 20 moves, Peter.
Also, the clock time is concerning to me because, take a look at it. Fabiano has only 6
at one moment, Fabi had like 15 minutes, and
yeah, exactly.
Levon was down to his last few roles of reverse as far as the clocks are concerned.
Yeah.
And in the other game,
I'm keeping an eye on the other one as well, seeing as black has now sort of lost control over the d6 square, and one way you absolutely lose this position is if at some point white gets to play d5, d6. That probably ends the game in most cases. But the bishop is hanging. If you retreat along this diagonal, of course, the knight will come back to f5.
Right.
If you retreat along this diagonal, you can play rook d8 and then restructure your position with knight e8. It seems like Leinier is perhaps not finding a way to really get the blockading set up correctly in place and sort of end the game effectively. But he is keeping things under control. Rook d8 is not even the only move here. You can play queen c5 instead, because queen d5 check is such a massive threat. You cannot play d5, d6. So seems like this is still more likely a draw than a win for my fantasy pick. But
we do have bishop d3, rook d8 on the board, Peter.
Yeah, obviously Jan will continue looking for chances here. It's a completely risk-free process for him. No reason for him not to try.
And rook a7 played.
Yeah, rook a7. Apparently queen d6 is strictly the only move now. I'm wondering why rook d7 is losing. Rook d7, after takes, and queen a8 check, the threat of queen c6 is very, very strong, and black is suddenly in legitimate trouble, and I suspect knight e8 it loses specifically to bishop c2. Black is one tempo short because bishop comes to a4 and collects everything, skewers everything along this diagonal.
That is pretty.
So, no, you feel like the way Leinier played it after move 40, because honestly, somewhere around move 40, I felt that he is 2 moves away from completely blockading everything properly and shutting it down.
Right.
You do feel like it's possible Jan finds a cheapo here,
There's a wobble.
Because we're seeing all of these lines where, I mean, Rook d7 looks pretty natural here because, like, rooks come off, we go 96, 98, 96, we make a draw. Yeah, and then after queen a8 check, you suddenly realize that king h7, queen c6 is massively dangerous, maybe lost.
Right.
And you would like to play knight e8, but it loses on the spot. And what are your choices? You can play queen e8, but once again, the engine suggests, and this is surprising to me, but I guess it's because we've also put the pawn on h5. The engine actually suggests this endgame is now lost because we cannot stop the king from coming to very, very good squares. You're just not in time to establish the blockade.
Right, f6.
So let's say we go knight d6, king f4, king f8, and yeah, the engine goes f3 and says, I will now create a second passer, and this will rook d7 on the board.
Ooh.
Oh. I don't think Jan will miss this. I think Jan will recognize the
opportunity.
I hope Jan will recognize the opportunity presented to him, because I think if he doesn't take this now, it might never come again.
Exactly. That's one of the things that I found competing against the world champions and the challengers, for that matter, is when they are presented with their opportunities, they really do grab them and ride them to victory.
And
whereas when you get your opportunities, you kind of like miss the moment.
And stunning development in the other game.
I like how you turn to me there.
Absolutely.
You miss your opportunities.
What happened there?
He traded off queens.
What happened there?
What?
He took on f7.
That's a Verrassing.
And
I think
incidentally,
this game is
Rook
about to
takes
finish.
d7,
Nepomniachtchi
queen
has
a8
traded
check,
rooks.
and Nepo may be feeling his moment. What happened in Fabi's games? We expected queen d2. It was shocking for us. He traded queens. King takes.
Yeah, he's played knight d7, which really feels like he's going to go back to c5, and this game will end in a draw, because honestly, you no longer really have any luxury of waiting. If you don't repeat here, Black will attack the d6 pawn from g6. And why are we supposed to be better with white?
Is h6 an issue? Bishop takes h6, and we just play an exchange
Bishop
down?
takes d6 again, Yasser.
No. How many times am I going to fall for the same tactic? Bishop takes d6 again.
I think I fell for it as well. Even after both of you had given me warnings.
And I feel like a James Bond movie. 5 times is not enough.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, he just threw it away.
I think maybe the clock was a massive influence there, because
there we have it.
The game is finishing there, so let's stay with this camera.
What a save by Levon Aronian.
For sure. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and Levon can now claim, so the handshake is imminent here.
Yeah.
Wow. And again, the commentators curse, because we had just put up a graphic as we came back on screen to remind our viewers just what an incredible 2024.
A big smile.
Levon is like, I didn't deserve
Aronian.
this. You helped me out here, buddy.
Yeah.
That was not a good game on my part. You were doing really, really well. A huge missed opportunity. Let's jump back to Jan and Leinier.
Yeah, it's now really, really critical for Leinier. The choice that I think still preserves some drawing chances from the things we've seen is probably queen e8.
Yeah, so if I go, well, again, as you pointed out, the first and foremost is the desirable knight e8, so that you could go king g7 and knight d6. Loses instantly.
To a very specific thing, and that thing only.
Is bishop c2, and as you said it, Peter, you're just skewering everything on the diagonal. You're winning. You're winning on the spot. So there is no knight e8. So you were about to say queen e8.
Yeah, let's show king h7 though.
Okay,
for a second.
please.
So after king h7, it's very, very specific. It feels
again.
Queen c6.
Okay, and again, we can't trade queens and promote the pawn to c7. So we're probably,
that feels like you probably lose.
Exactly. So
maybe you wouldn't have lost if your pawns were on dark squares on the king side, but they're not. So they will become weak and they will drop off. No, the engine actually goes queen g4 there.
All right, sorry.
Somewhat shockingly. Honestly, I don't understand what it says.
Maybe it's trying to play queen d1, get active.
No,
or knight f5.
I really don't understand this, because it goes d6, knight f5, and doesn't take on f5.
Wow.
This I don't understand.
I would have thought that this is an easily
So the
winning...
line I can see on my screen here is d7.
Okay.
Knight takes h4.
Okay.
King g1.
Okay.
Queen d1 check. Bishop f1. Knight f3 check.
Okay.
And now we have to take and promote.
Yep.
And I wanted to ask you, Yasser.
Yes.
In your estimation, how easily winning is this?
It's not easily winning.
Is it winning at all?
I'm going to say it's not winning by absolute force. It's shocking.
When I had the pawns.
Yeah.
And my grandmaster opponent struggled to win this one.
With an extra piece, with one pawn. Daniel, I was working with Danya Naroditsky, and he had this ending against Bu from
Boussanger.
Yes. And he struggled, and he did not win it. And I was like, dude, come on, you got to be able to win it. And then he just sent me like reams and reams of analysis, and I was forced to admit that he didn't have a win. This is not trivial at all.
I think you remove one more pawn pair. Let's say you remove h5 and g3 off the board. This might probably just be a draw.
Exactly.
3 against 2, I would also lean towards saying it's winning, but it will take work.
Right.
It's and returning to this line, let's discuss the point that I just stopped.
The knight?
Yeah. So instead of d7, we can obviously take on f5. Queen takes f5.
Happily and go into this queen ending.
Yeah. And then play d7.
Okay.
Why isn't this just utterly winning? Queen d3.
We get behind.
Yeah, queen d3, and if queen c7, it starts giving checks and then attacks the f2 pawn.
Right.
Is the mechanism that black tries to use to hold this. After king h2, we play something like queen d2.
Right, and this, anytime we go to the h2 square, then we're happy to attack the f2 pawn. And as you say, you're welcome to queen, but that's a perpetual on the spot.
Yeah, I'm very curious that the engine seems very insistent that the extra piece position is a more winning position out of these two, because feels like I should know whether this is winning or not, but I don't. But it looks like with the king on h7 and white getting to play d7 with the queen on c6, it has to be enough, but I don't see how.
By the way, that all comes from the current position that Leinier is struggling with. The current position is, should he play the move king h7 and go into the variations that we've been looking at, or should he play the move queen e8? And this is where I would have intuited that queen e8 was the best move and getting into a position where you get your knight to d6.
Yeah, and that's what he's played. Yeah, he's played that.
Yeah, but the point that you
the engine says this is completely lost.
Yeah, the point that you were making is the engine was saying, white is simply too fast. He's threatening to play king e5, drive away the blockader, so that when you get your king over there in order to play king e7 and defend your good lead knight, we make a second
he hasn't
passer.
taken. I was kind of wondering if he'll just play queen c6 here.
Big moment there. Did he miss something, Peter?
Yeah, queen c6 is now back to being objectively, quote unquote, draw, in such a way that I'm not sure that if it's a draw from a human perspective, but this is a miss. But it's understandable. One thing I wanted to show, though, because we were discussing this and I wanted to consult my all-seeing eye. If we talk about this line that we were just discussing with black being prepared to give up the knight for the d-pawn, after bishop f5, queen f5, we're still winning as long as we don't play d7. d7, queen d3,
that's
zeros.
Stop.
Zeros. No way to break out of that very, very persistent pattern of black playing queen d2 in this position.
Gotcha.
But if you play something like queen
f3.
Queen f3, and then we end up in this position, and then the king will slowly, like you get the king queen to d5, you get the king over to c5.
Just queen f6? Is that
I'm with you, Jovi. Why not queen
f6?
Yeah. Draw, apparently.
By the way, did you see that bar went super far? I love the queen posting up on f6. I thought you go queen f6, queen e7, d7, and nurse it home.
It's the same mechanism. What you should be avoiding here, apparently, it's not obvious to me either. I'm not making any fun of anyone here. This setup is very sturdy. As long as you keep the queen behind the pawn on d7, where it cannot really get in the way of you making progress. Like after queen d7, the best move is to just put it on d5. And then we aim the king towards like the b6 square. We play queen c6, we play d7, and the king will find shelter somewhere on the c8 square, and the d-pawn wins. What you shouldn't allow is something like this, where the king quite clearly will never cross the d-file now. And this apparently just holds. And on that note, we return to what happened in the game, because Jan, you will say that he missed a win here, but I was thinking about that.
This is not obvious to me.
How obvious is this, that you are absolutely going to win this position?
Not obvious, because you were talking about f3, but I guess
f3 and g4.
Yeah, but I guess you can go f5, right? Oh, no,
in this position, it goes king g5.
King g5.
And then it goes f4, f5. It just breaks open everything, and that apparently is enough. And also, very importantly, this might be the absolute best square on the board for this bishop, because it controls pretty much every single square that this knight can jump from d6.
And is there any ideas of going bishop takes g6?
I was thinking exactly the same thing, because that is going to be 4 pawns.
After king f8, it just goes bishop takes g6 here, very happily. Yeah.
And that's all she wrote.
But in general, it wants to go f4, f5, force gf, win the h5 pawn. And even though the h pawn is of the wrong color, one thing we need to remind our viewers is that bishop and this pawn will not win against the bare king. Black doesn't have resources to remove this much material from the board. So this would have torn the black position apart and would have probably just won quite easily. But yeah, he goes queen c6, and after queen c6, there's even a choice. The one I was kind of shocked about, the one I saw on my screen and thought to myself, okay, this is not very human. Machine says, this is holdable. Bishop c4, knight d8.
Whoa.
And after queen c7, I'm guessing quite specifically, we are not trying to preserve it on d8. We are just kind of happily allowing, with queen e4, queen takes e4, we're allowing the trade.
With and the queen construction coming to d5.
Yeah, and that construction with the queen on d5 will not be avoidable. Yeah. So queen takes d8, we go queen e4 check. King, let's say h2, we go queen takes e4. And unfortunately for white, you would like to play queen a8, I guess, and not allow it to land on d5, but this runs into queen d4, attacking both.
After watching you, Peter, I feel like I need to go to my gymnasium and work out on my endgame.
But you know, I have a feeling this might save us some points.
Seriously. And has he spoiled it with this move, queen c6?
6 against 24. Once again, we have to remind ourselves there will be no more time added. This is the final time control for Leinier.
Right.
He will be in an eternal horrible time trouble in about, I guess, 10 months' time. Because Jan is extremely good at playing on his opponent's time. Jan will no longer really think deeply about anything if he has a choice. He will be constantly keeping Leinier seated, keeping Leinier thinking on his own clock. And Leinier will be playing on increment, I'm guessing, in about 10 minutes' time from here. And it's not fun, because all of the positions we're discussing, they're no longer automatically drawn. They might be drawn with best play, like queen e5, or another option is this move king f8. Although now king f1 somehow is winning, I don't understand any of this. Specifically king f1, nothing else.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed that.
No, it's just
I definitely would not have guessed that.
So yeah.
Chess is difficult.
And it's really, chess is so hard, because I am laughing at my own ignorance, and yet I have 50 years of chess knowledge and experience backing me up.
I would absolutely defer to you in this, but I have the magic.
King f1?
Yeah, I have the magic wand here.
No, Peter, you can't play king f8 because of king f1.
Exactly. How are we missing such simple stuff?
King f8 played.
King f8 played. So once again, we get to a point where there is seemingly a very precise move which shifts the evaluation from
f1.
Come on, that's not.
Although
obvious
having said that, I'm reading the first line. What we're getting there, Black will have to play something like queen e5.
Okay.
And now after d6 and knight e6, Black is not getting as favorable a version of the same position as he was getting before. So the line continues along the lines of like this, and you no longer have the same tactic for some reason, I guess because the d8 is hanging with check. So you end up having to defend it passively. But honestly, maybe we oversold it a little bit, because +2 in a position like this does not actually guarantee a win.
Not at
because,
all.
Because White's position is so strong that if there is a win, normally the engine, after thinking about for 30 seconds, starts
But you can break it
showing.
down, right? I mean, you've got ideas of Queen D7, lining up a battery.
Yeah, it just ignores it and sort of stays.
And
And apparently we've made a horrible mistake
and then
and we're
after
no longer
Bishop
winning.
B5,
I have no idea why.
it's
I'm
going to be
giving
that
up.
construction again where the Queen gets
Mhm.
behind the
Yeah.
D6 pawn.
No, we have to be very, very, like for some reason the only move winning here is Queen B6 with the intention of following it up with Bishop A6 and putting it on C8. And after you put it on C8, you can eventually, I guess, play, I don't know, I'm struggling.
Wow.
I can see that it very much wants the bishop on C8. I'm
I guess
not sure I
so. It
understand
means
why.
that whenever you have a queen e4 check, you're not picking up a bishop.
It's a safe square.
It's a safe square.
One way to describe it is it's a safe square.
But the other problem really is the knight on d6 is dominated once
Yeah,
the bishop
it's,
gets to c8 as
it's
well.
no longer very good, yeah.
Right.
But
this is an incredibly difficult ending to navigate, and the challenges for both players. But what you really wanted to say is most especially Leinier, who will be on increment.
Yeah, I think general rule of thumb is when the stronger side also has such an advantage on the clock, these positions tend to get lost more often than they tend to get saved,
Exactly.
because the constant pressure of having to find absolutely only decisions time and time again eventually starts telling, and one mistake costs you the game. But arguably he's already made that one mistake. He already was mathematically lost, and it wasn't realized properly by Jan. We'll see.
Jovi, this potential result of Jan winning forcibly reminds me of the work we did prior to our broadcast, working with the stats and explaining the decisive round one games and why round one is so decisive, and whoever wins round one goes on to win the competition, and how Leinier was the only undefeated player in the entire Sinquefield Cup. I just feel like all of those statistics
Just went out of the window.
just got thrown out the window.
Yeah.
What just happened to us? I mean,
I think
everything
Maurice is a lean, mean jinxing machine.
That must be it, because boy, our preparatory work for this year's Sinquefield Cup was pretty impressive,
right?
Except for the results. we got waylaid somewhere. King of Fate.
King of Fate, yeah, and having thought about it for a second, the engine is no longer saying King f1 is the only move that wins. At least Bishop c2 is also Queen c5 check played, by the way, so we can stop discussing theoreticals. Queen c5 check probably will be, yes, it will be suggested that this is a mistake, but it's mainly a mistake because after King g8, Queen c6, you are no longer obliged to play King f8, which, as we know, is a mistake.
Which he will play right away,
Which he will probably just blitz out very, very happily.
It's a repetition.
Yeah, so
but sorry, Queen c6, King f8, Bishop c2. What was the idea
I'm not
behind
even
Bishop
sure. I'm
c2?
not even sure what we're dodging. I have a feeling that we're passing here. I think this is an ideal setup. Black cannot take on c6. Okay. Black does not have a good knight move as long as we control the f5 square.
Okay.
And the moves King f1 and Bishop c2 are just useful passes which force Black to move away from this setup, which is currently holding, but it will get shifted. And he's gone d6 instantly, which I suspect. Okay, Queen a8 check, strictly only move. This is findable, I think.
Stop.
This, I think, is findable. Yeah, already played by Leinier.
Okay.
Already played. And this now, with precise play, you would have to say that below 1 point advantage for White means precise play draws.
Okay, help us out. King h2, a very natural looking move.
Knight e6 only move, but once again, very understandable. Where do you want the queen?
Queen e5?
Yeah, Queen e5 is absolutely the best square, but you've...
Queen f3.
Yeah, everything else loses, but you've allowed Queen
Bishop
f3.
takes g6. Nobody invited you to play Queen f3.
So what happens if we play King
King
g1?
g1, got to protect
You
f2.
have to give this check.
I am going to give that check.
You have to give this check. And now King g2 we can repeat, and if King h2, we go knight e6, and e5 is no longer available, very, very importantly. And after King Queen d5, now we finally have choices. Even king g7 holds, queen f6 holds, queen b2 holds. So as long as we don't allow queen
king
e5,
g1 on the board as expected.
yeah, king g1, you have to give the check. But I think knowing how dangerous knight e6, queen e5 looks, you probably do give the check. I think Leinier will not struggle with this decision.
By the way, to my eyes, bishop takes g6 and d7 might just be a winning threat. So it's time to play queen a1 check.
Yeah. I mean, there are only really two legal moves in this position. One is knight e6, one is queen a1. You get here, you look at this position for 3 seconds, you think, nah, don't want that.
Bishop takes g6.
No, bishop g6, or even this idea of bishop before d5, and then things will start creaking and falling apart.
Agreed.
So
queen a1 check,
expecting
and
him to give the checks.
Are 5 minutes for Leinier.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there we can see the players.
When I, with hindsight, 2020, coming in and thinking about the round 2 games, and you said to me, one game is going to be decisive of this round, I wouldn't have been picking this game, because this game was always in that, yes, Leinier was up a pawn at one time, but it wasn't a big factor. Jan was up a pawn, wasn't a big factor. I would have bet the MVL game, or even the Anish game would have been, or, as we just saw, the Levon game would have been the decisive games. This would have been the least one to choose.
This may have been the last on the list. It wouldn't have been unreasonable to name this as the last on the list because of how solid Leinier has been in Sinquefield Cups of years gone by.
Also, he was the one in his opening preparation. He was a pawn up.
Exactly.
So I was expecting that game to perhaps fizzle out into a draw, but okay.
Of all of the games, king g1 on the board, and we know from the engine, queen a1 check, and not letting white get that setup with the queen on e5, the bishop coming to e4, and bishop coming to d5. That's a winning setup. And therefore, to stop white from getting that setup, queen a1 check is actually forced, the only move. King h2, knight e6, and Leinier can hold with, again, engine-like perfect play.
But
not easy.
Compared to some other things we have seen today with the engine suggesting something is absolutely a must, queen a1 check should be easily explainable. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, he's taking his time.
He is.
He's now coming close to 3 minutes.
4 minutes on clock and closing in on 3, yeah. Again, our time controls, as we've explained through all of our shows, you get 2 time controls. The players are now going to be both players will be relying on their increments to make their moves. They'll get 30-second bonus for each move played and completed. By completed, I mean pressing the clocks.
Yep.
We've seen some players lose on time. They made the move, then they went to press their clock, and they didn't do it in time.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Painful stuff.
Painful.
And there we see he's reaching for the queen. Queen a1 check played.
Exactly.
And it's the only move to keep the game alive.
Something very yeah, I was about to say, my clock went to 6:02 on Leinier. He didn't get 3 minute bonus.
No.
But now it has fallen back to 3 minutes. I don't know exactly what happened there. Little gremlins in the house. King h2. We're expecting.
Otherwise, if King G2 is just simply going to be met with queen to A8 check.
Exactly. So King H2 and Knight E6. And what's the from Black's setup? What would his best setup be?
One thing I wanted to
Peter?
ask my magic screen was,
Yes.
let me set up something which is entirely hypothetical at the time, but just I'm curious. So if after d6, d7 here, I go knight d8, do I lose or not? Apparently not. This is what I wanted to ask the engine, because this is the position of full passivity. We're not going to attempt any kind of a breakout. We're just barely keeping ourselves alive. But we'll bring the queen over to f6 and stay in this shape, not really doing very much, playing, let's say, king f8, king g7.
Right.
And I was wondering if the engine will say that this position of complete dominance can be actually converted into a full point Judging by this, the answer is just straight up no.
So the idea is, as passive as this position looks, it's actually a fortress.
Yeah, f7 is normally you attack the base of the chain, you know,
Right.
the old canards. Base of the chain is extremely well protected.
But this one is very difficult. But this one
die
is,
on this hill.
I was going to say, this endgame is actually going to be very difficult to assess. Because,
Yes,
you know,
because
white
the judgment will
always
be, I've got it such a dominating position, I will eventually force a zip on.
Exactly, and it's the difficulty is for Leinier actually.
Yeah,
Just deciding that we
you
still
can
see
very
the night
easily
come.
imagine in this position, let's say white embarking on... White is completely safe to try to get the king over to b5 and then start offering some queen trades. You know, trying to get the king over to c8 and then probably you are winning. So I would not, if I had this position over the board with black, I would feel I have a decent shot, but I would not be at all convinced that this is as seemingly dead equal as the engine is suggesting. But on the other level, it's not really Leinier's concern. He's going to have to make only moves for a while.
Right.
If the only moves lead him to have to assume this posture with this blockading knight on d8 and no pieces ever making any active moves for the rest of the game, it is what he will do because the alternatives will be worse. And he doesn't really need to concern himself with the evaluation of this position.
Right.
He just needs to play it.
Yeah, my instinct would have been to try to avoid it, but on the other hand, just as you're saying, Peter, you're recognizing that the weakness in the position f7 is so very well defended with the knight on d8, the blockading knight to begin with, and well, the pawn on d7 looks great. It won't win the game on its own.
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks like king. See, he's even repeating with king g2 for now. The question is, do we lose with? We do actually lose with knight e6. Very clever by Jan, because the temptation to go knight e6 and not
It's
to
very strong.
Yeah, but then suddenly after queen c8 and bishop c4, you are not actually in time to establish the setup that you want to establish. So, but no, Leinier doesn't really want to.
Leinier's not going to break the balance like that. Queen a8.
Yeah, Leinier knows what's up.
As Paul Benko would say, no yoking.
I've never heard that.
No joking, no yoking.
Ah, okay.
Check on
Oh,
king g2.
just one
please.
thing that white must never do in this
What's that?
particular position is put the king on h3.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
that would be.
Oh,
I know it's basic,
Jovi. Oh,
but how many times have we fallen for that kind of thing on blitz?
Oh, that would be
King
absolute-
h2 play.
King h2 is so close
Now,
to
96,
hell.
96 probably strictly the only move.
King h2.
And the big difference is, as we've shown earlier, you cannot play queen e5 because queen f3 is very, very strong. And that makes all the
Knight
difference.
e6.
And in fact, after knight e6, the engine more or less makes a forced draw here because it actually, in many cases, will be offering queen trades. I can see on my screen, for instance, let's say we play queen b6 here.
Okay.
Black plays queen d5.
Okay.
Let's say bishop f1, king f8. And it actually starts playing queen c5 and queen d4 next move, saying I will be able to attack this pawn, force it to d7, attack it again, and pick it up before you do anything on the king side. So this is now maybe just manageable move by move.
And knight e6, by the way, on the board.
And queen c4 blitzed out by
Nepo.
By Jan. Queen c4, queen f3 only. Whoa. Okay.
What happened?
The engine is suggesting we have to play queen f3. We have to give this check.
King g2.
And in this position, we apparently only make a draw with knight f4.
Yeah.
You voluntarily have to go into this queen ending, which
Okay.
honestly, I don't know if it looks drawn without the engine.
And by the way, the knight f4...
This is a perpetual. This is
clear.
not difficult.
Right.
This is not difficult. What is difficult is recognizing that you no longer have a blockade without this trade, and also that this is not just completely lost.
Exactly.
And as we know, with the queen on d7, it is completely lost. But
Right.
with the queen on d3, the engine just shows clear zeros here.
Wow.
This is not going to be easy. Queen c4 is a very, very good practical choice. Other moves are still sort of okay. The engine goes king h7 and says, I don't lose.
Queen a7.
Queen A7.
Queen A7.
No Queen F3.
Queen A7.
No Queen A3.
King G2 is now winning.
Because Queen A8 can be met by Bishop E4.
King G2 played.
Yeah.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, about having to defend this position. Even if it improves for a certain period of time, you still have to continue playing well. And it's just so very difficult on low time.
By the way, once again, my mind's reeling. I'm sitting there saying, well, why can't you just get the fortress, knight to D8? Bishop takes G6.
Yeah.
Is on tap. So, this situation, suddenly, you know, we've been looking at fortresses based upon the idea of knight to D8. Well, this is not one of them because bishop takes G6. Just happens that the queen picks up the pawn. Bishop takes G6, picks up the pawn.
And I'm just going to say the big idea, I guess, is that the white queen can get to C6 with no problems. So if you go queen to B7, then the bishop will simply block that check.
Exactly. Now, here's a question for ourselves. If we do seize the defensive, and we go...
Queen E7, it goes queen D5, and the big difference is the bishop is on D3, which is in the other order. In this order as well, this is no longer perpetual with knight F4. And the threat, I suspect, is queen E5 followed by bishop D5, and then things will start falling apart.
Okay, so once again, if I try to... Okay, that's bishop takes G6, so that's just wrong.
Yeah, first of all, it's difficult to make moves, as we are demonstrating.
Yes,
but
I mean,
also,
I'm trying to get the fortress with the knight on D8. I'm not succeeding. Okay, I go king H7. Go ahead.
Yeah, we go queen E5.
Queen E5.
Go queen E5.
Yeah, queen E5, followed by bishop D5.
So,
and then things start really creaking.
Exactly.
You've also got queen F6. That's my favorite move.
Yeah, but
queen F6 and queen D. Queen 7.
I was aspiring actually for queen to C5.
Oh yeah, I did blunder queen C5 here.
But
Jovi
was
queen takes H5 also exists in this position.
Oh no! Stop it! Queen takes H5. No, that's embarrassing.
And Leinier down to 20 seconds on the clock. And
oh my gosh!
And he goes for queen D4.
Queen D4. I'm just going to refresh
this
my board.
This doesn't
everybody.
hold. I don't think. I think this loses to the queen trade.
To the mundane, because in this particular case, our king is incredibly safe.
So is this
fast,
the only winning move? No.
Our king is incredibly fast in terms of getting to G5. So we drive the knight back to D8.
Now king comes crawling.
King comes calling.
The fastest is, this is probably still winning, but the way the engine wins it, I can see on my screen, after queen D4, knight D4.
Yes.
Very importantly, the knight is, like, it cannot attack the D6 pawn, it cannot do anything. So the engine goes F4, already starting to prepare for the breaks on the king side. It goes F4, and then just goes king F2, king E3.
King F8, king F2, king E8, king E3.
And you really have no good squares whatsoever.
If I walk into
F5,
because
F4, F5 is an additional threat here, which will win many a pawn endgame. I think the illustrative variation here is knight C6.
That looks good.
And after that, I think I win by playing bishop B5, king D7, F5.
Oh, I was about to say, you're really just going into a king upon endgame, and the correct answer
Very
is
specifically
yes, you
F5, yeah. And only after king takes G6, I will take on C6, and then I will trade the pawns and collect everything on the king side.
Good point.
So, yeah, problems everywhere for black now.
And the king is far away from defense. Wow. So the queen trade followed by F4 followed by king F2 is the smoothest and easiest.
F4 is not the only winning move, but it's I think it's very crisp.
And you don't want to be locking down the position with F5 because black's pawns
you're just not in time.
So weak.
You don't get there in time. F4, F5, king F2, king E3, and the knight gets driven to really passive squares, and you still have a weakness on G6 for white to exploit later.
I found myself drawn to the poor decision of playing D7.
Probably still wins, yeah.
Does it though? I mean, because that's what I wanted to ask. I mean you would be looking at the most absolute forcing moves. And is it winning?
it's going to create more of an issue for you to win than the other moves, but it's now dropping down. It began at -1 for black, which seemed like a draw, but it's now close to +3 for white. So probably still winning, yes.
So I mean, I think that for Nepo, queen takes D followed by D7 is the most forcing human, but queen takes, knight takes F4 is very nice.
Yeah, I think if you recognize just how quickly you get to that knight in the center and how slowly it is, how slowly black is actually achieving any kind of counterplay against the d6 pawn, you don't really want to put it on d7.
No.
It speeds up black's counterplay. It actually gives black a very good path towards that pawn. So I think it's findable to play f4.
The moment we play d7, Jovi, and the king comes to e7, it's sort of like, no, why didn't I just let the king go to e8 so I could move the knight and play bishop b5 check?
So just to confirm,
yes,
trading off the queens
is a win. It's a stone cold win.
Only way to win.
Good enough though, forcing.
Yeah. But I mean, there aren't any other choices either, because otherwise you just lose the pawn on d6.
Okay.
Honestly, I would argue to a degree that the thing, I feel like I have to undermine my own sort of lifelong held positions here.
Lifelong. Because throw your principles out the window.
Yeah, because the one thing I always give as a kind of the one absolutely universal piece of good advice that is never wrong, and once again I have to quote the late great Mark Dvoretsky, who said this it was an offhand remark in a lecture which was about other things, was that if you only have one legal move in the position, it doesn't matter if you don't know what it leads to. Make it.
Yes.
Do not burn time.
Exactly.
Think in the next position.
Exactly.
But Leinier is on 10 seconds. So what I assumed Jan was doing here was preparing the move after the capture.
Right.
So Leinier knows queen takes d4 is coming, but he doesn't know the next move.
Exactly.
So you don't want to show him the next move until you've worked something out for the next 5 or so. And this is maybe the one exception to, I think, generally a very, very sound rule you should be following in almost every single case. If you're playing against somebody who is very, very low on time, you do want, in practical terms, to make it as uncomfortable for him to plan as possible.
You know, I so need to compile this list of advices and call it a scoundrel's playbook.
Exactly. Well, in the case of Jan, most especially, I think Peter hit it the nail on it very, very well. He's like the worst person to get in time trouble against because he is so gifted at the speed of which he plays, the speed at which he calculates, and he will exploit the time advantage. And that's kind of what he did. He didn't trade queens right away, even though it's the only rightful move, because he was still undecided should he play d7 or f4 at this moment. Once you understand f4, I don't think you get off it. I think you just kind of realize I need f4. But I don't think we fully answered Jovi's question, which was like, okay, I do understand you want to play f5 and bust open my king side. Imagine I play f5.
Yeah.
King f2?
King
f2, king f7, let's say.
King e3.
Knight goes back to c6, let's say.
Bishop b5 is my guess.
Bishop b5. Well, my knight's getting...
It's getting pushed around.
It sure is. It's being bullied. Yeah, you're being a bully.
Knight a5, and now, he's gone
and
d7,
he's gone d7,
which is a very understandable human
exactly.
move, yeah.
But f4, f5
yeah,
let's
let's continue analyzing this. Yeah. After knight a5.
Yeah. You're just going to go king
d4, king e6, and I suspect bishop e8 wins is the problem.
Because the g6 pawn is the problem. I'm going to, and he's gone for the line that we analyzed with the d7, and I agree that f4 was better. And is the computer now still saying easy win?
Not easy, but actually after bishop b5, knight d8, this is now showing as close to zeros as it can. Yeah, may not be winning anymore.
Knight c6, bishop b5 blunder.
Knight c6, he had to play f4 again.
F4, and that would have been winning.
He had to play f4 again to create this additional thing for black to worry about.
Knight to d8. And
yeah, so f4 here, if king f8, we will play We will play bishop e4 first and then f5, and black will once again start getting torn apart. It's just not fast enough. I will create the passer on the h file. And if f4, f5, we are sort of back in the territory that we were just discussing. So we get somewhere here, and eventually, like after king d6, we continue passing, and the engine basically says we need to wait for you to vacate the. Please don't hang on me. This does it occasionally.
No.
We may have killed the board view here.
Peter, what have you done? It's your natural electromagnetism. You're
Yes,
going to have to flash
it really
another,
is, yeah. It really is.
Another game.
So we go back to your board, and
okay.
I will solve this in a moment.
Okay, so the current position, Jovi, bishop b5, knight to d8, king came to f3, and naturally enough, Leinier has now finally gone king f8, king e7. In our variations where we put the pawn on f5, g6 became too weak. Now we can keep the pawn on f7.
Exactly.
That makes all the difference in the world.
And what happens if the white king...
Let's go up the board,
Let's go up the board. I'm thinking, I like this plan of going f3, g4 and trying to create
slowly, right? King f3,
passport.
king g5. I'm assuming I have to play knight e6 check.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can get as far as king g5, but I can go f3.
So here's the current position, king f3, king f8.
Yeah, king f4 has to be played.
Natural.
And then
king
f3.
f3 in this exact moment.
Yes.
Okay, then I hit you with the old knight check.
Okay, king moves
E5.
somewhere. E5.
King e5.
Is it possible to play f6 and then actually win that pawn? We might actually be holding
Well, we
that.
have to look at it. f6 check, the king, I assume.
I win the pawn regardless of where you go. Knight c7, knight b5. No, knight c7 is very strong.
Knight
I think
c7,
that's just a draw.
Followed by knight
I think
takes
that's
b5.
just a draw, yeah. And if you go king e4 instead of king g5, I have knight c5, knight takes d7. And once again, some of these positions will be lost, but not this one. Instead
King
of the
e4.
previous move, yeah.
Oops, excuse me. f6 check, king e4, knight c5 check. And again, I get this, it looks like a nice king and pawn endgame, but I suspect it's a draw.
And after g4.
G4. I'm taking, and I'm playing.
You're running away with the
king e7, yeah.
Yes, and there's no way you're going to...
And then my next move is going to be...
Actually, king e7 is
F5?
losing after king f4.
Really?
Because the king needs to be on h6 for white. The ideal square for the white king here is h6. So after king f4, it's very important that you stop that particular path, and then you go king e7. And then we get to this position where it seems like there is no real way to preserve the pawn on d7. You can try winning something for it, but black just attacks the bishop, goes back to e6, creates the threat of knight c5. One thing I wanted to show specifically is, let's say in this position, if you go knight c5, this might be lost. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, I can't. Yeah.
You should avoid promoting.
I should draw arrows instead of promoting.
Right.
Yeah, this is now.
But then you couldn't have showed the idea that after king takes d8.
King takes d8, we play king e5,
F6.
f6, and we collect the entire chain, and the
Right.
black counterplay with the knight jumps will be covered by the bishop. So this actually is winning.
The pawn base is f7 in that case. Well, that's where the knight gets mistimed. And king e4, king e7 on the board. By the way, that king e7, that was played, shall we say, with alacrity.
Yes.
I know what I'm doing. I'm getting ready to play knight
Black
e6.
doesn't have too much of a choice, let's face it.
That's exactly right. Why didn't he play king f4? I thought he should be making
But
a
I think
beeline.
this plan of going king h6.
Yes, you had to be stopped by knight e6 check. Is that the point?
No, I think it's actually a very difficult idea to spot, because you think, what is the king doing there on h6?
Right.
I mean,
But it's there, and maybe I'm creating a passer with f3.
g4, which is
And
okay.
by the
So
way,
he's gone for
F4.
f4 idea.
Well, I mean, he'll rue the fact that he could have done this without putting the pawn on d7. He should have left his pawn on d6. Jan should have. And he's played the move f4, Peter.
Knight e6, probably the only move that draws now.
Only move.
Very
Fox.
specifically to be able to meet f5 with g takes f5, and you cannot recapture because you are running into a fork here.
Very important.
Still a draw. White is really not running any risks here whatsoever. But
Understood.
But also not winning. And the king coming forward with king e5, both f6 check, and even the very, very passive move knight g7 apparently holds now.
Wow.
If you don't play knight e6, you are in trouble though, because you will
He's
not.
played it.
Yeah,
He's
he has played it. He understands.
And he's giving Jan the chance to play f5 if he would like. Can I keep the position somehow?
I think, weirdly, the threat here is knight g7.
Knight g7 is the threat.
I think if you allow knight g7,
so if I
it'll
go
just
king
come to
e5,
f5.
for example.
King e5?
Then you have to
Knight
go
G7.
f6.
No, then f6 check is fine. Then f6 check
Because
is fine.
otherwise,
Are you ready to promote the
I can promote now. I can safely promote now, actually. We figured it out.
What have you done?
Not me.
impressive.
Kite is pure magic. We can promote again.
Okay.
Knight g7 probably loses still, yeah, because d8, king takes d8, king f5, knight, king f6, knight f5. And even though we've lost the pawn on g3, we're still winning with bishop g3, then bishop takes g6. And we will end up only having the h-pawn, but the king is never getting to h8. With a king on f7, the black king is never crossing over to that side.
Crucial.
So, f4, knight e6. Seems like there's really no way forward, because knight c5 is maybe not... maybe knight c5 is even a threat. I was going to say we cannot really pass, but my point was if we go knight c5 check here, white will play king e2, e5, and we lose if we take on d7, because the king will come to f6. One thing absolutely to be avoided here, I don't know how to show this. I guess I will just blunder a bishop.
Yes.
And just ignore the fact that this is hanging.
Right.
This pawn ending is lost.
Right.
Because white will play f4, f5, and then the entire structure collapses. But in this position, we can always throw in f5, f7, f6, and then take on d7, and this pawn ending will always be a draw.
As I saw the engine, Peter, if you go back just a move or two.
That's a nice touch. Yeah, I saw that as well. Yeah,
bishop takes d7, and this
still
is
not lost. Still not lost. If you catch yourself just in time and include the intermezzo here.
Nice.
Yeah. So f4, knight e6 seems like honestly the worst is behind Leinier. Bishop c6 played. You can give a check, right? You can just give a check and then take on d7 next move, because king e5 we always have f6.
Right.
There's really not very much left to even solve.
Jovi, I feel like we just got a master class in an endgame. I mean, I don't know what just happened, but this game has just been fantastic.
Queen and pawn, endgame, you know.
Right, getting the queen
getting
behind the pawn.
Getting the queen into that specific construct
That was
to
fabulous.
get that draw.
The whole how to win and break up the structure with f4, f5.
Exactly.
Not playing d7, not playing d7.
Yeah.
But there was still one moment to turn back. If we come back to this very critical position after d7, knight c6, yes, starting with f4 was cleaner, but you still had perhaps. It's currently showing that this is a draw. It was showing this is white win. I no longer know which version of these two engines to trust. But yeah, this was still a much better version, because the only way to make a draw here is to play f5, and then you get into those positions. g6 will fall. It's just that currently it's claiming that it will fall in such a way that black will get enough counterplay in response. But yeah, in this position, f4 is clean, and actually the engine was also saying f3 is completely winning. Just leave it on d6.
Yes.
Don't touch the pawn on the d file and get your king into the game first, and then you should be completely fine.
By the way, we have a move from Leinier.
Not knight c5.
No,
King
he's played king d6. He just wants to maintain the balance, because knight c5 would change the nature of the position.
Well, I think he wants to play knight c5. He's just doing it without allowing king e5.
This is still fine.
I think so.
And interestingly, now that we've taken away the e5 square from the black king,
with tempo,
the engine suggests we can even play f7, f5 check next move, which I thought wasn't really a very good idea. But apparently
so, for example, bishop to
bishop a4 is playable because the fork isn't as good. Hang on a second. No. Now we can just take, right? No, he's just going to play knight c5, knight d7 against anything.
That's what
he doesn't really need to think anymore. He's just going to play this.
But can white be bold and go instead of the moves that you played? f5.
f5 we take. And we take on d7 next move. It's just not going to be fast enough. White isn't losing here, but white also isn't winning.
Okay, I was hoping.
King f6, king d7. It's just, yeah, this is very, very easily holdable for black. You're not in any trouble. Knight anywhere. Get the king closer to the corner. This even 3 are sometimes not enough. 2 are never enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Bishop a4 played. And yeah, I have a feeling Leinier is not
c5
going to
check?
Yeah, he's not going to bother with any kind of f5 checks here. He correctly understands that the pawn ending is now fine, and he will go into it. Yeah, knight c5 check played.
King d4 and slow. You know, you play a move like knight takes d7, and this enormous sense of relief, almost a near euphoria. You've taken away this passed pawn, which for the last 20 moves has been, right in your throat. Knight takes d7,
and
draw.
I think it hinges, you will still have to make one more only move. If white trades on d7 and goes king e5, you absolutely have to play king e7. And after f5, I think you absolutely have to play f7, f6 check, king f4, and now you even have a choice. King f7 is a draw, gf is a draw. But you also...
He has played bishop d7.
Yeah, but you also have no choice here. There's no way... Like, even on a second, you can only really play f6 check in this position. There's no way you make any other move.
It's actually very funny. I'm looking at the camera's board and I'm looking at your board. When I look at your board from where I'm sitting, I'm seeing a very nice, clean board. When I look at the camera's view of your board, it looks like an old antique board that's been, 100 years in a closet and it's cracked wood. F5 on the board.
Yeah, pretty much any legal move here that doesn't immediately lose draws. Like g takes f5 is ill-advised.
Right.
Pretty
King
much
E7.
everything else makes a draw. King
But
E7.
of course, a player of Leinier's caliber does not play pawn takes pawn.
Right.
And king e7 played.
Yeah. And also
Jan will not enjoy this once he
other-
gets back to the room.
King e4.
King e5.
Yeah,
King
we
e5
just
and
get-
via a different move order we got to the same position, and yeah. Not playing f6 check here is difficult to imagine.
Nope, he's done it. F6 check, just as advertised.
Yeah. And how does one recover from a game like this? Because Jan will
Never.
go back to the room, he will check it with the computer will go, brrrr, you missed the win,
And you just
like this.
Nah, then you just go out to Forest Park and you scream, why am I such an idiot?
That is the way.
That is the way.
That is the way.
One of my favorites, it was in Norway. And Magnus was at a press conference, and a very young boy in the audience said, when did you stop crying after a loss? The young boy said. And Magnus said, who said I stopped crying? You never saw such a big smile, little boy. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there from Jan,
Yeah.
King to e6, because he will have sense that
Of course.
he had a win on his hands and he let it slip away. G4, pawn takes pawn.
Very grandly. H5 takes G4, and I'll make a beeline to the H8 square.
And, Leinier securing a draw, but he was facing a lot
9 out of 9
pressure.
so far in our tournament.
Wow. Well, what I'm seeing is the tie for first.
Yes. No, actually, sort of no.
Look,
right?
look
sort of
at
no.
Jan. Guys,
That's
just
right.
look, and there we go.
They
King
sped
against
away.
king, and it is a draw between Jan Nepomniachtchi
Yeah, covering
and
your
Leinier.
mouth there is a very wise move. There are some lip readers in the audience.
See the anger and frustration there from Jan.
You get that gosh darn it kind of sense, a little frustration, but a nice save by Leinier. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat. Leinier's back was to the wall, and he defended as best he could, Peter.
Yeah. It's not aimed at Leinier. One thing I want to say that it looks like Jan is sort of upset at his opponent. He's not. He's only upset at himself.
Precisely.
Yeah, he is extremely, extremely upset at himself because he sets very high standards for himself, and he knows he let one go there.
Exactly.
He knows he had a very, very good shot and he missed it.
Right.
And Leinier also knows this. As you saw in the last shot there, they were discussing the fine details. I'm pretty sure Leinier also knows he was lost.
Right.
Yeah.
The tournament's starting very, very slowly. I mean, as commentators, of course, we're looking for the results. I mean, but we nearly had some today. And
today two people will feel that they missed a very, very good chance of being in the lead. Fabi. I think less straightforward. I think Jan will be the more upset of the two because Fabi's position was also completely winning, but it was completely winning in a very, very specific, very calculation-heavy way. Whereas for Jan, he was one decision away from just. Had he played a 4, he would have won by probably no longer thinks in that game. Like he just goes on complete autopilot and converts it. So yeah, it's a very painful one for Jan.
Well, we had 4.
Tell us our standings with 2 players not competing today. They are tied for 9th and 10th, but. That game has been rescheduled, we hope. Please, Jovi.
Yeah, and you can see with 4 draws today, well, we see 8 players with 1 point, but it might have been draws all around, but they certainly were instructive draws.
Exactly.
We saw masterclasses, we saw resourceful saves. We had a lot of excitement over the spectrum.
And Peter, final thoughts for this eventful round 2?
For the second day in a row, we have to accept responsibility. Showing that graphic was a blunder of gigantic proportions.
Exactly.
Because you remember, it was 48% for round 1 and 39% for round 2. By far the 2 highest numbers on our graph. So yeah, it's us. We know we're the problem here. On a more serious note, very, very interesting round. Should have, I think we can even use the word should have featured 2 decisive games. But as things stand, we wish Jan-Krzysztof Duda the speediest recovery possible.
Exactly.
9 draws otherwise, round 3 tomorrow, same time.
Exactly. And Jovi, thank you once again. It's so nice to have you in studio here in this new studio and getting used to it. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tomorrow. We have a Thanksgiving dinner, but we'll be at work. And we hope to see you here and, for round 3.
See you then. Thank you all for watching.
Bye-bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.